employability and entrepreneurship. The connection between higher education and employability it's a long-standing connection. Employability is considered as one of the immediate fruits of education, and every student has a right to receive this fruit. He must receive this fruit. The employability of graduates has become one aim that governments around the world have imposed on national higher education systems of the countries. And that is the very theme of the first technical session today, that is developing employability and entrepreneurship. To chair this session, we have with us today Ms. Juthika Patankar. She is an Additional Secretary, Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship. Earlier, she has served as Joint Secretary, Special Secretary, Secretary, and Principal Secretary to the state government. Secretariat post held in Government of India in the Ministries of Atomic Energy, Tribal Affairs, and currently she is with Skill Development and Entrepreneurship. She's also worked as Officer on Special Duty to Director, Tata Institute of Fundamental Research, Additional Director, Sanjay Gandhi Postgraduate Institute of Medical Sciences, Government of UP. She's also worked as Additional Director General, Archaeological Survey of India, Government of India, and Principal Secretary to the Governor of UP. Ma'am, a very warm welcome to you. Aapka hardik abhinandan aur aapka bahut.
Thank you.
I would also take this opportunity to introduce the other panelists for this session. We have with us today Professor Souvik Bhattacharyya. Sir is a Vice Chancellor at BITS Pilani. He's a member of the Research Council of CSIR CGCRI, the General Council and Executive Board of ISM, Dhanbad, and the Civil and Mechanical Engineering Project Advisory Committee of SERB DST. Professor Bhattacharya has been on the editorial boards of International Journal of Power and Energy System and Journal of Nano Energy and Power Research. His research interests include, they are very, very interesting research areas. They include heat transfer enhancement, thermodynamic optimization, energy engineering, natural refrigerant-based transcritical heating cooling system, and natural circulation loops. He is a recipient of ASHRAE Best Paper Award, and he has published around 220 research articles in indexed international journals and conference proceedings. He's also co-author of the celebrated Heat Transfer Text with J.P. Holman. Sir, आपका बहुत-बहुत स्वागत है और आपका हार्दिक अभिनंदन. Introducing other panelists for the day, for the session, we have with us today Professor Raj Nehru. Professor Raj Nehru is a Vice Chancellor of Sri Vishwakarma Skill University, Haryana, and MD Haryana Skill Development Mission, Government of Haryana. Director, Human Resource, Gurugram. He is a strategic thinker, action-oriented HR professional, team collaborator with excellent leadership, consulting, and project management skills. His experience has been in the areas related to designing and delivering a strong human resource and people effectiveness strategies and ensuring it supports the overall business plans. Interestingly, and I'm very, I feel pride in sharing this with you that he has undertaken various philanthropic activities also and has worked on ground zero in disaster hit areas of Uttarakhand, Vizag, and Jammu and Kashmir. He's also certified Herman Brain Dominance Instrument Practitioner, besides a certified Human Performance Improvement Practitioner and a trained coach. Professor Raj, most welcome to the session. Aapka bahut swagat hai. It's a pleasure to have with us Colonel Dr. G. Thiruvasagam. Sir is the Vice Chancellor of Academy of Maritime Education and Training, which is deemed to be university. His academic career spreading over more than 4 decades include the honor of having been invited to associate with the University of Southampton, UK as research fellow, visiting faculty at National University of Singapore, during and visiting professor at Alam Maritime Resources, Malaysia. In recognition of his academic contribution in the field of higher education, he was awarded with Colombo Plan Fellowship by the British Council, United Kingdom in 1992. He was also conferred with Colonel status by Tamil Nadu State NCC Battalion in 2008 and adjudged as the best management leader by the International Business Management Council, Mumbai in 2016. And I would also like to share here that he has held several notable positions and he has received awards, including the National Award for Social Service from the then President of India, Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, and the Service Above Self Award from the Rotary International. Sir, आपका हार्दिक स्वागत है, हार्दिक अभिनंदन भी. And as a fourth panelist for this session, we have with us Professor Roshan Lal Raina. Professor Raina is the Vice Chancellor at J.K. Lakshmipat Singhania University, Jaipur. Earlier, he was Professor, Communication and Dean, Planning and Development at IIM Lucknow. He's a Fulbright Scholar to the School of Information Studies, Syracuse University, New York, USA. He is recipient of SIS Fellowship, Top Rankers Excellence Award for Academic Leadership, Indian Science Congress Association, AGBA Distinguished Lifetime Achievement Award, Professor Jaginder Singh Ramdev Lifetime Achievement Award, Exemplary Academic Leadership Award, Visionary Edu Leader of India Award, Distinguished Service Award, and the Rajasthan Chamber of Commerce and Industry Award for meritorious contribution towards industrial development of the state. Most welcome to the session, sir. आपका बहुत-बहुत स्वागत और अभिनंदन. And I would like to inform here to all the distinguished panelists that we have 10 minutes of discussion for each of the panelists. So now over to the chairperson, Juthika ma'am, over to you.
Thank you very much, distinguished fellow panelists and friends. Developing employability and entrepreneurship is the theme of our discussion, with special reference to the recommendations of this subject in the newly launched National Education Policy 2020. I would, however, make my opening remarks in the general context of employability and entrepreneurship. I'm Additional Secretary in the Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, which has been mandated in keeping with the priorities of the government to manage skill training for employment as well as entrepreneurship in the country. I think the primary problem facing us today in the context of entrepreneurship is that very few persons in India, and especially amongst those who are our prime targets for skill training, very few of them are likely to end up as entrepreneurs or successful entrepreneurs who would be employing a large number of persons in their own enterprises. A few basic facts with which I'm sure all of us are acquainted, nevertheless, they would bear repetition. 70% of Indians work with enterprises employing less than 10 people, and another 18% work with large enterprises, such as those run by big business houses like the Tatas or the Ambanis. The small and medium enterprises form the bulwark of any economy, and the major source of employment in other economies sits at about 10%. Now, in India, we need to establish small and medium enterprises on a very large scale if we are to ensure high productivity and high employment. This is the challenge before us because the productivity in small and medium enterprises is almost 4 times that of the micro enterprises, but unfortunately, we only have a proliferation of micro enterprises. We also do not have a culture of entrepreneurship in the country, which we need to build up. And in building up this culture of entrepreneurship, we need to really focus on higher education in a big way, because higher education and higher education in particular makes for employability, and it also makes ultimately for ease of doing business. It is a contributor to that, because ease of doing business is not only about legal and formal technicalities being streamlined, it also presupposes, among other things, law and order, high literacy, a solid educational base, and both commitment and ability to deliver on quality in manufacturing and in services. Now, in this context, if we are to make our youth not only employable, if we are to make our youth also potentially successful entrepreneurs in small and medium enterprises, we would need to concentrate on education which would equip them with these kind of skills. So in this context, there are just a few questions which I will end my opening remarks with, and then it's over to the rest of the panelists. Number one, the new education policy with focus on vocational skills in higher education uh, envisages courses such as BVOC and also a vocational education integrated 4-year degree program. How is this going to improve employability of the students, and how will this increase productivity? Secondly, vocational education now is largely offered to school dropouts. They form the main target of our skill training. And if the national education policy considers that as primary reason for vocational education penetration being only 5%, and it wants to encourage vocational education in higher education, so what would this imply for the short-term skill training courses which we are running in abundance at present, and on which we have concentrated a lot of our energies, keeping livelihood and employment in view? Thirdly, there are important issues such as water, sanitation, energy, increasing urbanization, sustainability. These are questions we need to weave into the context of higher education and whatever training we give persons for potential employment, employability, and entrepreneurship. So, how would the higher education in the coming future prepare students to understand these issues better, and can we create a market in some of these areas which would lead to development of entrepreneurship? Fourthly, against the backdrop of the new education policy, how does academia and industry propose to address the question of design thinking, tinkering with existing solutions to develop further technology and breakthroughs to solve problems? And finally, last but not least, I would like to say that when we speak of higher education, we should not ideally be thinking of employment. Higher education is actually all about learning, higher learning, and it is meant to encourage creativity. It is meant to encourage scholarship. It is meant to encourage persons to think in new directions. And the entire package of higher education and where it would eventually lead would, in the years to come, create a fertile ground for entrepreneurship in a big way. So whether we should really look at it with a limited goal of employment, or we should keep higher education always open to universalizing education, knowledge, and pushing the frontiers of scholarship and knowledge. With that, I would conclude my opening remarks and over to the panelists. Thank you.
Yeah, so Professor Souvik Bhattacharya.
Yes, good morning, everyone. I'm glad Madam Patankar talked about knowledge and scholarship, because we get carried away by this notion of employability. And so today's topic has not necessarily coupled parts. I think they are in a way disconnected to a good extent. Employability and incubation entrepreneurship part. I'll address both, maybe more briefly on the first one, and the entrepreneurship a little more details. I'm going to share some of the good things that are happening in this country, and rest of the country could do well to imbibe and to adapt those. And so that doesn't happen necessarily. Also drawing attention of the government and the regulators that good things should be, noticed, should be recognized and disseminated well. So, when you talk about employability improvement, there is a tendency that we design a curriculum which is packed with industry-focused courses. But the big risk there is you sacrifice the core competence, the fundamentals are quite often compromised. And the second one, by the time the student graduates, the focus of the industry has shifted to some other set of courses. You can't really play that game with the industry. So it's very short-lived. And so you've got to prepare individuals who can learn while working and things like that. So have a focus on quality, have a focus on core competence, and so the curriculum cannot be just a local hype or a contemporary hype of course X, course Y. cannot happen that in a good university. We need to keep the core strong, very strong, and also make it keep it open with cross-domain flavor in good doses. For example, strong electives from multiple desirable directions. The students should have a choice to pick up courses from outside the core and so on. The core has to be strong, but the interface is where a lot of activity, a lot of jazz happens. So the interface has to be quite lively. For example, we have this unique opportunity for science students to do engineering. So for example, MSc student in chemistry, physics, biological science, or maths, and so on, they can do a branch of engineering. So, and this is unique, horizontal dual degree. UGC at one point of time didn't like it the way we structured it, but then unique parallel pathways to excellence has to be recognized. Just because you are not so familiar, you are not aware of it, doesn't make it bad. So today, people are talking about these unique individuals, extremely creative individuals, who is a biological science MSc and a computer science B simultaneously, with a longish presence and hard work. So these are individuals who are being chased by companies rather than us chasing the companies. So that's how you change the game. Make it industry immersive. That's our second point and the last point I make in your curriculum. So you've got to allow students to be sitting with the industry over there and solving real life industry problems, not just a visit, not just a concocted industry internship. That doesn't work. So it has to be a little longish. So in Pilani, we have 7.5 months of immersion in 2 phases, the second phase in the final year of 5.5 months. And this not only orients them and makes them competent to handle multi-domain, multidiscipline problems, how to structure them, how to model them, and so on in real life problems. They get oriented. That true perception of the corporate world is embedded in their minds, and also a very automatic percolating benefit is that you get a large number of pre-placement offers before they're sitting for an interview. They're placed. So Pilani has 25% of its graduating class as PPOs, which is about 650 last year. That's an exact number, 650 in 1920 academic year, and that's by far the highest in the country, ahead of any IIT. So this is where you play the game. You do something so unique that even the big boys are beaten in their own game. So that's what I suggest, that institutes can create their own workspace in a very unique way. I move quickly to entrepreneurship, innovation, and incubation, the area. So is there a magic recipe in a funny way? Let me mention, is there a tikha chatpata masala for making for entrepreneurship a good, vibrant ecosystem in your incubation ambience in your campus? Well, I'm not sure if there's a magic sauce somewhere, but there are some things. So when you talk to students, you see that many students, they are not so active as an incubatee during their studies, but after 1, 2, or 3 years after graduation, they're moving into forming companies and quitting jobs, quitting pushy jobs, and founders, co-founders coming together. So I have talked to many of them, and what they say is the image of entrepreneurship at a college has to be changed. The college, in a college when they're studying, in a university when they're studying, it's not cool to be an entrepreneur. It's very cool to go to a very well-known, reputed university for a PhD or a master's overseas maybe, or get a fantastic job in a company with a fat salary package and all that stuff. Those are cool. Entrepreneurship may not be very cool the way it's positioned today in the universities. So how do we do it? Do we put professors, keep talking about it? No, it won't work, because they don't want to listen to something somebody is preaching who has never practiced it. It doesn't work. If I haven't started a company, I haven't practiced it, I go and talk to them, I don't have credibility. Doesn't matter what designation I have or how many degrees I have and so on, how articulate I am. So you've got to bring in people, you've got to bring in individuals who have done it, who have been there. So a lot of entrepreneurship activities, a lot of seminars, etc. happen in the universities. Actually, people attend, students attend, and they don't care. They don't listen to it. And nothing happens. It has no impact. So let's do some things which have impact. So if you have an entrepreneurship cell in a college, make an entrepreneur, a founder, a co-founder, or team come in and spend a week and talk to the students and do things. That's what has impact, not just for the sake of it, a seminar or a week or a webinar and so. It doesn't work. So they need to listen to people who have done it on their own. So create an open ecosystem, create a great campus for peer learning. Students within themselves, they create the free flow of ideas. It has a huge bearing on how things happen. Don't create rules and regulations which scaffold the minds. Don't do that. Throttling rules and regulations are very, very inhibiting. And yes, that includes no curfew past midnight in the campus. You need to have a free open space, a blue sky, so to speak. Because the young, bright minds together, it's a dangerous weapon in terms of a positive impact on society and the nation and everything. So, you've got to create a situation where entrepreneurship looks cool, but send founders back to the college, that's the thing. But there are few structures you need. So what are the structures? And also, create a situation, instill confidence in students where entrepreneurs are true heroes. You got to brand them as heroes. That's not necessarily done. Somebody who is taking a risk, who is creating a company, maybe it's small, maybe it's tiny, but they are the heroes. I think that positioning is very important. Even core courses suffer from incubation. Mark Zuckerberg opens the computer science 50, CS 50 course in Harvard, the first day, first class. That has an impact because people pay attention and he explains why this semester is important to them and why they should listen to the lecturer and the teacher. That sort of thing we can try. The first day of a core course, a deep engineering class, a first year mechanics class or a first year thermodynamics class, bring a founder, somebody who has impact on that subject. And there lies the credibility, standing in front of the class. So instead of internship, so what are the structures we are talking about? Okay, a technology business incubator on the campus is very important. So please have it by all means. Create tinkering labs, innovation maker space, all those things are mandatorily required today. You can't do without, and never close them. Always open every day, all the hours. So also have a formal structure, a business, new venture creation. So we have a new venture creation course where some 20 teams are formed, each team having 3-4 students. So it's not for everybody. Selective inclined students take it. This course is not taught by any of our university professors. Not a single lecture is taken by them. They manage the course. It is an array of very well-known, maybe many of them are alumni, who are actually founders and co-founders of startups. So again, you got to bring in people who know it, who have done it, not just preaching, who have practiced it. So these sort of structures are very important. We have been doing it for decades now, and it's yielding results. Arrange seed money, government could think of where the money is required. A lot of times I see money is going in the wrong direction, which has no impact. So they got to identify which has impact, which has already produced results. So proven techniques, proven strategies, proven frameworks. So we need to do that. And Pilani students run the largest startup competition in the country, Conquest. That's a great experience for people who do it. We know that some of them will end up forming companies. That's a wonderful. So those sort of structures we should be good enablers on campus. You've got to have faculty members also as entrepreneurs. That's a great positive influence on students. So you've got to have faculty incubators in your TVI. You've got to promote them. Let me think of a couple of 2-3 new ideas, completely new ideas. So you got to maybe instead of internship in summer, most of the colleges have 2-month internship. A group of students, the institute can bring them over to the campus and say that, okay, you guys submit some business plans, maybe a group of 3-4 students for each business plan. I will fund you during summer. Instead of going to an internship, let us do this business plan. And here is a pot of money for each one of you. And let us translate this and see what happens. Even if you get 20%, 10% out of that, those many business plans as real startups, that's a grand success. But this is how you do it. You've got to create real structures and moving forward. So, I'll just end with a couple of statistics that will tell you that if you do things right, these numbers will follow. So as an example, I will say that we must have done some things right at BITS Pilani. So the top 13 BITSian companies in the world today, if you add up their net worth, their market caps, it's $62 billion US. That will tell you, that's an outstanding number. That will tell you that, okay, we must have done something right, otherwise these companies wouldn't be formed. we have about 4,000 founders and co-founders across the globe. We have the third highest number of Indian startups in last 3 years and in last 10 years. Ahead of most of the old IITs, we are just behind IIT Bombay and IIT Delhi. We are not an IIT, we are not funded by the government, but still within our very limited resources and capabilities, we did some things right so that our graduates, while they are in bids or after graduation, they are contributing, they are enterprising, and they're creating enterprises, which is actually helping the nation. Nearly 700 startups found by Vitsians. That does contribute to the national economy. So you know that you have arrived when you look at these numbers. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for your inputs. Yes, with the permission of the chair, may I request the second panelist for the session, Professor Raj Nehru.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much, and really appreciate giving me this opportunity for speaking on the subject. When I look at the issue of employability and entrepreneurship, and when we look at around the country, I think we have a big divide in the country today. One of the division is when you look at the 25 to 30% of population, they live in the urban belts. They have the privilege of going to very good institutions, universities. But then in India, you have a substantial amount of population today living in the rural areas and areas where they don't have privilege of experiencing the great infrastructure, great institutions, great schooling. So while if you look at the various skills report, they tell us today that we have a huge gap in the skilling. You have to also see that this is an outcome of a poorly integrated education system, which has not been seeing a child from a holistic development point. Today, when a child lands in the college, he lands into the college with all his experience and exposure that he or she has got during his 12 years of education. So I think one important aspect that we today have to see at the overall employability is how integrated this education is dealt with. And I think that the new education policy is now looking into a more holistic issue. But if you look at some of the reports, for example, ACER report, if you look at, it gives us a very poor insights about what's happening today in the country. One of the data points that the ACER report tells us is only 16% of children in class 1 can read the text of the prescribed level, while almost 40% cannot even recognize letters. Now imagine when these children will grow, what kind of student will they become when they enter into the higher education colleges? So the most important part is that the education system has to deal with the shaping and formulating the thinking abilities of the children right at the early stage. So quality of early education is very crucial if we have to make sure that we succeed in making him employable. And when I say employable, I'm not talking about the job that he or she has to go for a job. I'm talking about that his ability to find livelihood for himself or herself in various means. It can be in the form of a job, it can be in the form of a startup, it can be in the form of an entrepreneurship, it can be anything. But that all requires in setting the foundations right. And that's where one of the challenges today that the education has to take care of. So while the new education policy has actually talked about, we heard Padma Shri Kasturi Ranganji about it. My view about this is, if we have to connect the dots, there are 4 E's that I think they are very critical when we talk about connecting the dots. One is at the environmental level, at educator level, at educatee level, and at the employer level. So these are the 4 E's that I think they are very important. We heard the previous speaker talking about in some proportion. So to me, I think one important aspect is how the current policy system, the social perception about the issues, about the problems, about the challenges, and how this policy is going to help us to really fix this integration of education and converting these youngsters into more productive resources for the nation. So that's more important. And then how this is going to reach to a larger population and becoming more inclusive. Today, we have rural belts and tribal belts where you have very good talent, because I have seen in many organizations while I worked in past, people who came from the rural background with some kind of good education, if they had the chance of that, they have been able to perform very well. So our reach and inclusivity is more important when it comes to looking at addressing these issues. We today do not have a very credible national skill gap report or an idea that where are these skills today lacking. So there are reports, but most of these reports cannot be credibly relied upon. So some kind of a credible report that helps us to innovate the intersection of employability and the employment. That's very important, and that needs to be developed and created at the regional levels, state levels, so that the respective multi-pronged approaches can be taken by respective states and organizations and institutions at their respective level. At the employer level, I think one of the most important challenges today which employers today talk about is that the employability skills that they are looking at, it's not about that whether a person who is landing up into an employer's organization after getting selected from the campus or a college, he is able to do the job, or he is able to
Raj, you are not audible.
Professor Raj, you're not audible.
Am I audible now?
Yeah, yes.
Okay. So the challenge today that the employers today, when the students land up into the jobs, or they go for the jobs, it is not about whether a student knows some technologies, whether the student is completely conversant with the technology. That is not so important. What is more important for employers today is that whether they are having these aspiring candidates, they can demonstrate the flexibility, they can demonstrate their ability of starting some initiative in the organization. They have that knack for initiation. They have the ability to understand multi tasks inside the organization, or they have the ability to perform tasks in different types of environments, because the corporates or the industries, they have different types of environments. They want to see whether the youngster who is coming to their organization can network and can collaborate with the other team members in the organization. They want to see whether he fits into the culture of their organization, and their culture may be maybe it's for diversity, maybe it's for innovation, maybe it's for it's an organization which believes into trust and personal values by all people. So they want to see that youngsters who are landing up in their organization, they have some or the other skill sets in them. Now the question is, how will these skill sets come? Because if you look at the current data, majority of the organizations, because I have personally worked in many organizations, I've seen when we hire people, we spend almost 3 to 6 months, in many cases 1 year, on developing the youngsters who land up from the institutions to industries. Because most of the industries, majority of industries, they do not think they are completely ready to take over the assignments in the organization. Very few youngsters can perform very well in the first quick 3 months, but majority of the organizations, now you will see they have opened their own institutions within the corporates and within the industries, and those institutions and infrastructure is used to train all these new coming, and they are put into the training for almost a year. So this is where the organizations, the institutions, the higher education institutions, the schools, the colleges, they have to see what is that this employer is today investing on, what kind of skill sets are they investing on to help these youngsters grow and develop. When you talk to some of the employers, they will say that, you know, you have a structured university program, but these programs are dictated only from a classroom perspective. So they continue to deliver in the classroom, but they do not appreciate the challenges that continue to be inside the organizations. So there's a mismatch between the experience that a student gets inside the classroom versus that the exposure he should have had before entering into the organizations. So there are subjects that students learn which may be relevant or which may not be relevant. So that's a subject of a debate for an institution to consider. But the most important part is when we are developing our curriculums, when we are developing our courses, we have to see that when the student transitions from subject to the function in the workforce, they should not be ill-equipped to handle those roles. And those skill sets become more important. So I think one important aspect for institution is to look at how they redefine the learning outcomes of the programs that they are developing, and they become more aligned to what the employers are today looking at. The second important thing is, I think, at the educative level. So our students today, their awareness, their attitude, their actions, their habits of mind, their life skills, or the transferable skills, somewhere they need to be exposed. They have to take self initiatives. But for that self initiative, it's also important that that some kind of awareness outside the curriculum is also created for these youngsters. So students, the onus is on the students to understand that education is not simply a means for higher wages or packages. It should help them understand that they have to learn more. It's not about the packages that they have to gun for. It's more about that they should gun for these 4 years or 3 years they spent in the college. That helps them to ignite their mind and connect them their mind to those aspects which today the employment market or employability market is looking at. So that's another part. At the educator level, which is inside the institutions, which is inside the campuses, I think one important aspect is we have to be shift our approach, though the new education policy talks about it, from a teaching centric or teacher centric approach to a learning centric approach. This is where the shift has to happen. And I think one of the important challenges today, sometimes I ask myself, how many teachers today, they go and spend some time in the industry? Because we talk so much about preparing a student for the industry, but how many times a faculty or a teacher has gone and understood the issues, challenges, or problems that industries are facing? Not only the industries are facing, the youngsters who come and they get selected and they join an industry, have ever teachers gone and experienced the challenges these students face in their first 6 months, 1 year in the adjustment to that organization? Because that input can be significantly leveraged when they are coming back and when they are developing their teaching pedagogies. So that will help them to align the curriculum with the emerging requirements of the industries or the market or the employability market. So this is one aspect. On the one side, we talk about industry has gone to 4.0. I think education has also to move and brace up with that speed of bringing education to 4.0. And that bridge has to be somewhere created by institutions. So we heard in the previous session about the multidisciplinary approach. This is something which is very important. And this gives flexibility and freedom to our youngsters. I think the kind of ranking system that we have today, we also have to relook at how we should be ranking our institutions. I think I missed one thing to mention. At the policy level, the government has to also see that there must be, like we have an IAS, IEPS kind of services in the institutions. We should have an Indian education services kind of a model. Though we heard Professor Kasturi Rangan talking about the faculty and the academic development, but I think the administrators, academic administrators, that development also is somewhere missing. I think somewhere we get hooked into that bureaucratic model where the perception about the real world challenges in education and academia, which needs to be aligned with the industry, somewhere that is missing. And because of that, sometimes it creates a challenge for the overall institution. So coming back to the institutions, I think one important aspect is that when faculties and when teachers, when academic institutions are developing their programs, the curriculum, whatever the curriculum they determine and define, they must create such situations, they must develop such situations which align them to that outcome that we want to achieve from an industry standpoint. I think if we look at most of the programs, the new education, the skill gap report that talks about the 46 or 45%, while many industries are saying that it is even below that, we need to see which are those skill sets and how those skill sets can be addressed. And I think in the academic side, the one important thing that can help in strengthening this employability skill set is making sure that the internships and the apprenticeship that students have to do in the institutions, their partnership with the academic partnership with the industries, and then structuring those apprenticeships and internships, that's more important. I have seen in many institutions, I'm not talking about the A grade institutions or high performing institutions, I'm talking about general institutions. When we see the apprenticeship and the internships are let loose, and that actually somewhere do not allow these youngsters to really hone up their skills. I think apprenticeship and internships are great opportunities and great tools if they are structured well. I think when we talked about the entrepreneurship, one important thing is that the universities today, or the future universities which we may be talking about, they need to place where university and industry are co-located, and I don't see today this happening, but in majority of the institutions, this is not happening. So if somewhere this partnership is taken inside the campus, and there are co-located enterprises created inside the campuses that collaborate on the projects and that help to solve on the real world problems, and then give the students of the campus an opportunity to work on such interventions, I think that can also help in strengthening the innovation or applying that research that students have learned inside the institutions in those real scenarios that industry and academia have put together inside a campus. So I think this is also one area where the students need to work. The infrastructure in many institutions is not matching again to what the requirements. It's outdated. The industry requirements are outdated. So on the technical side, the infrastructure has to meet with those requirements. With the time that we are seeing the changes that are happening, I think the most important thing now is becoming the technology. So the new technologies, especially the immersive learning experiences, they can be of great help if the infrastructure is developed. They don't have the industry in the surroundings, so they may have to look at the alternate ways of building immersive technologies that can at least facilitate that part which the students do not get by having the lack of industries in their surroundings. So I think this is where I see that on the 4 E's: educator, educatee, employer, and environment, these 4 aspects have to come together if we have to really make our youngsters employable with the employability skills. Because I think ultimately, if the employability skills right from the early stages of life is integrated, ultimately it will make them employable, as well as it will make them capable of of entrepreneurship as well as starting something. So thank you very much for giving this opportunity.
Yeah, thank you very much, Professor Raj. And with the permission of the chair, may I call upon the next panelist, Colonel Dr. G. Thiruvasagam, to share his opinion with us. Sir, are you there?
The next speaker. Before the next speaker, I would just like to make a small request. We are restrained by a time limit of 10 minutes per speaker. So I would request that the speakers adhere to that as far as possible. I also request Dr. Raj Nehru to please take over the chairing of the session, as I have to leave for another video conference in another 5 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for having me. It's been a pleasure to listen to the other speakers and interact. I wish I could stay longer, but unfortunately I need to go. Thank you.
Colonel Dr. Thiruvasagam, can you hear us? We are not able to hear you, sir.
Sir, you are not audible.
Am I audible now?
Now you are audible, sir.
Sure. Please. Yes. Yeah. Esteemed chairperson of this session and beloved panelists and most respected vice chancellors of various universities. I need a few more minutes additionally as well, because the topic is very complicated, and of course, it's a need of the hour as well. See, now we are observing 105th birth anniversary of Mahatma Ji. It is fair on our part what Mahatma Ji said about the importance of skill. This definition he has given while he was addressing an education institution which was managed by Dr. Rabindranath Tagore. He tells, but it is the duty to produce in them the skill. What I mean, every year, almost 1.5 million graduates come out from the institutions, out of which 46% of people are still unemployed. The major reason is lack of skill. When we continue like this, we have to accuse ourselves, as said by Mahatma Ji. We have to see that our graduates will be going out along with the required skills. It was endorsed by our Prime Minister, a visionary of our nation, and who brought out the national education policy. He has a lot of confidence on us. That is, the decade would be of Indian entrepreneurs. So it is our duty to oblige the expectation of our Honorable Prime Minister to see that all our institutions will bring out hundreds and lakhs of entrepreneurs out of the education what we are going to give. Friends, the era of fourth industrial revolution is not meant only for industries and the government as well. It is mainly meant for educational administrators like us. It is our earnest duty to prepare the lifelong learners by providing adequate skills. It is very pathetic to note that with a population of 130 crore people and employment prospects of most of its graduates are not encouraging. Moreover, a third of the workforce that need to be upskilled and trained in the near future, for which what's the solution to us? It's nothing but we have to develop more holistic education system that teach students acquire skill, especially entrepreneur skills. Any problem should be approached with the database and statistics. We have been given the credit by United Nations. India is an young nation. The statistics tells our average age is 29, and 1/3 Indians are the age group of 15 to 29. When you look at All India Survey of Higher Education, total enrollment in higher education is 37.4 million. Fine. At the same time, now we are thinking about increasing GER from 26.3% to 50% as well. Hopefully, if we achieve the target, the number of students coming to higher education will be really very high as well, thanks to the policy being adopted by the government by adopting and giving much importance to our equity and inclusiveness. Then about the employment, 54% of people not employed. That is a major concern for us. Friends, now we have an opinion that new education policy is mainly meant for many other things. It's not so. It has given due importance for skill development as well. But it starts like that. At the end of the 12th five-year plan, 5% of the Indian workforce received vocational education, whereas in other countries, the situation is different. USA 52%, Germany 75%, and 80% in Japan, and so on, so much. And the major emphasis given in the national education policy regarding the skill to be appreciated. Vocational education should be integrated with the mainstream education, not by option, but compulsion. Yes, whatever programs we have invariably in all the institutions, lacks in numbers, that we don't have any integration with the main courses, with the courses related to entrepreneurship. But the new education policy advocates all the courses, irrespective of the domain, should be integrated with the entrepreneurship skill. By 2025, at least 50% of the learners shall have the exposure of vocational education. This is an expectation. Higher education institution will offer vocational education program of their own or in partnership industries. That is the advice given by or projection given by higher education. Now we have a feeling that going for entrepreneurship program in a university or a college, as correctly mentioned my previous speaker, mere conducting a seminar, conference on entrepreneurship, establishing an entrepreneurship cell, and giving additional credit in the CBSE system, additional credit, which is not going to be taken for any classification. This and all cannot give results. So far, not given result as well. Thanks to the report given by Nitik Ayuk, entrepreneurship education or imparting entrepreneurship means to create an ability to apply knowledge of mathematics, science, and engineering, an ability to design and conduct experiments, an ability to design a system, component, or process, and a knowledge of contemporary issues, above all, and the ability to use the techniques, skills, and modern engineering tools necessary for engineering. All these aspects are totally missing in all our entrepreneurship development program in the institute, in the colleges and the universities at present. At the same time, we have to appreciate the government of India and the apex bodies of higher education like University Grants Commission and the AICTE. They brought out a lot of good policies and schemes which are being introduced nowadays in the higher education issues like us. For an example, Startup India, Pradhan Mantri Mudra Yojana, Credit Guarantee Scheme, Atal Innovate System, Aspire, like that. And another major focus the government has given is government established exclusive ministry for skill development. Likewise, there are other few more institutions created by government to improve the entrepreneurship among the youngsters of the country as well. My dear friends, we cannot improve the entrepreneurship skill by our own infrastructure, our own faculty strength, and our own vision and mission. We must go for comprehensive and collaborative programs. Then only we can make all our programs successful. During our venture, we have to take care of the teachers, how the teachers should be, students, how we have to identify the students and improve their skill, and especially industry. More than that, the society, which includes parents and other public sector undertakings, above all, the governments. Unless we have coordination and a comprehensive way of executing entrepreneurship programs, we cannot be successful. Now, come to the role of education institutions. Out of my experience in the higher education for the last 4.5 decades, I don't want to be a preacher, I want to be a practitioner. What I am going to propose now may not be appreciable by all the stakeholders of higher education, but it's my duty to mention it. To reevaluate and redesign the curriculum to promote creativity, innovation, and entrepreneurship. Yes, we have been doing, and we are asked to do by giving a model curriculum by affects body like this. Now, our question is, how far we are successful in including and incorporating actually skill development or skill enhancement or skill promotion in our syllabus, in our examination system? That's a very big question mark. Above all, not a single paper, entire syllabus to be blended with entrepreneurship, so that entrepreneurship shall be inculcated compulsorily. It is my understanding, except for a program of MBA and BBA are management related, rest of the programs of engineering or humanities, we don't have any separate subject or program exclusively for entrepreneurship. If at all there, few of the universities may have, not all the universities don't have. So we have to make it. It should be compulsory. Otherwise, what I am afraid now, the progression level, even NAC gives 10 marks when they come for accreditation. That's a parameter, 10 mark progression. The 10 mark is being awarded on two categories. One is how many students gone for higher education and how many of them they have gone for research. There is no provision for how many students have gone for self-employment, how many students they are going out as an entrepreneur. Unless you make it, because sorry to say, we universities and colleges, we are very focusing towards getting grading from NAC and ranking from NIRM. So the so-called the grading agencies, accrediting agencies must also give equal weightage as par with research, as par with infrastructure for the institutions which are sending out qualified entrepreneurs, which are sending out some people prepared for self-employment. That's why I'm telling. Come to the good example. In countries like Germany, education has 50% classroom teaching and 50% training at industry. See, this program of German duo education model was very much attracted by our Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji. When he visited Germany, he has signed an agreement with Chancellor Angelin to help India to teach about or to orient about their German dual education system to Indian higher education by allowing the faculty members and vice chancellors to visit Germany and learn things. You see that because of this dual system, Germany unemployment rate is really very low when compared with other developing countries. In UK, curriculum division is done in consultation with the industry. Can you believe they include trade unions also as a part of curriculum creators? Yes, when our students go to an industry, unless we have a good support from workers, we cannot provide any training to them. That's the reason they have included. During recruitment also, I am asking the apex bodies, even vice chancellors who are present here, you see that you give weightage for how many publications he has done, how many projects he has undertaken, how much patent he has done, how much experience. Please see that when you are giving recruitment, promotion and incentives, entrepreneurial attitude, achievement of the teacher taken into account, whether the particular teacher has the entrepreneurial attitude, whether the teacher has the skill of entrepreneurship, whether the teacher has attended any adequate number of entrepreneurship training, that also to be taken into consideration. That will definitely improve the quality of the teachers as well. Faculty members to be provided with opportunity to have international exposure and entrepreneurship and innovation. Yes. Nowadays, as said by previous speaker, we ask students to go to the industry in the name of internship. In the name of, we are asking the student to go to industry as industrial visit. No, we have to see that our faculty spend much time with the industry, for which there must be a provision in the workload, there must be a funding from the university, and there must be some understanding between the industry and the university to give training to the teacher. Otherwise, learning in doing concept will not be successful. Now, I am coming to the role of the government. Yes, I'm happy. Today, we have listened to the Dr. Kasturi Ranganji. He has very specifically mentioned autonomy. What he meant, autonomy need not be the top hierarchy of apex bodies and universities. It should go to the up to the bottom. But all our universities not been given full autonomy and real autonomy, even to revise the curriculum and the syllabus as all. Even today, that privilege has been given to the universities who have been given A++ grade and universities who have come in within 100 ranking of NIRF. I am putting a question. Take it for granted, there are 100 universities. They are allowed to prepare their own curriculum, incorporating skill and entrepreneur skill. What about, there are 1,006 universities. Coming to 860 universities, what they will be doing? How many millions of students are there? So they are being denied an opportunity of innovative thinking, creating syllabus and providing skill-oriented syllabus to the students. Now, at least see that we are getting freedom to create syllabus, leave alone the grading and all. All universities should be given freedom.
Thiruvasagam, sir.
Yes.
Sir, sorry to interfere in your very good talk. There is a paucity of time. 10 minutes have been allocated. I would be really
completing with another few minutes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
It's the same case with weightage given to the various parameters in NAC as well. Hereafter, when you feel strong that the objective of higher education of the previous education policy, it was framed 34 years ago, and the present education policy, which one is very latest, given very clearly to provide employable education. So NIRF or NAC, when they think about institution giving ranking and grading, you see that much importance will be given to the institution who bring out such skills when compared with research, infrastructure, number of faculty available, etc., that we have been doing for the several decades. And internship, apprenticeship and planned training should be mandatory. What I am telling, universities and colleges, 33,000 colleges and 1,006 universities, there are millions of students. We ask them to go to the industry for internship or training. How many industries are coming forward to offer such a facility to us? Now it's the duty of the government and the Department of Skill Development, make it mandatory to the industry that all the industries should give opportunity or offer facility to the nearby institutions compulsory, That kind of act must be promulgated that will help all of us to improve our employability as well. And I'm coming to the final. To sum up, full autonomy to the institutions, quantity and quality changes in accreditation and ranking frameworks, mandating of industry support to entrepreneurship, it should be a legal framework, total revision and improvement of curriculum, institutional support for promotion of entrepreneurship, teachers to be trained exclusively, society perception to be changed, media can also play a vital role. Thanks for the opportunity. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much, sir. It was really wonderful to listen to you. I am requesting now Professor R.L. Raina, Vice Chancellor of J.K. Lakshmipat University, Jaipur, to please share your input.
All right, thank you so much, Raj, for giving me this opportunity. Couple of submissions. My sincere gratitude to AIU, Pankaj ma'am and her team for organizing such a two-day wonderful event, most timely at a most appropriate time, and also giving me an opportunity to be part of the discussion here. Right? I agree no less with the other co-panel members, including the chairperson of the panel session, now Raj. Earlier it was Juthika ma'am. In each and every word they said. So I simply, echo what they have said, including the last speaker who had an elaborate presentation on it. Now, all of us have been talking about what ought to be done, what should be done, who is to do. All of that has been discussed, and I agree 100% with what has been said by each and everything. But ultimately, we have to start thinking of how do we do it at our respective places so that both these areas are taken care of, employability as well as this entrepreneurship. These are very important. These are very, apt things. Nobody needs to deliberate on it any further. Let me share with you a couple of things that we have tried to do at our place to address both these areas. Maybe that's an insight as to if that is the way forward, then we'll be better off, right? We are a young university. I mean, I know we have with us Souvik sir, who has ample experience of the BIT, a wonderful institution who has done wonderful on both these areas, phenomenally. And the data that he revealed was mind-boggling in more ways than one. Ours is comparatively a young university, 10 years old, J.K. Lakshmipat University, looking at this concern on employability as well as entrepreneurship. And not only now when the new education policy has come, but earlier also. This has been the debate of everyone concerned that universities, institutions produce people, they are not employable, and the ecosystem is not conducive to promote entrepreneurship. So having been aware of it and trying to address many of the things that this new education policy 2020 has talked about, we have said the mantra of teaching, learning, and innovation at our university is, I repeat, the teaching, learning, and innovation mantra at this university is that teaching, learning, and innovation happens at the intersection of design, technology, and business. This is our learning philosophy. It embeds in itself what have been the key characteristics being talked about by the national education policy, whether they are talking about flexibility, whether they are talking about interdisciplinariness, whether they are talking about many other areas that will equip the students to be complete, integrated, holistic. I will just touch upon 3 areas for paucity of time. I don't want to hear from Raj, time is up. So I'll just use 3 slides. Slides may take time, but I'll just run you through. Our strategy at this university is based on 4 founding pillars. And that is all across our university. We are not a big university, 10-year-old university, into 3 areas: design, management, engineering, and technology. And whatever I'm saying it in the total context of this university. One of the strong pillars of our strategy is contemporariness in the course curriculum. Everybody talked about. I heard the previous panel speakers, but we have made sure that the concepts, theories, and models are inbuilt, but that is not what is predominant, prevailing all across courses, because this gets discussed and deliberated upon by various bodies which have 50-50% representation from academia and industry. And we are reasonably sure that the contemporariness of the courses is very much there in terms of the content per se, all across programs, all across the university. Second pillar, which the policy also talks about, learning to learn approach, experiential learning, project-based learning, you name it. So that is one of our second pillars which we have built up into our system for the last 3-4 years, very much in place all across programs, whether it is design, whether it is engineering, management. So that is the second key consideration of our strategy. And the third is, it is not that we are just talking about students' classroom experience. We are talking with greater emphasis, if not more, on the experience of the student beyond the classroom, where he has the opportunity and is provided the offers of opportunity, community, and comfort. And the fourth thing is letting people know what we are doing and what are we doing. Given this structure, our learning philosophy is, I'll just say 3-4 things only in the learning philosophy, which is core. And I would like to know from the august audience here if we are on the right track. Our learning philosophy says, give the core the treatment that it deserves. Don't overdo on it or don't underdo on it. Because if a student has come to you for engineering, there shouldn't be any compromise on the core, right? But core is not enough what will make him a complete, integrated, holistic individual, youth of this nation, which this national education policy talks about. So no compromise on the core, but make sure that he is given inputs on the themes that drive innovation, that drive innovative approach in business, technology, and industry. The third pillar of this learning philosophy is pay educate attention and trust and impetus on the professional development of the child, which Raj talked about, what the kinds of skill sets and gaps that he talked about. That is another pillar on which our learning philosophy rests. Make sure whatever he is taught during the 2-year, 3-year, 4-year period of stay, right from the day one, he is exposed or given an opportunity to really understand application of those concepts, theories, and models in real life situation. Okay. The fifth is the interdisciplinary approach. A student in management will go for courses in technology, on data sciences, data analytics, or will go in courses for Institute of Design, like design thinking. So the flexibility kind of a thing, the interdisciplinary kind of a thing, are also accumulating credits over a period of time, which this policy is talking about, has been in place. Little small interventions by developing a small center for communication and critical thinking, which has evolved 4 courses, and each and every student, irrespective of the discipline he is expected to go through those courses, equipping him with the skill set and competencies which my previous co-panelists were talking about: communication, critical thinking, team building, problem solving, discussion, negotiation, or handling these uncertainties, or looking at the attitude. So that is another pillar which we are talking about. And these courses are put across all. The experience, since it has been there for the last 4 or 5 years, we have seen whenever boys and girls are available to the market, and they used to experience difficulties of sorts, not on the domain, but on plus domain areas. Since we have tried to address them, let me take pride and pleasure in sharing with this august audience. Though we are not a big university, we have not a big number of students, but our placement records for summer internships, on account of these small little interventions, which are in sync and in line with the national education policy, our placements, our internships, and our SIPs, which are of the same kind as is happening at BITS, 6 months, have been phenomenal, have been 100% successful. So we have tried to tweak our course curriculum, we have tried to tweak our pedagogy, we have tried to tweak our assessment and evaluation mechanism. It is not mid-term or end-term, it is continuous. So having done that bit, we think we are able to provide to the people the kind of talent that they are looking at, not only in the domain, but in other areas. You will be happy to know one could not have thought of pre-COVID that we must make our students a part of a course on C learning. C learning is social, emotional, ethical learning, where the emphasis was on compassion, where the emphasis was on mindfulness, where the emphasis was on ethics. Trust you me, the kind of work that our students have done during the COVID period, maybe some other time I will explain to you, has been recognized and appreciated by the government of Rajasthan, that they joined hands with us, because these are the kinds of values that we have tried to build in our students at this age and stage of their life, that they could take up a task, that we will reach out to the elderly in these pandemic times, because they are the people who are neglected otherwise. They would take care of them in terms of food requirements, health requirements, even consultation requirements, because people above 65 need somebody to talk to. So I'm not talking much, but I'm saying with this bit of fine tuning and tweaking all across the course curriculum and pedagogy and also assessment evaluation, we have tried to do a bit, and which has started giving us rich results. Talking about the entrepreneurship kind of a thing, we are fortunate to be part of the Atal Innovation Mission in terms of having an Atal Incubation Center in place. Now, the very fact, the government on the one hand is right there with national education policy to make sure that we produce the right kind of talent which is needed by the industry. Also, similarly, has created an ecosystem in the country which favors entrepreneurship and innovation. We were one of the few universities in the state of Rajasthan who could get that opportunity of having the Atal Incubation Center. Now, this center, as was talked by previous speakers, facilitates people who have ideas, who have some element of innovation in their ideas. They come to this center and are guided, handheld, mentored by experts, not only on the idea, but also on technology, but also on way forward, but also on preparing a business plan, preparing so many things. So this center has been there very much for the last 1 year. And right now I was asking somebody, already this center has conducted 3 incubation large level national programs, whereby each and every program was participated by about 200, 300 people all over the country, where they could come and discuss their ideas with experts in those areas, look for finances, so on and so forth. And 29 startups have already been trained and, have gone through it. So what I'm saying is the government has provided the ecosystem. The universities have to accept these kinds of things and make sure these ecosystems are further enriched. Similarly, some of our panel members talked about this IIC kind of a concept of the Ministry of HRD. We are also one of those centers. And in addition to teaching courses all across our programs on entrepreneurship and innovation, when these kinds of things are put in place, probably the world of entrepreneurship will also fructify, will also successfully go to the level that we are expecting it to go. The ecosystem is what is to be made favorable to each and every student. And these are the 2-3 things that we have tried to do to make sure that what we produce is really employable. As I said, we have 100% on that. The number, of course, is small. I can't compare it with the large universities. It has been 100% on all areas. And similarly, this innovation kind of a thing, entrepreneurship is in our genes. That's why we said the mantra is teaching, learning, and innovation at the cross section of design, technology, and management. We have reasonably tried to do a bit. And I think if measures and efforts of this kind are put in place, we don't have to look at rocket science kind of things to happen. Then both these kinds of things will happen and will happen for good. Fortunately, when national education policy has talked about improving the gross enrollment ratio from 26% to 50% in 2030 or 2035, I think the way they have built up the apparatus by offering the students to pursue their passion, giving them the chances of flexibility or any other thing, exit options, I don't want to repeat because that has been talked about in detail. I think we will be really looking at bridging that gap, and we won't ensure much of the dropouts. Another fascinating thing that has, echoed with the same wavelength is that giving the treatment to vocational education on par with the mainstream education is, to my mind, a step in the right direction. Onus is on us to take it and bring it to a logical conclusion. I'll stop here. I know Raj is looking at me. I don't want him to say stop. I'll just confine my remarks to 2-3 things that I said as a part of addressing this issue from our university. Thank you, Raj. Over to you.
Thank you, Professor R.L. Raina ji. It was really wonderful to listen to you. I think in the interest of time and because we have already oversurpassed the time that was prescribed, on behalf of the chair, Dr. Juthika Patnaikar, I thank all the panelists, Professor Souvik, Bhattacharyya, Colonel Dr. Thiruvasagam, and Professor R.L. Raina, including myself, for being part of the panel. And I also thank the All India Association of Indian Universities for giving this opportunity. And a big thank you to all the participants today who have joined and being very kind listeners to this program. So this session is over with this. And once again, thank you very much. You may continue to log into other sessions. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Professor Raj. And thanks to all the panel members, to all the experts for such wonderful session, and for putting across your opinion amongst us. So because we are running short of time, we've already exceeded the time for this session. If you would appreciate, we can directly start with the next session. And you can put your comments on the chat box so that all of us can read the comments. So I believe that all of you would appreciate that we can directly start with the second technical session. So, beginning with.
Ma'am, just give me 1 minute so that all the.
Sure. So we would start with the second technical session. The theme of the session is towards global best practices, global best teaching learning process. We would start it in another 2 minutes. Please stay on the same link. The session will be conducted on the same link.
Rajita, chairpersons and speakers of the next session have joined.
Ma'am, we are just checking.
I'm here.
Achha, Professor Dinesh Singh is there, yes.
Hello, sir, good afternoon.
Namaskar, Dr. Rajnish Singh. Professor
Namaskar, sir. Professor Dinesh Singh ji. Namaskar.
Namaskar.
Professor Anubha Singh.
Yes, good afternoon, madam. Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon.
So everyone is here. I welcome all of you. Professor Dinesh Singh ji, Professor Rajnish ji, Dr. Anubha, and Dr. Anoop today has not joined us, but he has shared a small recording of his with us. So probably we can play that recording in due course of time. So I believe we can very shortly start with the second technical session.
So, ये बताइए कि what is the process? The opening remarks are made by the chairman for what, about 5 minutes?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Bilkul.
उसके बाद how much time do you allot each speaker?
Sir, 10 minutes. 10 minutes.
And then the presidential remarks for another 5 to 10 minutes?
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely.
And then there are questions.
Absolutely. If time allows, sir, according to the.
What is the total duration of this session?
So it was due to start at 12:15. Actually, we're already late by half an hour. So probably 1 hour, 15 minutes. The total duration is 1 hour, 15 minutes.
You're going to give us 1 hour and 15 minutes?
Yes.
Okay, so let me do some calculations.
Pankaj ma'am, that's the way it has to be done. Otherwise, you won't be able to maintain time.
Yes.
So you're going to give 10 minutes to each speaker and 5
Absolutely.
minutes for my opening remarks.
Yes.
And then the rest will be over for questions and answers. Is that what you're suggesting?
Yes, yes, sir.
Sir, it will be around 15 minutes for the chairman, 5 minutes for the opening remarks, and 10 minutes in the end. And then the 3 panelists will have 10 minutes each, so total 45, and rest half an hour for question answer.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Pankaj. You speak
And
like
ma'am,
a politician, Pankaj.
some time to me to introduce everyone, to introduce the chairperson and the panelists.
Rajita, you can start, I think.
Yeah, sure, ma'am. Sure. Right. So a very warm welcome to all of you to the second technical session of AIU Annual National Conference of Vice Chancellors on Reimagining Indian Universities. As we've seen, the previous sessions were excellent in terms of the outcomes and suggestions which were put across by the Honorable Vice Chancellors and academicians from different universities. The theme for this session is also quite interesting. It's towards global best teaching learning process. And to have valuable inputs on this theme, we have experts present today. It's a pleasure for me to introduce the chair of the session, Professor Dinesh Singh. Professor Singh is presently the Chancellor, K.R. Mangalam University, Gurugram, and he's the former Vice Chancellor of University of Delhi. He's a distinguished mathematician and educationist. He's a distinguished Senior Fellow, Advanced Hackspace Imperial College, and also Adjunct Professor, University of Houston, USA. He has been awarded the Padma Shri Awards of Government of India. He has been conferred honorary doctorates for his work as a mathematician and an educationist by the University of Edinburgh, the National University of Ireland, Cork, the University of Houston, USA, and the National Institute of Technology, Kurukshetra. He is involved in an honorary capacity in raising the academic profile of K.R. Mangalam University, Gurugram, to a global level by launching the Institute for Inventions, Innovations and Entrepreneurship at K.R. Mangalam University. Sir, आपका हार्दिक अभिनंदन और बहुत-बहुत स्वागत है.
Thank you.
And we also have 4 eminent panelists present today for this session. 3 of them are here with us. And it's my pleasure to introduce all the panelists. We have with us Professor Rajnish Jain. Sir is the Secretary of University Grants Commission. He has served as Director and Professor at Institute of Management Studies. He's been a Professor and Additional Director at International Institute of Professional Studies, Director, Center for E-Business, Chairman, Board of Studies in Management, Professor in Charge, Development Section, and Dean Student Welfare at Devi Ahilya University, Indore. And in his earlier assignments, he has also worked as professor at Nirma University, Ahmedabad, and other institutions as well. Professor Jain has visited leading universities and colleges of US and UK in various capacities. Sir, आपका भी बहुत-बहुत स्वागत है.
Namaskar.
Namaskar, sir. And as panelists on board, we also have with us, although he's not present in this meeting, but he is certainly a panelist, Dr. Anoop Swarup. He couldn't join us because he's traveling right now and he's abroad. So Dr. Swarup is the Vice Chancellor of Jagran Lake University, Bhopal. He's recipient of President Award, Republic of India, and many honors, fellowships, awards. He's an educationist, poet, peace activist, life scientist, futurist, social entrepreneur, civil servant, and a United Nations representative appointed by UN Secretary General. He has several cited research papers and books to his credit, and notable are Aloha and Arcadia books of poems, and there are other books as well. He has received many other awards also by the former President and Bharat Ratna Honorable Shri Pranab Mukherjee. So we welcome him. He's not here right now, as I mentioned before. So we'll share his recording with you in due course of time. And lastly, as panelists, I am privileged to share with you that we have Dr. Anubha Singh with us. She is the Vice Chancellor of Alliance University, Bangalore. Prior to assuming this responsibility, Dr. Singh has worked in many different capacities at the university: Pro Vice Chancellor, Dean of the Alliance School of Business, Director of International Affairs, Chairperson Placements, to name a few. Dr. Singh has served on numerous international bodies and committees, including the President of Asia Region of International Assembly for Collegiate Business Education, USA. She has earned the prestigious Jawaharlal Nehru Memorial Award for Academic Excellence during her post-graduation in linguistics. She has also certification in computational linguistics from IIT Delhi and certification in natural language processing from University of Hyderabad. Her main research interests include international higher education landscape, cross-cultural management. Ma'am, आपका हार्दिक स्वागत है. Welcome to you. Yeah, so these were the panelists for this session, and now we look forward to listen to the valuable comments of the chair and all the panelists. So over to you, Professor Dinesh Singh.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think you did a lovely thing introducing all of us so well. मेरे बारे में आपने बहुत कुछ झूठ बोला है, मैं आपको क्षमा करता हूँ. But I'm delighted to be present here, and I've been witnessing the earlier session as well, and I think some very invigorating ideas are being expressed on this platform. It's a good occasion for all of us to partake of the good ideas and visions that are being propagated here. And I look forward to leaving a wiser human being. So thank you very much for this opportunity, and I welcome all my co-panelists on this session. I have been intrigued by the title of this session, Global Best Teaching Practices, Learning Practices, whatever you wish to call them. And I have no idea why I have been chosen to share this, because I do not consider myself an expert on these issues. I'm certainly going to listen to my panelists, and hopefully I will gain some insights here. I am not sure what happens in the world on the global level about what is good teaching, what is not good teaching. I'll try and set the tone to the best of my ability so that my panelists have some idea what the chair has in mind. That doesn't mean you have to do anything that I ask you to do. You're welcome to pursue your own thoughts. But teaching is something that has, intrigued and involved and engaged mankind from since the beginning of time. If you do not learn, you will never survive. It's a simple survival principle. And sometimes our genes just learn on their own, whether we are conscious about these things or not. Our genes take over. That's the Darwinian principle. If you don't learn, you don't survive. In other words, if you're not fit enough, you do not last the length of evolution. You're put by the wayside. So learning happens whether we like it or not. And learning is important. To be taught is important. The point is, the challenge is, how do we in today's situation, and I'm not just talking about the corona crisis, I'm just talking of the needs and challenges of the 21st century. At this point in time, given all the needs and challenges, what should be the best learning teaching practices that will enable young minds to truly discover themselves? That should be the theme, that should be the purpose. Why do we have to teach, and why should we therefore teach well? The sole purpose is to enable every single young mind to delve inside, to discover their true drumbeat, the drumbeat of their souls. I call it the Antardhwani. If they discover this drumbeat, then we have become successful in our pedagogical or teaching or learning practices. If they do not do that, then it doesn't work. So the challenge is, how do we get them to discover their true selves? Remember, everything is within us. Every single great person that we admire, whether it was Jesus Christ, Mahatma Gandhi, the Bhagavad Gita, all of them tell us to look within, that the kingdom of God is within us. So the challenge or the name of the game is to get each child to discover themselves by looking within. What should we do for that? I honestly don't think there is one unique answer. There are many ways. As the Bahuda philosophy of our land says, Ekam Sat Vipra Bahuda Vedanti. So there is just one truth. Discover that by looking inside. But there are many pathways to that. And I expect that my panelists will be able to give some ideas, throw some light on this situation. My only contention here is that when Kabir said, Kasturi Kundal Base Mrig Dhune Vanamahi, ऐसे घट घट राम है दुनिया देखे नहीं, I think there is wisdom there. Much as we want to look at global learning teaching practices, I believe the answers lie in our own land, both from the past and from the present. But it is always good, as Mahatma Gandhi said, let the cultures, the winds of the cultures of all lands blow through my house. Therefore, in this session, I will even look forward to that. Without much ado now, I request Professor Rajnish Jain, Secretary of the University Grants Commission, a pivotal position, to hear his views, to see how we can take things forward. Professor Jain.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, Professor Dinesh Singh, Chairperson of the present session, Dr. Pankaj Mittal, Secretary General of AIU, all my co-panelists, all the Honorable Vice Chancellors who are today present in this wonderful conclave, and all other participants. It is indeed a privilege and honor to be here amongst all the distinguished and learned participants, and to discuss and share my views on a very important and pertinent theme which deals with global best practices. प्रोफेसर दिनेश सिंह जी, आपने अभी जो टोन सेट की है इस पैनल के लिए, I think that's wonderful. I think that's where the core of teaching learning lies, and that's why we were once known as Vishwaguru since ancient times. अगर हम नालंदा की बात करें या हम तक्षशिला की बात करें, जो सारी यात्रा है वो अंतर्मन या डिस्कवरी ऑफ सेल्फ से ही शुरू होती है और वहीं पे जाके खत्म होती है. Whether we talk about academics or we talk about spirituality or we talk about any other dimension, so everything converges on the same point. So it's a wonderful point at which you have started the session and set the tone. We very well know that there was a time when all our systems of learning or teaching, they were focused on the same lines. The ancient Gurukul Parampara, if we look at, which started with establishing a rapport between a teacher and the taught, and then gradually that relationship, that rapport evolved into sharing of knowledge, sharing of experiences, then acquiring certain skills, and finally adopting various innovative experiential methods of evaluation and assessment to prove oneself worthy of occupying certain positions in worldly life or for certain occupations or for other things. Relating it to what is presently happening across the world, if we look at the best practices which are adopted across the world, whatever my experience, my little experience is with the universities across the world, whatever universities I have visited or whatever I have learned or listened to, it focuses on a few very basic things. That most of the universities which we find are globally best universities or top ranked universities in terms of teaching learning, they are all multidisciplinary universities adopting liberal education where students have an opportunity to learn more than one discipline. So they are able to acquire knowledge from different areas. The focus is not on rote learning. The focus is on learning through their own self. The focus is on critical learning or creative problem solving or various kind of soft skills where actually we enable or we ignite these, as I said in words of APJ Abdul Kalam, we ignite these young minds to learn themselves. And that's how these courses, they have very strong integration of research. So they imbibe that kind of inquisitiveness or curiosity or very keen desire to discover and learn. That's what higher education is all about. It's not about teaching, it's more about learning. At the same time, when we look at the global best practices, we find that there's a lot of integration of hands-on experience in terms of internships or apprenticeship with different industry. So they have a lot of industry collaboration where students actually find time to go and have hands-on experience with a different type of opportunities available in different facilities. So it's more of experiential learning rather than learning through the books or learning through the notes or learning through only the research papers. At the same time, we find that faculty is also very supportive, very cooperative. They're not only knowledgeable or expert in their area with vast amount of research in the concerned area in which they are in, and they are able to take the student forward and actually enable them to learn on their own. So these kind of faculty members, they adopt a very flexible approach in their teaching learning processes while designing curriculum or use of different kind of pedagogy or using different kind of evaluation or assessment method. So they have a lot of flexibility, a lot of autonomy, which facilitates the whole learning process. So the key is on learning rather than learning, rote learning or traditional way of teaching learning processes. Now, if we look at the recently launched National Education Policy 2020, it has brought major reforms. And these reforms are in line with Atit se Adhunikta ki taraf, in the words of Honorable Prime Minister. So it captures on the rich traditional knowledge and wisdom which we already have. It also adopts the best practices of the world. It provides certain degree of flexibility, autonomy, and it also sets the benchmarks to emerge as international institutions. So it has right from the beginning, if we look at the National Education Policy 2020, it focuses on multidisciplinarity in terms of large institutions or focuses on liberal education. And as we all know, it has proposed 3-year and 4-year degree programs with multiple entry and multiple exit, whereby a student has an option to take up courses as and when he or she wants and then leave, which is linked to creation of a national academic credit bank, whereby these credits acquired at different point of time from different courses will be accumulated and finally a degree will be awarded. At the same time, it has also proposed, and actually we are working on this learning outcome based curriculum framework, which has integrated higher order skills in the existing curriculum framework. And then we are trying to develop many different courses where these kind of flexibilities are built in. We are also looking at how to integrate apprenticeship or internship in all the programs which are offered other than non-technical programs like in general higher education programs. At the same time, if you look at the institutional restructuring, a lot of emphasis has been given on autonomy, and it is expected that in next 15 years or so, we'll have more of autonomous and multidisciplinary organization, which will actually give a lot of flexibility to the institutions to decide on how to go ahead in this direction. So a few key challenges which I feel that we face in the present set of institutions, they are mainly related with autonomy, are related with access, related with infrastructure, systems, processes, and certain facilities. And at the same time, there is a need for grooming of our faculty members. So there's a lot of emphasis which is given on faculty development and leadership development. And we at UGC, we have taken a number of initiatives in this regard, with regard to learning outcome-based curriculum framework, with regard to faculty development and leadership development. At the same time, for autonomy, certain regulatory changes have been made. So I feel that we are moving in the right direction. The certain challenges which we are facing, we have a very clear roadmap ahead now with NEP 2020. The biggest challenge is with its implementation, but we are very much hopeful that as the things are shared across the people and people gear up and come together and they prepare themselves, create a kind of ecosystem, implementation will also be very smooth. And in the times to come, will once again emerge as a global leader in higher education and reflect that in terms of better global ranking to us. And I once again reaffirm your point, Professor, saying that it is a journey from self to self. We have to discover and rediscover ourselves so that we not only become world-class professionals, but at the same time we become global citizen, and the education focuses on holistic development. Thank you. So I close here.
Thank you, Professor Jain. I congratulate you on 2 counts. Number 1, of course, the content of your talk here is very invigorating. Lets us to think about the essentials. Thank you for making those points. This business of universities should grab with both hands the autonomy that has been granted to them now under the National Education Policy. And I'm sure that bodies like the UGC are already working, as you said, into granting the right practical framework to implement that. So thanks very much. And the second thing, you finished exactly on time. We really, in this best practices, to learn this, to finish exactly on time. So thank you very much. And
thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Dr. Aparajita, I think we're now going to have Dr. Swarup's session. Is that right?
Yes, absolutely. So
Please
we have a recording. We have a recording of his.
Thank you.
Yeah, I request Akash to please share the recording.
Let me address the chairman, Professor Dr. Dinesh Singh, also the very eminent Professor Rajnish Jain, Dr. Anubha Singh, and also the very eminent Vice Chancellors who are present today. Let me say that this is the biggest question. As I sit here today in Adelaide, in Australia, I must mention this is the most important question before all the universities across the globe. Is our education in crisis? And the topic which I am asked to speak on is towards the global best practices in learning and teaching in these pandemic times. So let me recall what Krista McAuliffe, the late astronomer, had to say. She was a teacher above all, as you all may be knowing. She said, "I touch the future, I teach." Perhaps no one had ever thought of the looming disaster of the COVID-19 pandemic. Yes, universities have faced major challenges in the past, such as was in the wake of the technotronic age, the onset of the moot courses a couple of years back, and have undergone major transformations, not only in their functions, nature and scope, but also in the teaching and learning processes. Let us take a brief on how the governance structures have changed in the teaching and learning process. They have not changed at all. Let me tell you this across the globe. And the truth is that knowledge dissemination, fostering innovation, creativity and innovation, also imagination remains first and foremost in our economy. I should mention this very important thing, that the engine for social change in any country and the economic development is the university education, higher education, the university government linkages, which we know as the triple helix. In India particularly, there are issues intimately tied to the regulatory framework, the governance metrics of universities, because we do have a federal polity here. I should mention that the regulatory framework gives very little scope for much change, much engineering or much transformation in the teaching and learning process in India at least. There is more of monitoring, less of facilitation. Of course, there is also a little lack of autonomy, both private as well as public. Also, I should say when it comes to comparing India with the West, when it comes to the teaching and learning process, in India too, there has been a race for practice-based learning, developing an industry-university interface for better placements and employability. However, that is being questioned across the globe. I should say that it is argued the real danger in trying the university too closely to immediately industry needs and labor markets really curbs any innovation or any imagination. From India's perspective, as tuition fee increase and public funding of the universities gets tied to the ratings as such, driven more by indicators such as placements I mentioned, employability quotients, also the infrastructure or the quality imperatives, they are very much, I would say, shackled, the universities in India. Indeed, many students are already judging higher education as a poor economic investment in the West, and same would apply in India also in near future. Well, it is often quoted that mediocre teacher tells, the good teacher explains, the superior teacher demonstrates, the great teacher actually inspires. So the question now is whether we are good enough in inspiring and demonstrating. Yes, let me cite from my own experience. I have learned as a student at Swinburne in Australia and later taught at Monash University, where once it was felt that the evolving teaching and learning process is something which is in operation. The question was being asked, and now more so in this pandemic, whether university education is all a good investment for good life, good citizenship in the new century, whether it's a good value for money. In fact, there was a report by Ernst & Young in Australia in 2012, which is valid even now, and it argues that the dominant university model in Australia and rest of the countries in the West has been based on a broad teaching, learning-based institution supported by a large asset base and a large predominant
Prajit ma'am, I think there is some technical glitch. So if
all right, okay. So I think there's some technical issues. So probably video has stopped abruptly.
Is this being streamed live from Australia or?
No. So he had shared a recording with us,
Okay.
pre-recorded video.
Okay. Right. So if you think that glitch is not going to be resolved, then perhaps we need to move on to Dr.
Yes,
Anoop.
sir.
Okay. But I just want to thank Professor Swarup for making us think. I think the one thing I want to take away from his session is he's asking, do we get value for money in today's education? Are our universities really doing what they should be doing? Actually, it rests on the kind of pedagogical practices, but also the curriculum and stuff like that. So let's move on. And I request Professor Anubha Singh to take the discourse forward.
Thank you very much, sir. I hope I'm audible.
Absolutely.
Respected Pankaj Madam, members of AIU, distinguished Chair Professor Dinesh, and other panelists, Professor Rajnish sir, Dr. Anoop, distinguished Vice Chancellors. It's indeed my honor and privilege to interact with this August gathering. Thank you for having me on this panel today. The COVID-19 pandemic has hit countries hard and shaken industries to their core. While it remains to be seen what the long-term consequences are for societies and economies, it's clear that the coronavirus is triggering crises that go beyond immediate healthcare and economic concerns. Questions swarms about what this crisis means for education, for learning, for research, for universities, for our teachers, and for our students. So I would like to dwell on today's topic for this panel towards global best teaching learning process. In the recent address on the national education policy formulated by the Government of India, Honorable Prime Minister Modi said, when a teacher learns, the nation leads. He also said that how the NEP focuses on how to think as opposed to what to think, being followed by previous education models in India. The policy would make the students future ready and match the social and technological status of the world. And today, in further 10 minutes, I would like to discuss this aspect of the teaching learning process. So the question here is, how can teachers prepare students for a world of such unprecedented transformations and radical uncertainties? To quote Yuval Noah Harari, change is the only constant. A baby born today will be 30 in 2050 and will be an active citizen of the 22nd century. So what should we teach this baby that will help him or her survive and flourish in the world of 2050 or of the 22nd century? What kinds of skills will he or she need in order to get a job, understand what's happening around him, and navigate the maze of life? Well, unfortunately, nobody knows how the world will look in 2050. At present, too many institutions, especially schools, focus on cramming information. In the past, it made sense because information was scarce. If one lived in a small town or a village, it was difficult to know much about the wider world. There was no radio, no television, no public libraries or daily newspapers. But in contrast, in the 21st century, we are flooded by enormous amounts of information. One can spend many lifetimes just reading Wikipedia, watching TED Talks, taking free online sessions. To give you a recent example, what took 38 years for radio to reach 50 million users globally, 13 years for TV, 3 years for internet, 1 year for Facebook. It took only 13 days for Arogya Setu app to garner 50 million users. The app reached more than 100 million installs in 40 days. Well, in such a world, the last thing a teacher needs to give her pupils or students is more information. They already have far too much of it. Instead, the students need to have an ability to make sense of information, to tell the difference between what is important and what is unimportant, and above all, to combine many bits of information into a broad picture of the world. Besides information, many schools also focus on providing students with a set of predetermined technical skills, such as solving differential equations, writing code in C++, identifying chemicals in chemistry labs, or even conversing in a foreign language. Now, we have no idea how the world in the job market will look in 2050. We don't really know what particular skills people would need. We might invest a lot of effort in teaching our kids these technical skills, only to discover that by that time, artificial intelligence can code software far better than humans. And maybe a new Google Translate app enables all of us to conduct a conversation in almost flawless Mandarin or Chinese, Cantonese or Hakka, even though if we know only to say ni hao. So what should we be teaching? Many pedagogical experts argue that school should switch to teaching the 4 C's: critical thinking, communication, collaboration, and creativity. More broadly, institutions should complement technical skills with emphasis on life skills. Most importantly of all will be ability to deal with change, to learn new things, and to preserve mental balance in unfamiliar situations. In order to keep up with the world of 2050, teachers as well as students will not merely need to invent new ideas and products, but will above all need to reinvent themselves again and again. Today, educators face a range of daunting challenges, or on better days, intriguing opportunities. These include mastering disruptive instructional technologies, addressing evolving financial models, competing with alternate providers, and so on, and even leading through unexpected crises such as the coronavirus pandemic. As far back as the 1980s, people began using the acronym VUCA as the shorthand for any situation that was volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous. That certainly describes the world of educators find themselves in today. To quote a Bennett professor at Georgia State University and James Lemon at University of Buffalo, VUCA environments often seem overwhelming and unpredictable, but they can easier be managed when educators understand which of the 4 elements is most applicable to a particular crisis. For instance, a volatile situation calls for a different response than an ambiguous one, and a complex situation should be handled differently than an uncertain one. When academic leaders correctly categorize the challenges they face, they will be able to address them more efficiently and effectively. Volatile situations are unstable or unpredictable, marked by change that is so frequent and massive that it resists confident forecasting. So when faced with volatility, a leader's best strategy is to develop agility. While in uncertain situations, leaders can't be sure whether a particular event will have meaningful ramification, even when they understand the underlying cause and effect relationship. University leaders also experience an appreciable amount of uncertainty around instructional technology and the future importance of physical space. For example, to understand what the future business landscape might look like in the metro cities, the leaders from universities can engage in a series of boundary-spanning conversations with industry leaders, talent management executives, and learning technologists. Together, they can assess how they could develop talent quickly enough so that human capital does not become a constraint on growth. These conversations will lead to an innovative system-wide solution to prepare and credential individuals or students for positions in the industry. A complex situation involves many interconnected parts in an elaborate network of dependency that impact decision-making and operations. Whereas ambiguous situations contain doubt about cause and effect relationship. An ambiguous situation often is challenging because it is novel, it's new. There's little historical precedent for determining what outcomes a course of action might generate. For instance, for today's university leaders, ambiguity attends the whole concept of unbundled education, especially in the global scenario. If institutions offer stackable degrees, digital badges, and other non-traditional learning options, will the resulting credential be valued by the market? Are brick and mortar universities the best purveyors of such products? Or will programs like these become category killers for the physical campus? The responses used to address volatile, uncertain, and complex environments don't work for ambiguous ones. In ambiguous situations, the key success is experimentation. For example, in an attempt to adapt to micro-credentialing, many schools and institutions have experimented with certificate programs, online offerings, and new degrees. So although it's quite reasonable that the volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous dimensions could overwhelm academic leaders, but when we break down such situations into different components, then the leaders and the teachers will have a clearer path to strategic planning. This framework offers deans and their teams a way to find specificity in chaos and a tool which they can manage tumultuous times. As educators, we have a choice in what lessons we learn from this current disruption. Our current crisis is a chance to explore possibilities, not to destroy traditional or conventional teaching, but to evolve it, to seize the opportunity to reinvent the education environment, especially with the NAP. Our students need to thrive in the future of work, as uncertain as it may be. We are preparing students all the way from primary school to postgraduate school to thrive in a world that's fundamentally different than the one our educational systems were originally based on. The future of work is speculative, but will certainly require agility, fluent use of technology, willingness to seek out new ways of communicating, learning, and connecting, and the 4 C's. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Anubha Singh. You have very much focused on the future and the scenario and challenges that we face, particularly through artificial intelligence. And I can see that you are repeatedly concerned about the volatility of the situation. When how do people respond to a situation which is unpredictable, which changes suddenly? So yes, we need to think about that. And I also wish to thank you. You adhere to your time so much so that, you know, the chairman finds himself with plenty of time to speak now. So thank you so much. Well, I'd like to just add my penny's worth to the discussion at hand. I'd like to sort of begin by, you know, we are all right now in this session engaged with this idea of recognizing, identifying, and probably incorporating good teaching, learning practices from a global platform. And you know, what would be the kind of people we envisage as who are extremely knowledgeable, wise, well-read, who give direction to the world? And when I think of such people and where did they study, I get a little nonplussed. So let me just ask you, I have searched and searched, and I know of no university, no degree that Bhagwan Buddha had. I know of no university, no degree that Bhagwan Mahavir had. The same applies to Jesus Christ or Paigambar Sahab or Guru Nanak or Kabir. For all accounts, Kabir probably was not fully literate. He was, of course, very articulate. He was, of course, very knowledgeable, very wise, but perhaps not fully literate. And yet, these are the people from centuries, all across the ages of time and history, breaking the tyranny of geography. They have given direction to mankind, even when situations are volatile. Let me just give you a single volatile situation. When Attila the Hun, so many centuries ago, was on the verge of invading Europe, and Europe stood completely helpless at his mercy, undefeated army of ravagers. Then Pope Leo, in Jesus' fashion, he rode on a donkey. And this is a volatile situation, Professor Anubhaji. But he rode on a donkey. History does not record what he said to Attila, but he met Attila alone. And Attila turned back with his entire army without invading Europe. I'm convinced, being the Pope and a follower of the Christ, he must have enunciated some Christian principles. But those principles are also common to other so-called religions or the sayings of wise men. And so let us look for those things that we find in such great personalities. And this also includes people like Michael Faraday, who had never had any education. His mother took him out of school in the 2nd grade. Srinivas Ramanujan could not clear the intermediate. And yet these were great people. Even today, Ramanujan's work guides us in mathematics and many allied areas that even he had not imagined are applying Ramanujan's work. So what are the practices that we must somehow inculcate and deliver so that such kind of people, in some measure, you can never be a Christ again or a Buddha again or a Mahatma Gandhi again or a Guru Nanak again, but at least some of those things. You may even never be a Faraday again, but again, some of those things. And in utter humility, what little I've been able to understand, I have found 3 or 4 things that are really common to all of them. One, they were engaged with the needs and challenges of the nation, of society, of the world at large. All of them. They grappled with those issues. That's something we should bring into the curriculum. And then it is up to the teacher, who should not be someone who's a lesson giver, who is overbearing, who speaks too much. This teacher must really be a mentor, a guru, and I will delve on that in a short while. That's the first thing. Our curriculum should expand, which Professor Jain also spoke about, and so that we can incorporate the needs and challenges of the world around us. This will include understanding eternal values. It will include understanding welfare of mankind. It will include the environment. It will include energy, disease, so on and so forth. And this inspires and engages young minds. The other thing, the use of hands, this business of being practical. Unless you use your hands, all the names that I've enunciated before you, all of them were extraordinarily good with their hands. Jesus Christ was apprenticed to his father as a carpenter. Guru Nanak emphasized so much on agriculture, use of your hands. No disciple of Guru Nanak could get by without using his hands. Mahatma Gandhi was forever using his hands, and he says that in education, what you do with your hands will enter your heart. Those are the kinds of teaching practices we must incorporate. Kabir was a weaver. Then the other thing that I talk about is transdisciplinarity. You cannot sit idle within your own silo, narrow discipline. All the great discoveries and inventions and things that have changed mankind have used ideas and various associations from different disciplines. We must not, and in India particularly, we have allowed our disciplines to become silos so narrow that within disciplines, there are disciplines and no one talks to the other. If you begin to do this, much change will come about. And then teachers must understand that you have to be mentors. And let me tell you what a mentor is, and no amount of artificial intelligence, as I have understood, has been able to come to my concept of a mentor. You know, when Einstein was trying to grapple with general relativity and he was stuck, he was deeply stuck. This is a profound idea, probably the most profound idea mankind has invented, ordinary mortals. And then his friend, he was a contemporary, not a teacher, but a guru can come in any form. As they said, Narayan can come to you in any form. This guru, Hermann Minkowski, who knew the mathematical structure that Einstein needed, he tells him, try this, perhaps this will give you the right framework for your idea. And it clicked. And Einstein invented general relativity. I cannot think of any artificial intelligence device that will do this. Let me give you another example of what is a great guru. When Satyakam goes to the Gurukul of Haridrumat, this is a true tale, historical, from the Chandogya Upanishad. Over there, when Satyakam enters, Haridrumat says, we allow only Brahmins. What is your lineage? And Satyakam tells frankly that I do not know my lineage. My mother told me I worked as a maid in many homes. Many men have taken advantage of me. I have no idea who your father is. Proclaim proudly that you are Satyakam, son of the maid Jabala. And Haridrumat says, you know what he says? I admit you, child, that is the only hallmark of a Brahman, adherence to the truth. I cannot see any learning practice coming through artificial intelligence or through all kinds of curriculum. It has to come from a great guru. I believe that gurus should be like that. And finally, in a very practical way, when Vijay Amritraj was playing at the US Open at the peak of his talent, he was playing beyond Borg. And Amritraj was absolutely in his prime. And every time he served, Borg would return the serve in a profoundly impactful manner, and Amritraj would lose a point. This went on for some time. Eventually, Amritraj's coach, and I think it was Pancho Gonzalez, he took Amritraj aside and said, change your racket, use a low tension racket. And that completely upset Borg's rhythm, and Amritraj won that match. That's what a guru does. These are good learning practices. They don't come by dictating notes in a classroom or writing on the blackboard. They come from being a good mentor with those principles that I said, use of hands, transdisciplinarity, connect to the needs and challenges of the world. If we do all this in unison, in a holistic, productive fashion, then I believe we will have incorporated good learning practices no matter where we are in the world. Leave the rest to those young minds. They will invent and create and adapt no matter what the situation, no matter how the need arises. They will be ready to face anything. I believe that may be one way forward. So thank you very much for this patient listening, and I turn over now to discussions, questions, or whatever people have to say. Thank you.
Yeah. So if there are any questions, you can raise your hand or post your question in the chat box, in the comment box, so we can take up those questions. We have almost 25 minutes left for the next session to start.
So Parajita, you have to thank us for making sure that we were not overtaking your time schedule.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely, sir. I would definitely do that before the session ends. So I kept that part in reserve. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Give us a certificate. Give us a good certificate to all of us who participate.
So you don't need a certificate, sir. In fact, you're there to guide us. And your address, sir, and all the valuable inputs by all the panelists here, that was absolutely amazing. And as the theme was towards global best teaching learning processes, all of us as academicians, we understand that we need to adopt such practices, such processes in the teaching learning mechanism that is for the interest of the students. And as you mentioned, sir, Professor Dinesh Singh ji, as you mentioned, it's all about giving a good mentorship to the students, right? So it's not theoretical in nature. It's not theoretical. We won't find these virtues and qualities in the books. So it's within us, and we need to pass it on to the younger generation, to the students. So thank you so much for the amazing address you have given to us.
Thank you.
Yes. So if there are any questions to the panelists or to the chairperson, you may raise your hand or post the questions. Yes, so we have a question here from Shekhar Duttji. So you can unmute yourself and please ask the question. Dutt sir, please unmute yourself.
Hello, this is Professor Bhunesh Sharma.
Yes, Bhuvnesh ji, yes, please.
Okay, I have unmuted myself. Am I heard?
So I would like to just mention that it was very good that Professor Dinesh Singh ji has talked of a guru. So our teachers in the universities have to cultivate that consciousness, which is the holistic consciousness. Basically, when we are talking of teaching and learning, we have to raise the consciousness of the teacher as well as the learner. Nowadays, there are so many stresses and strains in the society. And if we raise the consciousness through meditation, transcendental meditation, then what happens is that every individual will be able to use one's full potential. Yesterday also, our UGC chairman, Professor Singh, he was talking of that the knowledge is the biggest purifier. Nahi gyanen sadrisham pavitra mihi vidyate. But I would like to complete it that nahi gyanen sadrisham pavitra mihi vidyate tat swayam yog sansiddha. Means anyone who is practicing yoga, then only the knowledge comes. Knowledge is the biggest purifier, but it comes to the person who is enlivened in consciousness, not just doing some yogasana, because yogasana is not yoga. Yoga is that holistic consciousness. Once we have the holistic consciousness, then we will be able to impart holistic knowledge. And the students will also listen to this in a complete enlivened manner, in awakened manner. And this has been proven scientifically. So all the values we are talking about, we can cultivate all those values by enlivening the consciousness. And fortunately, in other Vice Chancellor's meetings as well, this point has been mentioned. We have to use our own original traditional knowledge. Still, now we are using the objective methods of teaching. Everyone is concentrating like how we can give more and more information. And we know about the volatile situation. Actually, there is one thing which is never changing. In the whole creation, everything is changing. Today, one situation is there. Tomorrow, another situation is there. It is always changing. But there is one thing which never changes. And that is our pure consciousness, transcendental consciousness. So once that is the field of all the laws of nature. And this has been proved. Like we have the electric field, we have magnetic field, we have different nuclear fields.
Professor Saab, pardon me for interrupting. I think you made very wise suggestions, but we have to give time to some other speakers. But these are really very thought-provoking sessions. I really appreciate them, and perhaps we could carry this discussion forward offline at some stage. But very thought-provoking, and thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And
I have a question.
Yes, Shekhar sir, please.
Yeah, Professor Dinesh Singh, it was very nice seeing you and hearing you.
Namaskar. Sir, namaskar.
Namaskar. And I fully agree with you. I fully 100% agree with you. It is the teacher who has to mentor. Now, the problem which I see is number one in India, looking at the numbers, that the teacher often doesn't have, he can't meet eye to eye with the student because there are very large number of students. It's not say teaching taught ratio of say 1 to 20 or 1 to 15, where the teacher can understand or know the problems of the student. And the second is that the teacher in India, I mean, whatever I've seen, and I was looking after education, the attention that we gave to teachers training in the school education. We have a statutory body called NCTE, and we have different academic qualifications which are required for primary school or middle or senior school, that is B.Ed, even post-graduation, and then doctorate in education. But we don't have these kind of things required for higher education teachers. So teachers training, how do you train teachers? What is an institutional method of training teachers which will enable them to be good teachers, good mentors, and good persons who will provoke the thoughts of the student? And the third thing is, and that is, we are aiming at GR at say 50%. Now, the moment we think 50% by 2050, and 2050, we might have 1.75 billion people. So of that, the GR of 50% would be enormous numbers. So we'll have to produce teachers. India will have the requirement of teachers in the higher education if we want to not only go to become say superpower, but to stay and remain at the superpower level. So what do you think of these three problems that I have narrated?
So would any panelist who wish to answer this question, Professor Jain, would you like, or Dr. Anubha Singh, would you like? Well, in that case, sir, I'd like to see how well I can tackle this. Please believe me, I really have no answers. But yes, this business of how to train teachers, that is the crux of the matter. And let me narrate my experience at the University of Delhi when I headed it as its Vice Chancellor. It isn't that one day we woke up and launched the so-called 4-year undergraduate program. There was enormous effort that went behind it. And the main features of the program have been incorporated in the national education policy. In many ways, it's a verbatim reproduction. And so I believe what I have to say may be valuable for those policymakers who may wish to see how to take this forward in a practical way. So I'm glad you asked this question. So, sir, we had incorporated the pedagogical principles of transdisciplinarity, hands-on, connected to the needs and challenges of the world, and project-based. Now we had to remove our teachers' attitudes from a blackboard, textbook, lecture-based mode to handling students for these purposes through such a pedagogy where they become mentors. And it took us 2 years of enormous effort to create or reorient or retrain our teachers for the first year batch of students. But that hard work paid off. We got them to understand the value of using knowledge in a transdisciplinary, hands-on fashion. We got them to understand how the needs and challenges connects in a transdisciplinary fashion with almost many subjects at the same time. And we got them to get students to work on projects, and we got them to become mentors. And believe me, sir, in 1 year, undergraduates at Delhi University began to write research papers. That was so my point is, you are right, we must incorporate powerful pedagogical training. It is absolutely necessary. The second thing that you mentioned, sir, this business about handling large numbers, please believe me, sir, once many years ago, when there was hardly any technology, in the year 1992, when I was starting my career as a lecturer at the University of Delhi. And since then, I've engaged in many experiments, but let me just tell you my experience with the first one. Doordarshan contacted me to give online 6 lectures on 12th grade calculus, school calculus, to a nationwide audience. They wanted to test a broadcasting technology, satellite-based, that they had just bought from the United States. And this was on DD National Live. What technology did I have? I was in a studio. There were 2 cameras, one facing me, one above my head. I used to stand in front of a large table. There was chart paper and 3 colored markers. That's all I had. That's all I had at my disposal. And 12 classrooms could interrupt me, interject at any time while I was teaching and ask any questions they liked. The whole nation was watching. Everyone in India at home or anywhere could watch. And believe me, sir, I taught in a simple way as best as I thought I could. When I finished, a month later, Doordarshan invited me back to the studio and they told me, we want to show you something. They took me to a large hall, which was full of sacks and sacks of letters, mail. There was no email in those days. And every single, I could only go through about 100 letters in 2 hours. I just couldn't open everything. I was amazed at the power of the platform that I had used. A nationwide audience from all the way to Kerala, to Kashmir, to Assam, to Delhi, and even Bombay. People had responded. Teachers, students, even tuition center people. That the impact it had had, those 6 lectures. So please believe me, sir, if India really needs to address the challenges that you mentioned, we have to go in hand with technology. And I am telling you, sir, technology allows us to do things in a better way. It's just that those who say technology cannot replace a good teacher, they don't even understand first what is a good teacher and how technology allows a good teacher. Just as Tulsidas says that a good king collects taxes from all across the ocean, like the sun collects water from the ocean. And then when he gives, the whole world notices, just as the sun allows clouds to rain through the monsoon. In exactly the same way, a good teacher using technology can then bless the whole nation. I believe that is the answer, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Here, I would also like to add a few things, Professor Dinesh.
Yes, please.
To the point which has been raised by Professor Shekhar Dutt. At UGC also, I would like to share some of the measures which we are taking. We realize that faculty development or teacher training is very important, and they have to change themselves as per the changing roles or as per the changes which are taking place across the world in terms of teaching learning processes, pedagogy, or even research practices. So we have updated our teacher training program in terms of, there is a new faculty induction program where the focus is on all the dimensions in terms of how a teacher has to change in terms of being a mentor, being a catalyst for igniting the young minds, being a person who can connect with society and industry, a person who can make people more sensitive towards society, or a person who can handle psychological problems or mental health issue, or who could actually develop a student in a total holistic manner. At the same time, for advancement of knowledge, we have a program which has been launched by MHRD known as ARPIT, Annual Refresher Program for Teachers. Along with that, teachers have also been given an opportunity to go for leadership development program in terms of leadership program for academicians to occupy senior leadership position. Also, with the help of HRDC centers, we are trying to train our teachers into use of technology for teaching learning processes as well as for the governance purposes. At the same time, we are also coordinating with InflimNet to come up with various type of technology-enabled learning management system, which will facilitate the universities in delivering education in a modern manner. So we realize the importance of teachers and the changing role of teacher, and also we very firmly believe that technology is to be used as a tool in the right manner, in the right perspective, so that we are able to integrate the best of methods or systems with the best of brains in the country. At the same time, in order to address transdisciplinary effort, our new research scheme has been modified in that manner. So it is also in the name of STRIDE, scheme for transdisciplinary research for India's developing economy. So at the research level also, we are trying to make it more transdisciplinary or interdisciplinary so that everyone can benefit. So we are well aware, and the only thing which I wanted to share is that we are keeping pace with the changes taking place across the world and also in line with national education policy, and things will soon bring its results in due course of time. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor.
Do you think, Professor Dinesh Singh, do you think it would be a good idea to institutionalize, say, teacher counselor and teacher tutor? So a group of, say, 15, 20 students could have a teacher counselor who would continuously meet, once a week or once a fortnight or even once a month, the students of this group. And then similar, a teacher tutor who would ensure that the learning difficulties which the student is encountering, that would be taken care. And remember, Sir Ashutosh Mukherjee had found the ability of C.V. Raman, and he took him out from a normal government job into becoming the Nobel Prize winner. So it's a teacher who really makes the student, what he is ultimately.
I agree with you, sir. And I think counselors are very important, particularly in the Indian context, but anywhere. Young minds do need some professional guidance outside of what is a subject-related relationship with the teacher. Whichever way, universities and education, even schools. When I was studying in my school here, we had a full-time professional counselor, a lady. Any student could go anytime. It made a big difference to us. I think those things are necessary. And this business of tutors, sir, that's important. That's very important. I believe you also are a product of St. Stephen's College, and so am I. And we had tutors in addition to our teachers. And those tutors made a big difference to us. I think that's a good tradition. And a teacher must be many things to the same student. So those are good practices. I believe that technology will enable us to do these things, probably, sir, in a more enhanced way. So I think those are valuable suggestions.
Thank you.
Sir, I'm sorry to interfere here, but I think because we're running short of time, it's already 1:53 and we have to start with the next session at 2 o'clock sharp. So I can see that there are 2 hands raised for the questions, but Professor Dinesh, as you suggest, we can take them up very briefly or we can close the session because we have to start the next session at 2 sharp.
Okay, so we can take one question, but very short, and so one of my panelists can answer it.
Yeah, Professor P.B. Sharma, you had a question. Please unmute yourself. Sharma sir, please unmute kijiye. Please unmute. You're not audible. Please unmute your. Yes.
Oh, yeah. Okay. First of all, the time is running short. My question has really been answered partly by the chairman, Dr. Dinesh Singh, already. Let me reiterate that the days of gurus have gone and the days of teaching are also over. And we are today in an age where learning has to be given priority to teaching. And therefore, one of the very best practice I thought teachers must now imbibe is to learn from their students also. And teachers and students together should learn, rather than thinking that we are the gurus and the student will take us seriously and every word we utter. I am looking at my own grandchildren, 2 here in India and 2 in America, and trying to find out how they are learning. The American grandchildren say that they are learning more outside the class, and this is what exactly the school facilitates. 70% learning outside the class, 30% in the class. Children in India are saying we are learning 99.99% in the class. leaving very little time for learning outside the class. So I think the time has come where the very best practices which we have to refine, looking at the needs of the hour. Time of teaching has gone, time of gurus have gone, and better we stop talking of gurus and talk more of facilitators or mentors by which we are able to create a collaborative learning environment. That is what exactly required, both at the school as well as at the higher education level. My own experience at Delhi College of Engineering and DTU, and now here at Amity University also teaches me that we have to take a student on board to create the vibrancy of the learning environment, both for education as well as for research and innovations. And this is where I think that today's session is very, very important to take certain notes. Dr. Dinesh Singh, thank you very much when you said that we must allow our students to discover the drum beats of their souls. And that is exactly the purpose for which now the younger generation will come to university. If they don't find that we are not able to inspire them to discover their drum beats of soul, they will turn here and there. Maybe they will exit after 1 year or 2 years. Now the new policy allows them. Thank you so much for giving me this.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. And I think Aparajita is getting nervous here. Will you give us lunch, Aparajita? We have been on time.
Sir, there is no provision for online lunch. उसके लिए आपको आना पड़ेगा यहाँ पर. अभी टेक्नोलॉजी इतनी एडवांस नहीं हुई है, sir.
Thank you. You gave us a lot of food for thought. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much,
sir. Thank you so much, sir. And before I conclude, I would take this opportunity to thank all of you for joining us, especially thank the chair of the session, Professor Dinesh Singh, and thank all the panel members here, Professor Rajnish, Jain, Dr. Anoop, Swarup. He, even not being here, not being able to join us, he had shared his recorded video with us, thanking him for that. And Dr. Anubha Singh, thank you for your valuable inputs. And thank you for making this a wonderful session and giving us, as Professor Dinesh Singh mentioned, giving us so much food for thought on this theme. Thank you so much. Please join us for the next session on the same link. The theme of the session is improving access and equity. We'll start with the session at 2 sharp.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Namaskar.
ये किसका है? कस्तूरी का? ये दो लाइन का ये कस्तूरी का लाइन का वो एक लाइन ऐसी सबका बना के ना हर एक का अलग अलग आएगा ना थोड़ा वो तो एक ही है मंत्री एक वाला ये सब कस्तूरी का मैं तो इसको एक आदमी तो ठीक ही करने के लिए
मैडम या हो गया ओके डन थैंक यू फाइन एंड
Professor Sancheti, your mic is muted. Professor Sancheti, can you unmute yourself?
Good afternoon, Professor Furkan Kamar. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Very nice to see you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Namaste, Salunke Saab. I'm seeing lots of other friends.
Yeah, I'm seeing Dr. Pankaj Mittal's screen, Professor Salunke himself personally. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Professor Tej Pratap's screen.
I'll change my view options to something.
Yeah, so.
कमर साहब बैठे हैं वहां पे
जी आदाब
आदाब कैसे हैं आप गुड टू सी यू आफ्टर सच अ लॉन्ग टाइम
गुड आफ्टरनून
एवरीवन कैसे हैं
तो डूइंग वेल और राजीव जी भी आ गए स्क्रीन पर
नमस्कार एवरीवन
नमस्कार
गुड आफ्टरनून नमस्ते मैडम प्रोफेसर कविता नमस्ते राजीव जी
नमस्ते सर
प्रोफेसर शर्मा नमस्कार साहब प्रोफेसर पीवी शर्मा साहब
he was here.
Hello.
Yeah, namaskar साहब good afternoon.
Very good afternoon to you.
Namaskar sir.
You want me to begin straight away?
We have not been given the license till now by the organizers, so we'll wait.
So we can start. आप मुझे मौका दीजिए आपको welcome करने का, so we can start.
We are all ready, madam. All panelists are there. All 5 of us are here. If you are ready,
Wonderful.
please go ahead.
Yes,
yeah,
absolutely, absolutely. I'm your host for the session, Dr. Aparajita Bhatt, and I welcome you all to the third technical session for the day. Honorable Vice Chancellors and distinguished guests, the theme for this session is rather more of a concern for the education ministers, education administrators, I'm sorry. And Pankaj ma'am, I borrow this phrase, education administrators, from you. You mentioned this in your address yesterday. So the theme is improving access and equity. So we understand as academicians that we need to create significant inroads into the social stratification of higher education. To discuss this important theme, we have eminent experts present today for the session. I'm glad to introduce to you the chair of the session, Professor Sandeep Sancheti ji. Professor Sancheti is the Vice Chancellor of SRM Institute of Science and Technology, Chennai. Earlier, he served as President of Association of Indian Universities, President Manipal University, Jaipur, Director, National Institute of Technology, Delhi, and Director, NITK, Suratkal. He has also served NIT Tiruchirappalli, NIT Calicut, School of Planning and Architecture, Delhi, and Mentor Director, NIT Goa, NIT Puducherry, and NIT Sikkim as Director in Charge. He is a recipient of the Commonwealth Scholarship and Fellowship under Colombo Plan. He is recipient of several honors and awards, including Commonwealth Scholarship and Fellowship, SCRC Fellowship from Department of Science and Technology, Government of India, and UKISTRF Award from the British Council. Sir, आपका बहुत-बहुत स्वागत है, हार्दिक अभिनंदन. Most welcome to the session.
Thank you, madam.
And I also take this opportunity to introduce other panel members. So among the panelists for this session, we have with us Professor P.B. Sharma. Professor P.B. Sharma is the Vice Chancellor of AMET University, Manesar, Haryana. He is the founder Vice Chancellor of Delhi Technological University and Rajiv Gandhi Technology University, Bhopal. He was professor at IIT Delhi, President, Engineering Science Division of Indian Science Congress, Chairman of Indian Society of Mechanical Engineers, and Vice Chairman of World Confederation of Productivity Sciences, India section. He is recipient of honorary degree of Doctor of Engineering from University of Birmingham and honorary degree of Doctor of Science from Dr. K.N. Modi University, Jaipur. Most welcome, sir. आपका बहुत-बहुत स्वागत है. We also have with us today Professor Kavita Sharma. Professor Sharma is the former president of South Asian University, New Delhi. She has taught at the Hindu College, Delhi University for about 37 years, out of which she has served as its principal for 10 years. She was the director of India International Center, New Delhi. She has been a recipient of Indo-Canadian Shastri Fellowship twice. She has also been awarded the Fulbright Fellowship, New Century Scholar for research on higher education in the 21st century, access and equity. She has several published books to her credit, including Windmills of the Mind, Queens of Mahabharata. Most welcome, ma'am. Aapka swagat hai.
Thank you.
And as panelists, we also have with us today Professor Furqan Kamar. He is Professor of Management at the Center for Management Studies, Jamia Millia Islamia, New Delhi. He has served as the Secretary General of the Association of Indian Universities and has held the position of Vice Chancellor of the University of Rajasthan and the Central University of Himachal Pradesh. He has also served as Advisor Education in the Planning Commission of India. Essentially a professor of management, he has keen research interest in public policy, planning, administration and financing of higher education, and has numerous publications in journals of repute to his credit. Professor Kamar has chaired and has been on the board of many committees, working groups at the national and international level. Most welcome, sir. Aapka bahut swagat hai.
Thank you.
And the last panelist for the session, I'm honored to announce this. We have with us Dr. Rajiv Yeravrekar. He's currently the Dean of Faculty of Health and Biomedical Sciences, SIU. He's a member of various governmental bodies, including former member, Board of Governors of the Medical Council of India, Government of India, Governing Council of Consultancy Development Center, DSIR, Ministry of Science and Technology, Government of India, Central Supervisory Board, PCPNDT, Government of India, National Inspection and Monitoring Committee, PCN-PNDT, Government of India, Maharashtra Medical Council, Maharashtra Nursing Council, Government of Maharashtra, various professional bodies like Federation of Obstetric and Gynecological Societies of India, Indian Society for Critical Care Medicine, Society for Emergency Medicine in India, Indian Healthcare Quality Forum, Maharat Chamber of Commerce, Industries and Agriculture, Indian Medical Association, and there's a long list as we can see. So sir is also a member, Managing Committee, Symbiosis Society and Board of Management, Symbiosis International University. So most welcome. Aapka bahut swagat hai.
Namaskar, madam.
Namaskar, sir. And now we start with the session. Over to you, sir. मैं chairperson से request करती हूँ. You may please take over and start with the session.
Thank you, Dr. Parajita, for nice introduction of all of us, all panelists and myself. Thank you to Association of Indian Universities for inviting all of us, particularly Professor Tej Pratapji, the current president of AIU, and also Dr. Pankaj Mittal, the Secretary General, who have invited us for this important webinar, or what we call Annual National Conference, Reimagining Indian Universities. As we know, since yesterday, we have had many special sessions. Today also, this is the third session. Very, very valid and important input in the times of challenges for all of us. We know that we were facing the challenges because of COVID, but now because of the announcement of NEP, there are sudden expectations, changes, and many deliberations which are happening. And therefore, this is the most apt time for our national conference. And I'm very happy that we have been given a task to deal with or to talk about a session which is on improving access and equity. And these, by the way, are the very, very important things as far as India, its economy, its positioning, its growth, its well-being is concerned, because we believe that education is one pill for all ills. And if the access and equity is taken care, it is very, very possible that India will improve. Everything else will also improve within the country. And no doubt that this policy also talks about NEP 2020, also talks about both of them very, very clearly in its document for the higher education part, at least, which I can say that it is talking about the access, which is listed in the current issues the education is dealing with. And it's also talking about equity, which is also about equity and inclusion in the topic number 14 at page 41 of the policy document, which is a 64-page document. And therefore, both these aspects have been touched upon. And it's not that these are new. It's not that we are learning about them for the first time. I think this have been there for ages. We probably, when we started, very few universities or colleges, I'm told, at that time, the enrollment or so-called what we call GER now was something less than 5-7%. And now, of course, we are scaling it up. But how far we can go, how fast we can go, how effectively we can go, possibly will be an answer which will be lying under the realm of access and equity. Friends, I take this opportunity to welcome you all, because I'm seeing around 80 members who are currently present in this session, the distinguished vice chancellors, many friends. Welcome Shekhar Datji, also welcome various other distinguished people whom I can see in the picture right now. This topic, if I literally talk about what we call access, is mainly for the opportunity or approach or the means. I'm going by the dictionary meaning, if I may say so. And if I go for the equity, it is to be fair, to be impartial, or maybe resources for changes or chances for success. I think these are the literal meanings of these. And it is the purpose of this, leave aside the literal meaning, the purpose of it is to raising the average, raising the overall improvement, making society more productive, eliminate social disparities, give everyone equal opportunities. I think we all talk about equal opportunities in many, many ways, whether it is job or life or various other things which are there. But we know that those disparities still remain. I think education is fundamental to it if it has to be removed or it has to be corrected. And therefore, in this session, we are going to talk all about that. I'll take another 5 minutes, maybe 4-5 minutes, and then I'll pass on the baton to our distinguished panelists who are very, very senior and very learned, much better than me. And I'll certainly be learning from them after I complete my initial remarks on this. And then we'll possibly have some Q&A. Maybe I'll raise 1 or 2 points to the panelists, and I'll also expect the participants to raise pertinent questions to the panelists so that we learn a lot and we gain a lot. So another initial part of my remark would be that India is a vast country. Level of literacy, level of affordability, level of awareness, level of opportunities, level of industrialization, or everything else is very, very different if you move from geographically from north to south or east to west, or maybe within the given state or locations also. And therefore, there are many problems which exist, which are the root cause for what we call access and equity. And those are because of regional biases or imbalances. Gender imbalances, I think, are one of the very big ones, even in some of the big universities or the institutions of national importance. We find the gender biases are pretty high. The financial imbalances, the range within which our income distribution is there, is also causing the problem in terms of affordability. Rural or urban, the locational things. We have seen many institutions coming in India with good aim, with charity in mind, with various other supports which are there, but we still find those institutions are still struggling. And there are many good examples for that. And then, of course, there are quality related imbalances which are also there. All in all, these imbalances lead to what we call access and equity challenges also. But let's find out from our panelists through this interaction, are these challenges due to design or practice Or are they because of the resourcing? Or are they because of the laws which we have made? We know that we try to find answers in every policy, every framework or guideline. Even this policy of NEP 2020 is talking about, as an example, I'm giving you SEZ, Special Educational Zones, and NEP 2020 are there. They are possibly meant for making sure that the distribution is all right. They are making sure that in the needed areas, these can be taken care, something like that. And maybe at least for last 2-3 plans which we had, till 12th plan, we had the plans. Later, the plans got shifted and we had the Niti Aayog. Till that time also, we found that in every plan, as far as I know, there was a specific mention of equity and access. And today also, if you look at the beauty, what government is able to do is more about access, equity, maybe transparency, maybe affordability. And in certain cases, you can also say nowadays about the quality and rankings and ratings, which have also come in the practice of the government pushing it. But access and equity probably are the first two elements which they try to tackle even now. And therefore, I come to my final point on this, and that is that the current GER, as we all know and has been repeatedly quoted by everyone, is 26.3%. Of course, this has risen from 11% to 26.3% in less than 10 years. 2011, we were hovering around 11%. So there is a tremendous growth, and we have grown at leaps and bounds, but we have faced the challenges due to that also. But we all know the highlight of the policy, that we need to take it to 50% in 2035, another 15 years. And therefore, is this going to be a challenge? Is this doable? What is needed for that? What change in the mindset or resources are required? We also know that there is a specific mention in the new policy about socio-economic disadvantaged group. And for that, what will be the plan in this 50%? Would they get a special allocation, or would it be treated differently? I think those are the things which we want to know. And we also know that whether we achieve 50% or not, we will still remain low compared to many developed and developing nations. I need not give all the statistics here because they are already higher than 50% in many, many cases. So 15 years down the line, we don't know where would they be and where would we reach. But anyway, it's a good target to set. I still find a lot of challenges are there, even in 50%. And there is a challenge in the very terminology of GER, which we at some AIU front discussed it maybe around 3 weeks back, where there was another term called eligible enrollment ratio, EER. And by that, it meant that are there 50% people who are eligible to be coming to higher education or not? So let's talk about some of these aspects which are there. But we also know, and I would like our panelists to kindly reflect on this point, in general point which they're addressing. We already have 1,000 universities, roughly. We maybe more, and we already have, as was quoted yesterday on this platform only, 45,000 colleges. To increase what we call GER and provide better access and equity, how many more do we need? I think that's a question I would like you to answer in general way, in your own way. Do we need more institutions, more universities, more colleges, or do we need more seats in existing institutions, or maybe any other forum or form of that? Please let us know from your side. And also, I would like you to reflect that in certain cases, because access and equity was a challenge, Government of India, I think very correctly, in my opinion, allowed some special types of institutions which were named or called as minority institutions. If I'm not wrong, those were religious minorities, those were lingual minorities, those were geographical minorities, hill state or something like hill region, and all those things. What should be the fate of that? Have they been proven to be the right answers to deal with the access and equity? I think there are lots and lots of challenges. We can go on, but I'll put myself to stop here right now. My dear friends, I'll now pass on the baton to our very distinguished speaker, panelist, my predecessor in AIU as the president, and of course, also the guru in a sense that I graduated from NIT Delhi, not NIT DTU, where Professor P.B. Sharma was the Vice Chancellor. So I welcome Professor P.B. Sharma for his initial remarks. Please, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Sancheti ji, and thank you, my very learned panelist. I'm truly delighted to be part of this great panel, focusing its attention on something which is very, very important for a nation like ours. We all understand the value and worth of education, being educators. And I'm here before you as the Vice Chancellor or past President or Professor of IIT only because I turned to education from a village where perhaps the highest qualification was no more than the 5th class schooling. So education is a great empowerment. But question is that all those who come to universities, do they all end up like us? This is the primary question I think one need to really see first. When I became principal of Delhi College of Engineering in 1990, at that time there were 60,000 seats for whole of engineering in India. And employability at that time was also questionable, and they were saying that the employability is not more than 25%. Number of seats 60,000, employability not more than 25% in 1990. Still, successive policies of the government, including the last NEP of 1986, allowed us to accelerate with the increasing access. And the net result today, as Dr. Sancheti and all my learned panelists know, we have about 35 lakh seats in engineering as intake. And we are closing colleges and college institutions and running around here and there. And at the end of the day, when we look at the employability, it comes to less than 15%. So you will ask me that as a professor of IIT, principal of DC, the Vice Chancellor of DTU, and now Vice Chancellor of AMET University, what the hell you have done, taking the access, increasing the access from 60,000 intake to 35 lakh seats around the country for engineering, but employability has not been pushed. So this is, I think, one very important point I thought we all, the policymakers must understand, that when we beat the drum of increasing access, we must simultaneously ask ourselves, how are we going to ensure that this access, apart from being affordable through the loans and whatnot, which we provide the guarantee for, how would it result into improving employability, including self-employment, so that the investment in education which one makes has a return in terms of his beautiful life, which he must live with dignity and with honor. This is the question I thought very, very important. And same applied to equity also. When we talk of equity, really speaking, we are looking at that ladder of society where we find that people are really finding it difficult to go to the university because of the purchasing power which they have. And education is no longer as cheap as it was when I was a student of engineering. At that time also it was expensive, but not as expensive. I could dare go and become the gold medalist in engineering at that time without making much investment because I got the scholarship. But today education is quite expensive. Even at the school level, my grandchildren are going to school in India, and I know they are paying as much fees for their schooling as much as we would demand in a good university for engineering program. So good education, good quality education is not all that cheap either. And this is the question. When we talk of access and equity, we have to keep this in mind, the affordability of education. And in fact, the access which we provide, it should ultimately result into employability, including self-employment, so that the nation like ours becomes the support system to the call of the government, which I accept, that India must rise to the challenge of $5 trillion economy by 2024, and nothing more than high quality education could really do it. So when we talk of access and equity, we must always simultaneously talk about quality and relevance of education. Unfortunately, these are not the two words this time in the entire agenda of the Vice Chancellor's annual conference. I was looking at the titles, so I have added, with your permission, that I don't have very many slides, so don't worry. But I've added that when we talk of access and equity, we must not lose sight of quality and relevance. Otherwise, improved access of engineering education would result into very poor employability, which is the case at present. And same may be the case with management education and several other professional courses, because when we increase the access, the mad rush in this country is more toward professional courses, and we have to be very careful about. Having said this, let me just go to the next slide, which I think is quite important. I borrowed it from somewhere, from my Secretary General of AIU, who is highly learned, who has been a Vice Chancellor. And as the chairman has rightly pointed out, that when we talk of gross enrollment ratio, currently we are around 26.304 at the moment, 27.4 in the country. It used to be about 8 or 9 when I became principal in 1990. So we have done very well, pulling it from the GER of 8 or 9 to 27.4 as of now. And as the NEP 2020 says, we must go to GER of 50 without realization that they are only looking at the advanced nations of the world as far as GER and not realizing that India is a different cup of tea. And this particular table, which has been beautifully prepared by Dr. Pankaj Mittal and Dr. Patwardhan, the Vice Chairman of UGC, in a paper which they have published, clearly indicate that India's GER of 27.4 is really equivalent to EER, eligible enrollment ratio of 64.9. So what you have today, already you have eligible enrollment ratio of 64.9. And when you take GER to 50 from 27.4, you have to ask yourself what would be the eligible enrollment ratio. It will be 100% or even more. So what it really calls for, that when you go for increasing the access in the name of GER, the gross enrollment ratio, ask yourself whether it is to be at all levels. You have to pay greatest attention to the schooling of the students, because if they drop out at a school level, the eligible enrollment ratio would beat your all efforts. And this is what exactly happening at the moment. That is why there is a difference of 37.9 between GER and EER, as against 5.3 in America, as against 9.9 in France, as against 3.1% in UK, the advanced nations of the world. Of course, in Germany, we found that the difference is 20.9, and in Brazil also 27.7. But in Germany, they are not paying attention to push everybody to university. They have the layers of vocational education and skilling, which forms a very important aspect. So I think this is very, very important. Unfortunately, policymakers, in my opinion, these days are looking more towards countries like America. Even this 4-year degree program, as Dr. Dinesh Mohan in the previous session has pointed out, I was at that time the Vice Chancellor at DTU, it was withdrawn. There was a tremendous protest when this innovative idea was presented. He wanted to improve the pedagogy and also improve the quality of education. It was shot down. Now the NEP is bringing it primarily to enhance 1 more year at the university, so that you continue to remain at university and don't tax the society for employability and all other parameters. Really speaking, we have to do a lot of soul searching. We are not designing higher education in this country to meet the requirement of those who go abroad for higher studies, and therefore 4-year degree program should be. We have to look at our own country's need, and therefore access and equity have to be seen with respect to what India requires. In my opinion, India requires schools where every school should have, in my opinion, a skill development center, a yoga center, a meditation center, human value center, and let the student be groomed along, being professionals right from the day one, but with values of the kind which the nation requires. Every college must have a skill development center. Every university should have a skill park and a skill tower, and then only you will be able to improve the employability and self-employment of the people. Universities should have, of course, innovation park, and even schools can have innovation centers in their own school to boost the employability and self-employment. Unfortunately, we tone down those aspects, and we want to look at the Western world and want to push everybody to university. It's not going to do any good to my nation. I don't want to die before employability touches 100%, because I've been in institutions where employability was very high. At IIT, it was more than 100%. At Delhi College of Engineering, I was very proud that I took it to 100% or even more. And at DTU also 125%. And in AMET also, we are assuring high employability. I don't want access without proper care and concern for quality and relevance for my nation. I thought these are my initial remarks, and must do good to put a sense in the minds of the policymakers that merely beating the drum of access and equity would not do unless you focus your attention that every single increase in percentage in access must simultaneously result into boosting the employability and self-employment of the people. Otherwise, you'll be creating a social bomb of unemployed youth who would be beating the drum high and bye, and that's not what the country requires. Thank you so much,
sir.
for giving me the opening batsman for this very important.
Thank you, sir. You can play and bat at any order. We know that. And thank you for nice points. I think you very well connected it with employability. Of course, elaborating EER also and the affordability. These are obviously very, very important point. I'm sure some of our other panelists will also touch on that. So I'll now move on to the next distinguished panelist, Professor Kavita Sharma, who has been the past president of the South Asian University and also the former professor and principal of DU in various capacities. Madam, welcome to you. Please take your time and address us. Thank you.
Thank you very much for inviting me and allowing me this opportunity. Now, I'll come straight to the point that access for me is not just admissions. And in this country, we seem to think that the world begins and ends with admissions. And so the quota policy is followed very strictly. But it's also access, it's also quality education. Access to where? It's also skill development. And skill development, not just because you're going to go to second grade people and give them skills, but give them skill, give everybody a skill, but then also don't debar a person who's gone into the skill stream into coming back to academic at some point of time, so that that person's career is not completely blocked all the time. And the fourth is employability. From where is the economy going to be strong enough to provide employability to all these, all the people that come out of here? Now, the skill development has been built into the 4-year program, but I think, knowing universities, there are the education administrators in higher education are not equipped to deal with skills because they have never been exposed to that kind of a thing. And our system of making curriculum and syllabi is so long-winded, and skills need quick movement. So my fear is that we might end up teaching people obsolete skills of which there will be no use at all. The policy in its quest for access and equity has linked it with the sustainable development goals. And if you see I'm not going to go into the 7 components of the 7 group, the goal number 4, which deals with education, but it has those 7 components. And if you look at those 7 components, you would have taken care of all access and all equity. Now, the 4-year program. The 4-year program is always a debatable program, and much can be said on all sides. But while there is a digital credit framework which has been given there, however, the re-entry policy, to my mind, is very vague. When can a person re-enter? I mean, it gives a person a chance to break the education, and this person will get a certificate or a diploma or whatever else they will get. But then what is the time span? I think it needs far more clarity. And whether the credit mechanism will automatically transfer. Suppose I want to come back after 10 years. Will I be allowed to do so? And how much will be a credit mechanism transfer? Can I transfer from one university to another? And so how will the equivalence needs to be done? And I think AIU will be overburdened if you just tell them to do equivalence for these 1,000 universities and 45,000 colleges. So you need equivalence. AIU can give a policy, but you need equivalence cell in every university. Now, when a person exits out of 1 year, let's say I exit out of 1 year with a certificate, what employment am I going to get? Will my employer prefer a person who's done a straightforward 4-year, or will that person say, okay, I value your work experience in between, I value your life experience in between, so I'm willing to take you. So these will all work into equity, because who will walk out? Somebody with maybe less means, or straitened family circumstances, or illness, whatever else. So this, now, I'm just bullet pointing, mentors. Mentors is a good idea because that might prevent dropouts. It can also, create a roadmap for a student who's shaky. But today's students are stressed not just because of their education. I don't find too many students stressed in the colleges that I have seen. They seem to be quite happy with themselves. They are stressed because of society, not lack of employability, lack of economic opportunities, their family issues. Families have become more stressed. So I think in this policy, teacher training is going to be very important, because teachers cannot just mentor like that. They have to be trained to mentor. Now, in the entrance test, yes, entrance test will increase access and equity because you don't have to score whatever you have to score as it is done nowadays. But what kind of an entrance test? Again, I find, at least in higher education, our teachers are not trained to set papers. And so they end up setting papers which may not be very equitable, ambiguous. Too much time is spent on these things. So therefore, teacher training, I find higher education really lacks in teacher training, curriculum formation, syllabus formation, mentoring, all of these ideas, good ideas that are there. Now, Lok Vidya is a good idea, and I think that will provide a lot of equity, because we have a lot of knowledge system which is built into our society, which we have just dumped out of our formal education system. But to bring it into the education system will provide equity to a lot of people. But please don't label it traditional knowledge. I've heard so many people talk about it as traditional knowledge. That is a lot of baggage. These are living knowledge systems by which people are still functioning. And it is time that we learn from it. And so now that we also have a National Research Foundation, we need to have an ecosystem which takes into account indigenous knowledge and right up to cutting edge technology. Then online education, of course, is great for equity, adding access and equity, but we need to get rid of territorial jurisdictions. Unfortunately, I find this a complete strange thing. Online education is meant to be wherever. Why are we got into territorial jurisdictions? I mean, I know the administrative and the political issues, and for that matter, even in your entrance exam, it has to be an aptitude exam rather than a subject exam, at least at the level of undergraduate. But so why do I thought this new policy after 34 years would take the states on board and do away with territorial jurisdiction. Why can't we have anyone sitting in an entrance exam for any college or any university anywhere in the country? That will promote national integration. That will also facilitate foreign students coming here, because if we can't learn to live with each other, how can we learn to live with foreign students? So therefore, it will not be crowding into particular places like Pune or Delhi or wherever. Now, there's also a mention of foreign education providers. We know it was tried and there was a big upheaval, just as there was a big upheaval for the 4-year course, but that will widen the gulf between the haves and the have-nots unless it is properly done. Now, online education also is not an unmixed blessing, because we don't have the infrastructure. Not even smartphones are not available. I chair a college of vocational institute at the moment, and I find there are girls in the interiors of Himachal, interiors of Uttarakhand, where I can't even get through with a WhatsApp. And in this COVID, all their careers are going down the drain because there is no way to reach them. Education has been, in our society, it's been performing a babysitting function. And, you know, because you don't want young people to roam around on the streets, so you have them inside colleges, and that is why you have deficit curriculum, deficit everything there, and deficit quality. So therefore, we need to get out of that. But for that, our economy, our full economy has to increase to be able to absorb these young people. So I will stop here for the time being. I think I must have exhausted my 10 minutes by now. And we will come back at the discussion time when we can look at the 7 goals of SDG, and we can also look at some questions that are raised.
Thank you, Professor Sharma. Very valid points. You touched upon many points, madam, which are, of course, indirectly connected to the main theme of access and equity. Everything is very
Can I just interrupt you for 1 minute? I find that admissions are the only thing that happen. We don't track our students. I try to track students. What did they do after admission? Did they drop out? Did they pass? Did they join something else? So from 1998 to 2008, I tried to track the students who had come under the quota category, and also tried to track the regular students at that time, and then see what were the issues. So I think just admissions is not the answer. You need to also track when you admitted them, what did you do?
Very, very right. Some tracer studies follow up, keep correcting the path till they reach their destination are important. But in the course of your address, you did touch a base with many points which Professor Sharma had also said, but skill, quality, SDGs, multiple entry, multiple exit, ABC of NEP, of course, teachers training, various things you discussed. And you made one point of advice, which is for AIU. And since I'm also connected, and fortunately AIU and some of us are still contributing to that ABC, the questions which you raised, madam, are pertinent, but fortunately for you, these are being answered. How the credits will be transferred, what will be the live, how it will be converted from one to another. And we hope to see, I think there's no harm in telling, because it is an open thing that it is to be done as soon as we can. And Professor Pankaj Mittal, myself, and one Professor Tyagarajan have contributed to the set of regulations. The day NEP was getting announced and declared publicly and press conference was happening, we were doing our own conference to make the regulations final. So yes, there are many things which are in shape, but there are many things which will be left to us under the autonomous framework. And therefore, each one of us will have to rise to the occasion and make sure that every aspect of it is fulfilled. So with that initial remark from my side on your address, I'll invite one of very great friend of mine, Professor Furqan Qamar, the former Vice Chancellor of Central University of Himachal Pradesh, also the Rajasthan University at Jaipur, and currently he is in Jamia Millia Islamia, which has been found to be #1 amongst all the central universities recently. Congratulations, Professor Qamar. And of course, he was the very distinguished predecessor of Dr. Pankaj Mittal in AIU, which has restored the AIU in certain way in terms of its positioning, work, research, and studies. So I welcome Professor Furqan Qamar for your address, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the opportunity and for asking me to be here in this session. And congratulations to Dr. Mittal, Professor Tej Pratapji, and all others who are in the organizations, also Professor Ranbir Singh ji, for organizing this annual general meet of AIU in altogether a different template, and bringing in the Nobel Peace Prize winner and also the minister in the same event, though in the past, sometime the minister came, sometime the Nobel Peace Prize had graced the occasion, but this, I believe, is the first time that both the minister and the Nobel Peace Prize have been together in the AIU's event. So congratulations to you all. There are many things that could be said about new education policy, but presently I'll confine myself only to this dimension of the access and equity. And in this dimension of access and equity, I must say that many of the suggestions which AIU had given to Kasturi Rangan Committee, as a body and also as an individual myself, many of them I find as a part of this new education policy draft. For example, for access and equity, traditionally we know that there are a few related dimensions to them. One dimension is that create capacity, because unless you have capacity, you would not be able to accommodate people from all sections of the society. And there has been this long-standing dilemma before the policy planner that should we expand capacity by creating new institutions or by focusing on enhancing capacity in the existing institution. In fact, this was one of our strong belief that you create institutions only to mitigate regional imbalances. So where there are fewer universities, fewer colleges available for students, so you establish universities and colleges or create conditions where people establish universities and colleges. But this is also true that an average enrollment size of 600 in colleges and about 3,000 in universities renders them economically and academically somewhat non-viable. And it makes me happy to feel that this committee and in the final education policy draft, they have accepted this phenomena and they are talking about consolidating these universities and colleges to make them all a reasonable sized institutions. Similarly, along with creating capacities, unless you make room for people to afford access to these capacities, the created capacities would remain unutilized. And Professor P.B. Sharma very elaborately mentioned on this dimension with reference to the engineering education. Engineering education may be a superlative examples of this, but education is no less. And there are many other disciplines where almost half of the seats go untaken. It is either because people lack means to afford them, or the quality in these institutions are extremely poor. So it is on this dimension, there are two things which gives us some support. One thing is that despite the constraint, this new education policy reiterates that the government is committed to invest in education up to a minimum of 6% of GDP and promises to achieve this goal as early as possible. We would have been very happy if there was a time frame given. Time frame is not given, that somewhat disappoints us, but the fact that they have reiterated this demand and this gap that we had in public investments has been recognized and mentioned. About affordability and the other dimensions of affordability, the Kasturi Rangan committee report was more elaborate because they had described the way the student would be financed, where they had clearly mentioned that whether you are a public institution or a private institution, you must be inclusive. And therefore, they had indicated that all private institutions must have public spiritedness. And they had mentioned that a minimum of 20% of these students should be provided full free ship. And they had also given a formula. The policy document itself is not that clear. They are somewhat ambiguous. They do not explain to what extent, but they are also talking about the affordability dimension. Third thing, which could be a matter of some concerns to many of us, is that for access and equity, we need to ensure some kind of affirmative action, whether in the form of reservations and other things. And this policy is totally silent about this reservation dimension. It does not mention about reservation. I was just doing some kind of a check of the policy document, and I find that access has been mentioned at 34 pages out of 66 pages of the document. Similarly, equity and equitable has been mentioned almost at 32 pages of this document. So half of the document, policy documents pages have some mention or the other as far as access and affordability is concerned, equity is concerned, equitability is concerned. Affordability has been mentioned only 5 times, and always in the context of equity. But the fact is that even if we provide equal opportunity to all, the equal opportunity would not lead to equitable opportunity, because those who have been historically deprived need to be provided with separate dispensation. I was talking to some people who were part of this policy planning document. They said that the reservation comes not as much out of the education policy, but it comes from the constitutional provisions and the separate legislations. And therefore, those will continue to exist as far as the scheduled caste, scheduled tribe, and other backward classes are concerned. Last point that I would like to mention, that even if we achieve, and before I do that, I must mention that this 50% GER is not difficult to attain. We have already reached to 27%, and if we include students in all tertiary higher education after +2, including diploma, etc., because many students go after intermediate, then this already is about 32%. With a 4-year bachelor program, with the normal rate of growth, the number of student enrollment would increase by 8 to 9 million. So within the next 3 years or next 4 years, we'll find the size of the enrollment going up from 37 millions to about 45 million, and that will take this to around 35 to 36%. So it will not be a huge challenge to attain this goal. But attaining this goal itself may not serve the purpose unless we also focus, emphasize on quality and excellence. I'm not one of those who believe that the quality of higher education can be measured only in terms of employability or self-employability. There are other purposes of education, or education in itself is a purpose. I recall that when Khushwant Singh was studying in UK and came back to India, somebody asked his father, "Ke beta kya pass karke aaya hai?" And his father said, "Ye to pata nahi kya pass karke aaya hai, lekin time bahut pass karke aaya hai." And I'm sure at that time, neither Khushwant Singh nor his father had linked his education in Oxford with any kind of job, etc. It is through the trajectory of fate and other things that he discovered his own and was very, very renowned and successful. So there are many measures of the quality, and all measures of the quality is there. So the total emphasis on employability or self-employability or linking education to a kind of instrumentarian approach may not be desirable, but this seems to be the overall focus. Also, it is good that the ancient India and the practices in ancient India with regard to higher education, they are all good, but I think a lot needs to be done, and we need to contextualize in the future. So 64 kala, 14 vidya, 52 विद्याओं को हासिल करने के तरीके, they are all important. Multidisciplinary can be drawn from there, but I think we cannot remain only confined to that. It has to be linked to the present and also has to be linked with the future needs and requirements. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Kankamar. Very nice and researched views and clear views on certain points. And you have given us enough food for thought for this panel also, and to others also. You talked about aspects of capacity, the economics, the size which we deal with, and no doubt that with these changes which are coming from 3 to 4 and inclusion of some others, maybe the enrollment, total number of enrollment, I'm not talking percentages, may go up to 45 million. And also the aspects of public-private, their role and constitutional provisions which can facilitate, which are outside these are all very important. We'll keep deliberating on that because this is not an easy answer. It's multifaceted challenge which is there, and therefore we'll find something more from the next panelist. But before that, I must once again reiterate that I'm able to see Tej Pratap ji and also Dr. Pankaj Mittal, Ranbir Singh ji, and all their teams and various other distinguished experts who are there. Once again, welcome to you all to the panel, but also thank you to all for giving this opportunity. So I'll now request our last panelist to give his initial remarks, and then we'll have some very interesting Q&A, which we have decided between us also, and I hope we have also been able to provoke your thought processes to raise some pertinent questions. So please be ready with that. Shoot it to me or shoot it to Aparajita, whatever it may be. It can be passed on to me or it can be directly conveyed by you after this. So let's now invite Professor Dr. Rajiv Yarvadekar, who comes as a Dean of the Symbiosis Pune, and of course with a slightly different background. Some of us might have been engineering focused or maybe science and humanities focused, but he comes from a very, very new different stream, which is equally important and more so important in the COVID time. So let's hear his views in terms of expansion capacity. And I'm sure you don't have any employability challenges right now, Rajiv ji. So please throw light on anything which you like.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, esteemed panelists, and good afternoon, audience. At the outset, I would like to thank Dr. Pankaj Mittal, the Director General of AIU, for having conceptualized this or woven this session on health promoting universities into this session as probably an off-track idea, but very important. And I'll try to weave in the question of the health promoting university concept along with the access and equity session which we are facing today. Thanks also to Dr. Bhushan Patwardhan and Professor Rajnish and the Chairman DP Singh Saab of the University Grants Commission for having accepted this concept of health promoting university, which we have been discussing with the various echelons of the government for the last couple of years, trying to get it into mainstream higher education. So I'll be talking about access and equity, but from the healthcare perspective, as a gynecologist by training, as a practitioner of modern medicine, but then having done my PhD in the Faculty of Management at the Pune University, I've tried to weave in how these are important if we were to expect access and equity to education. More so when the new educational policy talks of providing access, and I read access in what Professor Farkan Kamar rightly mentioned about access being linked to affordability and availability. And more so in light of the COVID-19 situation, accessibility, availability, and affordability, along with the equity of healthcare, form the backbone or the bane of public healthcare delivery in the countries globally. So equity means what Professor Farkan Kamar very rightly said, something beyond just ensuring an equitable distribution of healthcare services. And how can we think of having an accessible and an equitable education system if we cannot facilitate or ensure accessible and equitable healthcare to the generation next, which is the future of Indian, of any country for that matter, especially in LMICs, the low and middle income countries. So let's try to see, next slide, please. I'll try to run you through a slideshow, but I would not exceed my time limit. So we're looking at access and equity as two major components of the session. Okay, can you change the slide? Okay, next one. So they are equal parameters of of higher education and towards ensuring equitable and accessible healthcare, as I said. Next. Now let's try to see what the Indian university level education is. And in fact, it's there everywhere. There is a transitional period for the young adolescents, opportunities for inculcating and cementing healthy lifestyles if the individual chooses. There are adjustments of the adolescents, academics and beyond. There's an absence of tender loving care of parents, which is so very vital. There is newfound independence. Children and adolescents are on a journey of decision making and indulging in at-risk behavior, and students staying in close communities, close confines of hostels, paying guest accommodations, where they are subject to the omnipresent peer pressure. So what do we have? There is a susceptibility to a host of disorders, new and or exacerbation of existing disorders, and all these are lifestyle related disorders, or what we call as designer diseases, because they are inflicted by the faulty lifestyle which these youngsters lead. And more importantly, in the backdrop of the physical ailments which they encounter or face or are confronted with, we are faced with the staggering rise in mental disorders. And in contrast to physical disorders, which attract the sympathy and attention of all healthcare providers, unfortunately, in a society in India and abroad, not so much abroad, but in India, mental disorders are a taboo, and one is faced with the discomfort of being shunned in public because of a mental disorder. in contrast to a physical disorder. Next. So this is properly known as the domino effect, where one aspect of the student's life, which we talk about integrated learning, impacts and collides with emotional aspects, spiritual aspects, physical disabilities, behavioral or rational problems, and in general, adaptability to a societal norms, taboos, beliefs, cultures, etc. So all these impact the way an individual faces or leads his life, adopts new lifestyles, and therefore falls a prey, as I said, to lifestyle-related disorders. Now, if you see the context, why higher educational institutes or why health-promoting universities, the concept is that most of these problems start in the time the student engages or enters the portals of a higher educational institute. Compared to 1919, 2016, 90% of the adult smokers begin smoking before 18. 1% women and 11% men aged 15 to 19 years and 1.4% of the women consume alcohol. There's an insufficient physical activity, and the WHO has rightly said sitting is the new cancer. So there's a phenomenal rise in not only the non-communicable diseases, but in these injuries which these such individuals are prone, as they say, fast cars, fast behaviors, fast food, everything is fast. All the precursors of the non-communicable diseases which we see in the adults today, the seeds are sown in the period of transition, whether it's overweight, whether it's consumption of carbonated drinks, alcohol, tobacco, sedentary lifestyle, substance abuse, and most importantly, mental disorders, of which unfortunately India is being dubbed and dubious distinction of having the maximum number of depression cases. And a 2016 survey of the WHO says that India leads as regards teenage suicides is concerned. What a colossal waste of manpower. And we are talking of preventable premature deaths in this population, which is on the threshold of contributing a workforce to the building the nation's economy. And all these seeds or the pioneering steps of, as we healthcare provider says, that initiating factors rather than the trigger factors happen in the transition from school life to college life with newfound freedom and peer pressure. Next. So at the global level, every fifth person below 25 years of age is an Indian. More than half of India's population is under the age of 25 years. So we are faced with a young population whereas the world is aging. And therefore, India should be not only concerned but obsessed about ensuring the health and well-being of this young population. Next. Therefore, this much talked about demographic dividend is something which we need to address and look into deep down, lest it gets converted into a demographic disaster. Let us leverage the advantage of this young population. So what are the policies and guidelines we have in India? The UGC guidelines do not, unfortunately, prioritize student health. Students are erroneously believed to be in good health. They do not find the favor and the sympathy of policymakers. The National Youth Policy or the National Health Policy sought to promote health and well-being of the students. And if you carefully see the new educational policy, I've written, but I scratched it because the initial drafts of the new educational policy did mention a focus and thrust on prioritizing health of the young population of students. But unfortunately, I could not find a significant mention of thrust and focus on ensuring the health and well-being of students in the new education policy. And the UN and WHO is talking about new concepts, sustainable development goals, the Oregon chapter, and a need for multi-stakeholder consultation. So the need of the hour is a health promoting university. And that gets to us to the concept of what is this health promoting university? So it is the need of the hour, but what is it that the health promoting university seeks to is establishing and improving primary health care, providing health and supportive working and social environments, facilitating personal and social development, encouraging wider academic interest in health promotion so that students are hooked on to the idea of indulging in health promotive behavior rather than health risk behavior, promoting healthy and sustainable policies, and ultimately developing links with the community to establish and have a healthy community. So here is how does one go about it? This is a much talked about a conceptual framework which talks about health persuasion and a legislative reform from the authoritative point of view. There is a collective viewpoint, a negotiated viewpoint, and an individual viewpoint. And each one has got matrices and indices of counseling, health education, clinical consultation at the individual level, a collective action of enablers, empowerment, action research, so on and so forth. And this BT's fourfold grid has found a lot of success in the European countries, predominantly in the UK, which was the originator of this health promoting universities or a health promoting schools concept. So what approach really works? Is it a top-down approach or a bottoms-up approach? Well, neither one is correct. And as in India, we are used to this philosophy of conducting an Abhishek, a drip approach, where there has to be a top-down approach, a forceful, what I call as dictatorial benevolency, and as well as a bottoms-up approach, there is a proactivity, and the two have to synergize to ensure its acceptance and successful implementation.
Dr. Rajiv, can I request you to speed it up? We'll have some Q&A also.
Last 1 minute. The last one, the slide talks about a way forward. You need to have a landscape assessment, a multi-stakeholder consultation, and I've listed the multiple stakeholders that are involved. And the challenges are many, whether it's securing commitment from institutions, finances, student staff power, curriculum development, lack of proactive lobbying and mediation, but it's important that we garner everyone's support. Next. So their problems are many. The challenge is to get everyone on your boat rowing in the same direction. And we need to do it. And none other than our Honorable Prime Minister has patronized this when he launched the Fit India movement on 29th of August 29. And Swasth Vyakti, Swasth Parivar or Swasth Samaj, yahi nahi Bharat ka Shreshth banane ka rasta hai. And another Nobel laureate, Dr. Amartya Sen, warns us by saying, India cannot expect to become a global economic power with an uneducated, unhealthy workforce. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. That's where I come from. Build up health promoting higher educational institutes if we are to ensure an equitable and accessible education.
Thank you, Professor Rajiv Yarvadekar. Very nice. You brought on the table very unique points relating youth and the health issues, the medical issues, the alcoholism and the behavioral issues which are also there. And undoubtedly, most of us will now have to focus on the wellness of our students or stakeholders, run university wellness programs, various things which are there, because they are also connected to the access and equity. Because of that, we find a lot of dropouts happen, lots of other things happen. And therefore, I think it's a very, very complex parameter. Friends, I'll not go much on reviewing it again. We are left with last 15 minutes, in my opinion, and I'll quickly go through a round of one question from my side to each of the panelists, and I'll probably change the order slightly. My first question to Professor Furkan Qamar, and request to all of them, not more than 2 to 3 minutes to answer. Professor Furkan Qamar, traditionally you have been in Niti Aayog or what we call the Planning Commission and various other things in policy planning. What was the shift which you are trying to see or which is happening or should happen when it comes to access and equity? Quick comment from your side, sir. Professor Furkan Qamar.
Thank you, Chairperson, Professor Sancheti. Before I answer your question, just for Dr. Rajiv's sake, Dr. Rajiv at page 38, para 12, I think mentions about your ideas when it says that last but not the least, development of capacities that promote students' wellness, such as fitness, good health, psychosocial well-beings are also important part of the optimum learning environment. So you should be happy with that statement. Professor Sancheti and all the distinguished participants, I was in Planning Commission at a different point of time when things were totally different and approaches were different. When I was working there, the Planning Commission used to be very instrumental in identifying the challenges before nation across all sectors, and then linking the resource allocation to these challenges so as to modulate the approach to development and the policy initiatives. And then it used to work closely over a period of 5 years by annual review and 6 monthly review at the bureaucratic level and also at the political level. So it was a more involved method, and there was a separate allocation other than the allocation which comes under the non-plan budget side. Things have changed drastically now because Niti Aayog is not into resource allocation, is not into monitoring in that way, but they are still doing something that at the idea level, they are working. For example, I think with regard to the implementation of national education policy, the broad contour has been provided by the policy document, but its implementation would require more detailed and more thorough work. And I think Niti Aayog should come up with this idea as to how to go about to minimize the risk of once again wrongly implementing the ideas into action. So I think they do it. Niti Aayog has also set up a planning and monitoring unit, and they evaluate every scheme of the government. For example, they are presently evaluating all central sector schemes which the government runs. So in that scheme, they can also provide ideas and mid-course correction and the changes that could happen. So given the time, I can say only this. Thank you.
What you are trying to say is more implementational issues, and I think we concur with that, and we need to do a lot. Moving on to the second question, and that's to Professor P.B. Sharma. He is a technologist excellent, par excellence. And my question to him is, what kind of a role technology play in dealing with access and equity? Would it facilitate it? Would it hamper it? We get lots of questions, oh, technology is not helping us. We don't have this access and we don't have devices and we are unable to cope up with that. This is not a very unique and good method. What is your quick view on this, Professor P.B. Sharma?
Sir, my straightaway view is that technology will do wonders in higher education and will certainly enhance the equity as well as the access of education in India. It will also discipline my teachers and also my students. And at the same time, the quality of contents which we deliver would also go up because you are visible, you are being recorded, and every word which you utter is being translated and decoded. And therefore, technology will do wonders. Having said this, let me also say that a lot of investment in this area is required. Currently, my teachers are teaching from their home. Their children are learning through online classes from schools, small houses. Just imagine if in a house 4 or 5 people are hooked up to net, you require very high level of connectivity and bandwidth. These are the issues. The nation must understand that we are in the age of technology. There is no going away. I can assure you that much of the increase in access would be on the side of technology. And you would have more and more education operators coming in the field who would be offering high quality education, including higher education, professional education, utilizing the online portals. One last point, a small one, I thought I must also restate in the minds of my learned Vice Chancellor connected to this very important conference. Our last government as well as the present government has done wonders. They have multiplied what I have always asked for, multiplying goodness. And therefore, they have increased the number of seats in IITs by setting more new IITs, new NITs, new All India Medical Institutes, and so on. But they must also now set up more NIPERs, National Institute of Pharmaceutical Sciences, because we are at the threshold today of moving much further in the area of pharmaceutical as well as health sciences. And I think the good times are ahead for online education to be offered by a great many universities in India, including the SRM University, AMET, of course. All IITs should be forced now to offer online education. It should be available free of cost at all classrooms in the country. You will do wonders. So technology is going to do wonders in the times to come.
Thank you, sir. You said very interesting point. Number one is that teachers are also going to be proctored now, which was not the case earlier, and hope it will bring a little bit more seriousness, quality improvement at all levels. The other thing which we all know, technology has always been a level provider or leveling the cost in long run in next 2 to 3 years. My own anticipation is that it will reduce the cost of the education, which probably may be prohibitive in certain cases. So we now move on to the third question. A quick one, Madam Dr. Kavita Sharma, to you. You have worked in a university which dealt with international clientele students. Would like to know quickly from you, what were the unique experiments the international institutions found in terms of dealing with access and equity? Are there any iconic answers which you have, which were success for dealing to deal with the access and equity?
No, but not really, because we were constrained by the SARC, the SARC formulations, and we had to abide by them. But one thing I did find is that mental health was a huge issue. And so we had to increase our counselor time from 2 days in a week to 6 days in a week. And they could go at any time and maintain that confidentiality. The other thing I found was that certain diseases were rampant. And things like, drinking and leading to, in fact, we had to do 2 kidney transplants also, because we had to get them done. And there was affordability problems in that. And tuberculosis, for example, was very rampant. And we had several cases of that.
So does that mean, sorry to interrupt you, does that mean that diversity put you to a lot of challenge?
Yes.
That, easy access put you to a lot of challenge?
Yes, it does. It does. It also, sorry to say this, but it also leads to a lot of religious issues that emerge. And among students who are also fighting for their political space, this diversity, which is, I think, a good thing, because we all learned. Because, ab Eid mein kya hona hai, Diwali mein kya hona hai, all those issues, and they would fight on it. Depending on who's the mess committee chair, student president, and there was, kya khana banega, nahi banega, and why. And so all those issues. So diversity puts a lot of cultural challenges, which we should be willing to very patiently tackle, because they are also issues of, they are also growing up, their hormones are working, and they haven't learned, they're also finding their identity issues there. So we had to
understand that those are very important issues.
Also, the countries are at war with each other.
Core of academics, actually, digressed you from the core of academics. That's the
yes,
challenge.
And the countries are at war with each other. We have Pakistani students, we have Indian students, we have Nepali students. India creates a blockade in Nepal. So we have all our Nepali students and our teachers up in arms. Plus their language skills, and I found mathematical skills very poor in the SARC region.
Okay. So madam, thank you so much. We'll have to confine this answer to this. Hats off to you that you took this challenge and handled it. We find the Indian challenge itself very, very difficult for many of us. And I come to the last question, and after that, if Dr. Parajita gives us permission, we'll take one more. Otherwise, we'll stop it. And the last question goes to Dr. Rajiv. And the question, Professor Rajiv, you people deal with, or your specialization deals with the human beings directly. And very rightly, you talked about the medical and health and well-being issues which are there. So for me, quality is the most important in that aspect. Quality is important everywhere, but in the dealing with the men or the women or the human being, I think quality is most important. Would you like to throw light very quickly on how quality and the access and equity are related in your opinion? Maybe an example from medical domain.
So they are inextricably linked, because you cannot have healthcare services which are affordable and equitable, and compromise on quality of healthcare. And quality is the buzzword, whether it's at NAC, whether it's in healthcare. And just to give a metaphorical example, when there's a pauper on the road and a king sitting in a well-to-do person, they would go and have chai in different places. The well-to-do person would like to go and have chai in a 5-star hotel, which costs anyway upward of 500 or 1,000 rupees, whereas the pauper on the street would go and have chai at the roadside tuck shop. But when it comes to healthcare, accessing it, affording it, or rather wanting to afford it, even the poorest of poor on the healthcare wants to have the best of treatments in the best of hospitals. So healthcare is something which no individual likes to compromise, whether he can afford it or not. And that's where the concept of managed healthcare comes. Insurance being one of the managed healthcare models. And the Jan Arogya Yojana launched by the Honorable Prime Minister is a giant and a phenomenal step in ensuring affordability of healthcare to ensure accessibility of healthcare. Because without accessibility, we cannot dream of a healthy India.
Okay, that's great, very crisp, and thank you for that. Dr. Parajita, do we have a minute or two to take questions, or you are saying no?
Not really, sir, because
Not really. Okay, don't worry. I'll conclude in a minute, and not even a minute, I will say. Friends, this is something very interesting, this particular topic. It's bugging us for a long time. I'm pretty sure it will keep throwing more challenges. As you could see that most of our distinguished panelists drew upon its relationship with the other diverse contents which are there. Let me add to that particular portfolio by adding some more difficulties which are there. One thing, obviously, which Professor Furkan Kamar touched upon, that we don't know much about the affirmative actions which are there, and what are the special drives which we can possibly do to come and do the corrections which are required. But for me, in today's world, if we are aspiring to become the global leaders in education, in addition to all the parameters which I said to you in the beginning, access, equity, affordability, diversity, whatever, I think there are 3 more parameters which I generally tend to add, and those are on the efficiency, speed, and diversity. And all these 3 things also will have a huge impact on what we call access, equity, quality, etc. We don't know what the relationship is and how linear or non-linear or definable it is, but we'll keep pondering over these things. Hopefully, AIU and NLU and many of all those of you who are going to host such organizations or events will give us this opportunity to learn more about it. With these words, I'd like to close it. Thank you once again to everyone, particularly to Ranveer Singh ji and also to Tej Pratap ji and Dr. Mittal. It was very, very enjoyable for last 1.5 days, and hope we'll get the proceedings out of this, which will further educate us. Thank you so much. Namaskar, and thanks, big thanks to my panelists, Professor Sharma, Dr. Raji, Professor Kavita, and also Professor Furkan Kamar. Namaskar. Thank you.
Namaskar. Thanks to the chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Very much. I take this opportunity to thank the chair, Professor Sandeep Sancheti, and all the panel members once again on my behalf. Professor P.D. Sharma, Professor Kavita Sharma, Furkan sir, and Rajiv sir, thank you for joining us. And also thanks to all the honorable vice chancellors and all the academicians who have joined us for this session and making it a wonderful session. We would start with the next technical session for the day now within 2 minutes. The theme of the session is Excellence, Internationalization, and Global Rankings. So another 2 minutes, please be on the same link. We'll join through the same link. Thank you so very much.
Thank you.
Welcome, Raj.
Hello, sir. How are you?
I'm fine. I'm fine.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Good evening to you.
Hello, Dr. Pankaj.
Hello. How are you?
I'm fine. I'm fine. We are enjoying the
Yes,
treat that you are providing us.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Dr. Raj, welcome.
नमस्कार मैम 5 मिनट में रिपोर्ट आ रहा आपके पास 80 पेज बन गया
80 पेज बन गया ओके Ritu, if you are there, we can start. Ritu or Aparajita, I don't know who will start.
Yes, ma'am. Dr. Gulshan Sharma has joined.
Just give us, we can start because the next session we have to start at 4:30.
I'm very much there. There is some issue. We'll just start. Just give me 1 minute.
Okay.
Yeah, तो वही तो same idea है.
Welcome, Dr. Vidya.
I'm not on this panel, but I'm seeing all the eminent people. So good evening to all of you. Furqan here.
We listened to an eminent person in the last session, sir.
Thank you. So how are you, Vidyaji?
Good evening, sir. How are you?
The university and the admission scenario and the students.
Yes, sir. It's a big chaos, but we started with online, so at least the postgraduate education.
Even you did the admission as well?
Postgraduate, yes, sir. Undergraduate law and management are going on. So.
Okay. So, and now engineering would also take place after 6th.
Yes.
So, in fact, universities like ours, I mean, we have started our continuing semester, but for the first semester, admission is still in kind of a limbo, not able to decide what to do. So everyone is waiting. How about you, Professor Varghese, in NEPA admissions?
We had done our All India test and started our MPhil program
from
3rd of August.
Oh, great, great.
We had the online examination, online interviews, and online classes started on 3rd of August.
Oh. And how about some of those international students who got stuck here in India?
All the last person left on 10th of July.
Oh, and they
that
all
was from South Sudan, because there was no connection to South Sudan. Two of them stayed here for a long period of time. One from Cuba and another one from South Sudan.
Okay. Okay.
So because connections are a problem, you know, for them.
A very good afternoon, everybody. I, Ritu Gupta, welcome you all to this technical session 4 of this 2 days National Conference of Vice Chancellors being organized by AIU and hosted by National Law University, Delhi. The theme of this 4th technical session is Excellence, Internationalization and Global Rankings. जब बात हो विश्वविद्यालयों की, एक बार फिर से परिकल्पना करने की, तो ये अत्यंत आवश्यक है कि हम एक्सेलेंस की बात करें, इंटरनेशनलाइजेशन की सोचें और ग्लोबल रैंकिंग्स में जगह बनाएं. This is the theme for this technical session 4, Excellence, Internationalization and Global Rankings. And for this technical session, again, we have extremely great panel of the speakers. And today the chair is Professor N.V. Varghese, who is Vice Chancellor of the National University of Educational Planning and Administration, New Delhi. Professor N.V. Varghese is the founding director of the Center for Policy Research in Higher Education, New Delhi. He had been head of governance and management in education at the International Institute for Educational Planning, Paris, And he also had been head of its training and education program at IIEP Paris, and again head of higher education and specialized training at IIP Paris. Professor Varghese has published more than 30 books and more than 200 research papers and articles in academic journals in the areas related to educational planning, financing, and higher education. We welcome you, sir, here.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. And today we have 3 panelists for this particular session. The first panelist is Professor C. Rajkumar, the founding Vice Chancellor of O.P. Jindal Global University, Sonipat. Dr. Rajkumar works in the fields of human rights and development, comparative constitutional law, terrorism and national security, corruption and governance, law and disaster management, legal education and higher education. And in recognition of its contributions, Jindal Global University has been awarded grade A by NAC. Professor Kumar has contributed articles in newspapers and magazines published from Hong Kong, India, and UK. And he has also held consultancy assignments in the fields of human rights and governance. He has been a consultant to the United Nations University, Tokyo, United Nations Development Program, UNDP, UN Office of the High Commissioner of Human Rights, Geneva, and the International Council for Human Rights Policy, Geneva. We welcome you, Professor Rajkumar, to this panel. The next panelist, Professor Rajkumar.
Yes.
Yeah, we welcome you here.
Thank you.
The next panelist, Dr. Gulshan Sharma. We have not been able to connect to Dr. Gulshan Sharma. Is he there? Dr. Gulshan Sharma is Director General ICSI, International Chamber for Service Industry. Dr. Gulshan Sharma is there?
So I'm here for join.
Okay, all right. The next panelist with us for this technical session 4 is Professor Vidya Yaravdekar, who is Pro-Chancellor Symbiosis International Deemed University, Pune, and she is also the Principal Director of Symbiosis Society. We welcome you here, ma'am, for this technical session. Professor Vidya has been able to influence policy regulations for promoting and bringing in innovative approaches to higher education in India through her appointments on various governmental bodies, such as University Grants Commission, Central Advisory Board of Education, Indian Council for Cultural Relations, Rights Limited, India Brand Equity Foundation, trust set up by the Ministry of Commerce and Industries, Services Export Promotion Council, Public Health Foundation of India, etc. And she has also been the chairperson of the FICCI Committee on Higher Education. She has authored books on internationalization of higher education in India based on her experiences and research in this field. We welcome you, ma'am, here.
Thank you.
So now I'll request the chairperson, Professor N.V. Varghese, to start the session.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Just tell me how long we can go. We are starting at 3.
We have 1 hour.
Huh?
We have 1 hour.
So 3:35. We go till 3:35.
Right.
And Dr. Gulshan Sharma is not available. Is that I understand?
Not available.
Sorry?
He is not available, sir. We are not able to connect him.
Okay.
But
Thank you.
Dr.
Thank you very
Sharma
much.
is not there. We will start the valedictory at 4:30. So you have time till 4:30.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Pankaj Mittal, for giving us an opportunity. And it's a wonderful opportunity. I was listening to some of the sessions yesterday and today too. And even the previous session I was listening to. You have organized it very well. And thank you once again for organizing this, giving us an opportunity to listen to others, and also giving me an opportunity to chair this session. Thank you very much to AIU. And we have very eminent speakers, and they were very ably introduced by Dr. Ritu, and I will not get into the details. I'm told that I can take 5 to 6 minutes to introduce the theme of internationalization. Then I'll request the eminent experts to continue with the discussions and the discourse. Friends, when we talk about internationalization in the present context, one area that we find is that the government is thinking and the public discussions are centered around how to make India an education hub and how to bring more students to India. I'll come to it. But essentially, when we talk about internationalization, there are two dimensions to that. One is the issues related to cross-border mobility. The other one is that the internationalization at home. When we talk about the cross-border mobility, we are seeing internationalization in the context of globalization and also in the context of four modes of cross-border mobility in terms of mobility of programs, mobility of students, mobility of institutions, and mobility of teachers. Although mobility of students and teachers were traditional forms of mobility, mobility of institutions that was added in this century, and perhaps the mobility of programs, especially with MOOCs, was an addition in the last decade. So these are the four forms of mobility that we find. India sends the second largest number of students abroad. It's around 3.05 lakh students go abroad, are studying abroad. Indians are studying abroad, but we do not get as many students, or only 1/6 of the students that go abroad from India. So this is an issue of important consideration in India, how to make India an attractive place, etc. It is important to see that when we talk about internationalization, a large chunk of students, 98% of the students globally, they study in their own countries. They do not cross borders. In India too, more than 99% of the students do not cross borders. Only very few students are crossing borders. But internationalization is not just only about this mobility. There are also a lot of discussions that are taking place in terms of how to leverage the efforts that are available or the facilities that are available to ensure that internationalization is also reflected in our curriculum, and how our curriculum is internationalized, and those who are studying in India also becomes a global citizen in the real sense of the term. But what is important is that everybody agrees that internationalization need not be necessarily associated with the mobility of persons or institutions, but this collaboration with international agencies, with international universities which are globally reputed, which is going to improve not only the transactions part of it, but also research, and it will contribute to enhancing one's own ranking positions. From that point of view, the title of the session, that excellence, internationalization, and global rankings, these are very much closely linked. Internationalization is leading to improving quality and excellence, and also it is one of the ways in which we can improve our own global ranking. And one of our speakers, the founding Vice Chancellor of the university, Dr. Rajkumar, will tell you that how fast his university could move to a good position, one of the good positions in the international global ranking. Let me start with requesting Dr. Vidya to take. What we decided was that we'll give around 8 to 10 minutes for the speakers in one go in the first instance. Then we'll request when we'll get some of the questions, and then we'll have question answer sessions. You'll have discussions from the audience or from myself. That's all right. Dr. Vidya.
Thank you, Professor Varghese, for inviting me, and of course, Dr. Pankaj Mittal. This is an excellent two-day discourse. I mean, it's, as Professor Varghese said, it's an academic treat for all of us. And here we are discussing a topic which is, I think, very relevant in today's times, and something that is close to my heart. Raj, Professor Varghese, me, and I think Pankaj Mittal, all of us, we are so very interested in this topic of internationalization. But I think what we plan to discuss now is, how does internationalization bring in excellence that will lead to global rankings of our higher education institutions? So internationalization, as Professor Varghese very rightly said, was first attributed to only mobility, where we only felt that institutions would internationalize if they had a large number of foreign students primarily, and of course foreign faculty. But that's no longer true. I think what is true is how do you actually intersperse internationalization in all the processes of our universities or higher education institutions, which means not just students and faculty, but even academic and research processes, including administration. Now, in the present times, of course, things are totally different from what they were a few months ago. And I, for one, believe that, there's a great learning because of what has happened with the pandemic. And I think if we continue doing that, most of our institutions will be internationalized or will practice internationalization at home, as what Professor Varghese just described. When we talk about excellence, I think there are three parameters that one needs to look at. One, of course, is concentration of talent, which is obviously students, talented students and talented faculty, sufficient resources, and third, of course, an efficient management or a good leadership. And I think when we talk about concentration of talent, and when we talk about students, not only that we want talented students, but we also want diversity of students. And this is when international students play an important role. So we always believe that when whether our students go abroad or even foreign students come to India, it is for their benefit. But I, for one, believe that it is not just the benefit of the students who travel to another country, but it is of equal benefit to the students of the host country. Because when you have a classroom with international students, there is so much of diversity of thoughts and diversity of discussions. And I think in the present world, what one needs our young students to know is these diverse discussions that should happen in classrooms, so that it's not just about knowing what is happening in another country, but really finding solutions to global problems through such discussions and through such forums. And therefore, international students bring in this aspect of diversity. Same is the case with international faculty. When they come in, I think what they also bring in with them are problems of their country, where they're trying to find solutions with some kind of joint research with our faculty. And therefore, at least at our university, at the Symbiosis International University, we have seen that when we have this diversity of international students sitting with Indian students in a class, apart from the cultural sensitization, there is a great learning for our students. And same is the case with faculty. When international faculty sit in staff rooms, the whole culture of the staff room changes. We've seen our young assistant professors who benefit so much from international faculty, who bring in a large amount of research bent of mind, I would say, into these staff rooms, and to help our younger assistant professors, to look at global issues and to find solutions to these global issues. So that's how excellence is linked to internationalization. The other aspect of internationalization at home that Professor Varghese just brought in, and again, as I say, that this is so very relevant in today's time, when the pandemic has hit us so badly, is about those 98% students who cannot be mobile and who have to stay in their host countries or host universities. And how do they get exposed to this whole concept of internationalization? And that's when we talk about internationalizing our curriculum, or bringing in internationalization on our campuses. So that's when international faculty, through such online education, and that's the sea change that we look at now. I mean, earlier we would have probably a couple of people who would travel all the way from US or European partner universities to come and teach, physically would come and teach at our universities in our classrooms. But today that's not true. Almost every alternate day we have a lecture with an international faculty. We have several faculty development programs that are conducted by international faculty. There are so many of our faculty that teach at some of the European universities. And this whole online education has not just benefited students, but I think more importantly benefited faculty to network with each other. And that's a big change now. And I hope these networks not only stay, but also grow further into very strong networks where, it's not just about teaching, but also about joint research. And again, coming back to excellence and rankings, when we look at those parameters, presently, there is a lot of importance given to the presence of international faculty, to presence of international students, but more importantly to research. And that's how our universities will kind of upgrade their research portfolios along with these kind of joint research programs that happen between Indian and international faculty members. Another aspect to all this is collaboration. And we just had a session with Kiran Mazumdar-Shaw. In fact, Professor Varghese, we got the session shifted to the morning because I thought this will get delayed. So when Kiran said so very rightly that, even when we talk about vaccine manufacturing today, there is a nationalism element being brought in. So which country produces the vaccine against corona or COVID the first? And, so there is a feeling of nationalism that has been brought in. But I think what one needs to understand is no one country can do it. And therefore, countries will have to come together. Research institutions and companies will have to come together for the production of vaccine. And that's what we see. A company in my city, in Pune, the Serum Institute has collaborated with Oxford University, and hopefully very soon a vaccine will be manufactured or produced in this very city of Pune. So these kind of collaborations, especially in this era, have become more and more important than earlier times. And we want these collaborations, as I said, to grow further. And I'm very happy. I think Dr. Mittal will make this announcement, but I'm very glad that she's taken this initiative to form a network of such like-minded universities, not just from India, but from all across the world, which will come on a common platform, which we call it as the Indian Network for International Education. Because internationalization cannot be limited to some universities in India. It has to grow not just vertically, but horizontally, because each and every university or college, the students there aspire to become global citizens, aspire to take jobs, not just in our country, but in countries, outside of ours, aspire to be employed in multinational companies that would probably place the student for some time in India, but maybe at most other times in a foreign country. So why should we absolve those students, this whole process of internationalization? And I think this network and collaboration is going to be extremely critical when Dr. Pankaj Mittal actually rolls it out through AIU. When universities will come together, like-minded universities will develop this whole process of internationalization and the collaboration, and those that need handholding will be handheld through this network. There is so much of excitement of this whole national education policy. And if you look back, at the earlier policies, internationalization was not so much spoken about as much as it is in this new education policy. In the chapter 12, there is a discourse and discussion where many of us have taken part and added and given our inputs. And I think it will play a major role in times to come. And therefore, I personally feel that internationalization does bring in excellence, does bring in quality in higher education institutions, does help higher education institutions to benchmark against each other and also benchmark globally, and therefore does help in rankings. I'm sure Raj is going to throw more light on how his institution was transformed through the process of internationalization to becoming an institution of eminence. Though I cannot definitely say this for the Symbiosis International University, but yes, our university was actually born for international students. It was created as an organization for international students way back in 1971. In fact, we are celebrating our Golden Jubilee now. So 50 years ago, the founder thought of this whole process of internationalization when nobody in India even spoke about it. And through these 50 years, we know how not only that the institution has been benefited to get a good reputation, not just in India, but outside of India, but more importantly, how students have been benefited, so that, whenever you travel across in any part of the world, you have a student who comes, running to you and tells you that, I'm working here and, I just got here because I had a friend from Africa who was studying with me in my class, or someone from Iran was studying with me in my class. And therefore, these kind of bonds and networks also help students as much as they help faculty. So I would definitely propose that internationalization plays a major role in bringing in excellence and thereby benchmarking our higher education institutions globally. I think I'll end here, and I'm sure we'll have a lot of time.
Thank you, Dr. Vidya. Thank you very much for bringing these two issues, especially many issues you brought it, but I am picking up two issues. One is the internationalization and international students bring diversity, which adds to excellence, efforts towards excellence. This is a very good way of articulating it. And once one visits Symbiosis, when you have the students parading before the seminars, we see a lot of faces. And also, normally in Indians have a feeling that, you know, internationalization means we have to look towards West and we have to move towards West. But in Symbiosis, we find a lot of people from other parts of the world, you know, and that itself is a testament of the diversity that you have been talking about. Thank you very much for that. And secondly, also, among many other points, you emphasized on the importance of networks that are to be created among students within the country and abroad, and also among faculty members within the country and abroad, and also the collaborative work, which also adds to quality. Now let me come to Professor Rajkumar. You have been, when Dr. Vidya was talking about how do we move towards excellence, one of the issues that she said, apart from the excellent students and concentration of talent, etc., he also emphasized on leadership. You know, you have been successful in leading a small institution to start with and a large institution now. And in the last 10 years, perhaps you are one of the youngest. I do not know whether you are the youngest Vice Chancellor of a university in the country, but you are one of the youngest and longest serving, one of the longest serving Vice Chancellor. So you have been in the leadership role for a fairly long period of time, and you have taken the university from the, in the real sense, from the bricks, I'm not talking about brick and mortar university, from the bricks to the level that you have achieved now as OP Jindal University. So we'll be happy to listen to you, not only the concept and the idea, but also how did you manage to do all these things within the last 10 years?
Thank you very much, Professor Varghese, for a very generous introduction. I would like to, first of all, thank Dr. Pankaj Mittal, the Secretary General of Association of Indian Universities, my mentor, Professor Ranbir Singh, Vice Chancellor of National Law University, Delhi, and of course, really a galaxy of individuals who are present here, Professor Tej Pratap, the President of AIU, and many other individuals. As it was mentioned before, this has been a phenomenal conference. Off and on, I did hear many conversations, and I think it's indeed bringing together a collective consciousness of Indian academic community in the form of this conference. And I applaud the leadership of both Dr. Mittal and Dr. Ranbir Singh in coming together and putting this conference together. The theme of the conference, Reimagining Indian Universities, but also the theme of this session is very dear to all of us, as Dr. Vidya mentioned. And it's only fair that we also critically examine some of the challenges that all of us are facing with regard to achieving its fullest potential. The national education policy does talk about that reimagination, and many aspects of what this panel is going to focus on, including internationalization, has been part of the NEP's policy as well. So I would like to begin by saying that, of course, Dr. Varghese wanted to talk a little bit about my own journey. Well, I was appointed as Vice Chancellor when I was 34, and now I am 46. So I have rapidly aged and no longer young in that sense. But it has been a very inspiring journey for me personally for the last 12 years of establishing this university and bringing it to where we are. And of course, we have a long way to go. We had a very modest beginning with only 110 students in the year 2009, and we have now 6,600 students. We started with only 20 faculty members, and now we have over 600 faculty members. So that has been the evolution since 2009. But focusing on this theme itself, I want to begin by saying that it will be a mistake for any university to think in terms of rankings as their end, and not even the policy framework of the institution should be defined by rankings. I think all of us in education need to be conscious of the fact that we need to develop a vision and mission with clear goals and aspirations of the university. And there, I think the most important goal and aspiration of any institution should be to be in the pursuit of excellence. And that pursuit of excellence is what an institution should aspire to, and it should be hopefully in everything that the institution does, be it in recruitment of faculty, admission of students, developing innovative pedagogies in teaching, promoting a research ecosystem, with active participation of faculty in promoting publications, developing internationalization and building partnerships with universities, creating programs for students with a view to developing internships and promoting placements, creating experiential learning opportunities for students, or for that matter, digitization and promoting now what is being promoted quite significantly as online education. So all aspects of a university, of an institution, should be driven by excellence and the pursuit of it. And I must say that that's not an easy goal to have. It requires a lot of imagination. It requires resources, and something that is a constraint in many developing countries, including India. So once I think we get this right, then the rest will follow. And this is where I think institutions should be able to think beyond their narrow confines of what they are used to doing. And that is where it's important to challenge themselves. And that's, I think, one of the things that we learned early on with our own institution. And I remember very vividly in the year 2009 and 10, when we started off with the law school, we were very conscious of the fact that we want to move beyond a law school. And every year since then, we have built a new school. And now we have 9 schools across these 6,600 students. Now, in that process of building an interdisciplinary ecosystem, we were very conscious of the fact that we are a non-STEM, non-medicine university. And almost all what we do is broadly within the confines of liberal arts, humanities, social sciences, and 2 professional schools such as law and architecture. And that also means that it comes with its own set of challenges. So about the past, we were strongly discouraged in the early years in 2009, 10, and 11 that we should not aspire to be part of international rankings, because rankings inevitably favor STEM universities and medicine-based institutions. And that's true as well to some extent. The methodology, the framework, the strong emphasis on citations, all of that is geared up for institutions which have very strong STEM disciplines. So one of the things that we did very early on is that we didn't want to care about rankings and determine our vision. So we went ahead with what we think was necessary to build a world-class university, and all the things that I just said a few minutes ago were components of that. And as we kept doing that, 5 years, we had no focus whatsoever on rankings, besides and many of us speaking occasionally and participating in conferences to understand what rankings methodology is. 5 years into our establishment, around 2014, was the first time when we started to look at the methodology more closely and beginning to see some early results of whatever we decided to do, not with a view to being part of any rankings, but actually whatever we did was actually being potentially reflected in what rankings organizations end up valuing. And that was our first, let's say, a eureka moment, a sense of realization that maybe this is what, whatever our journey has been, we need to have a sharper focus on what we ended up doing. And that led to the understanding in the rankings methodology. And of course, a few years ago, we broke into the QS BRICS rankings and then the QS Asia rankings. And I would say the year 2019 was a very defining year for us when we broke into the QS World University rankings, where only 1,000 universities out of the over 35,000 plus universities in the world get ranked, and only 24 Indian universities were ranked. And of course, this year also we were ranked among and became one of the 3 private universities in that. So I want to conclude that part of it by saying, from a public policy standpoint, India has to take a call whether we want to be serious and sincere about rankings. We can't be doing flip-flop over rankings. There are moments when all the way from our Prime Minister to our HRD Minister to our President, and of course, all our regulatory bodies talk about rankings. We lament about the fact that not a single Indian university is among the top 100 in the world. We talk about the fact that Singapore, Hong Kong, South Korea, Taipei, and of course, China have been at the vanguard of international rankings the last decade. And then on many other occasions, we pass very critical assessment about rankings and dismiss them, so much so that sometimes we even say that these are all Western conspiracies to undermine Indian institutions. So we need to be clear about what our views on rankings are, and we want to decide whether we want to be part of it. And once we decide that we want to be part of it, we need to recognize the importance of globally benchmarking ourselves as to what our universities need to be doing with the view to be participating and essentially competing in international rankings. Most of the time, in fact, for all of us who are viewing this, I must say that when Indian universities fall down in rankings, it's not so much because of the fact that from the previous year to this year, we ended up doing something worse. Not at all. In fact, for all you know, we might have done something better. But the real challenge about rankings is that we are competing globally. And so there are more and more universities around the world who are competing with us and are doing more to get better. And that's exactly how these rankings work. I mean, it's a bit like our Prime Minister, really promotes this idea of doing business. The countries get ranked in the World Bank Index about how well they are in promoting business. And of course, a lot of efforts by the government has ended up India coming in the top 100. But in the earlier years, it wasn't like that. And so the point I want to say is that public policy should be able to meet institutional goals. Regulatory ecosystem should match institutional aspirations. And then we will be able to see where we can position ourselves. I want to conclude lastly by talking a bit about internationalization. Most of the points were mentioned. I am a very strong believer in internationalization, like all of us here. But I also say that internationalization in universities is suffering from a resource challenge. Most of the time, international opportunities end up going to privileged institutions and, of course, privileged individuals within these institutions. The only way by which we can democratize internationalization is to provide opportunities for people who simply can't afford. And that is why the internationalization that we have hitherto promoted in India with the West, mostly North America, Canada, Western Europe, Australia, New Zealand, and probably other parts, some developed parts of Southeast Asia, should also be supplemented with strong international partnerships in South Asia, in Africa, in Southeast Asia. And that expansion of these opportunities will reduce the cost at least to 1/5 of what it would take. And that will create more access and more opportunities for students to engage in internationalization. Similarly, inward mobility for internationalization needs to be promoted. I'm very sad to say that despite all our efforts here, the fact is the FRRO process is a nightmare. All of us have been continuous victims of the FRRO process, and it's an absolute disincentive to do anything internationally, whether it is inviting somebody for a conference, whether it is inviting a scholar for a visiting appointment, whether it's inviting a student to join the institution, whether it is recruiting a faculty. We need to be clear about it. We can't have conflicting signals and institution starts doing so much towards promoting, and suddenly what was considered a good thing ends up becoming a bad thing. What was promoted significantly suddenly gets demoted significantly. We need to have greater clarity and approach towards internationalization. I'm going to stop here and deeply appreciate the opportunity to be here.
Thank you, Dr. Raj. Thank you very much. You discussed about the public policies, and thank you very much for highlighting some important dimensions of the journey that you have led to make the OP Jindal University a different place after 10 years. Thank you very much for that. And I think you talked about the public policy. And if you look at the public response to ranking from 2003 onwards, there are two types of response that I find globally. One response is that the methodology is bad and things are not right, so we are not there. That is why we are not there. It's a problem of methodology. And you find that some of the European countries, since it is Anglophone countries or English-speaking countries which were at the leadership role in the ranking, this was also not confined to the developing countries. And if you see Malaysia, for example, in 2005 and 6, the debate and controversy that took place when Malaysian universities first were found in 79th position and 68th position when they declined their rates, declined, you found that. That is one. The second response that we find is that many countries have moved to a situation where they introduced their own national ranking systems, and that is why India is one example, Malaysia is, many countries you find it. So when I look at the ranking patterns throughout the world, these were the two types of response that you find that, that has happened. And it's very good at one level that, there's a competition between accreditation and ranking. So my question to Dr. Vidya, to start with, is that how do you relate, since you are also heading an institution which is considered to be qualitatively very good, when you consider that the accreditation issues and overall quality improvement and the issues related to ranking, how do you place these two issues?
So I think accreditation and ranking are, of course, both deal with quality, but ranking is all about benchmarking against, other institutions. So whereas accreditation is something that, you introspect and look at the quality internally. So I would place it like that. So it's more institutional, and this is more to do with a comparative between, another institution and yours. So, but just to add to this, or looking at a different view, when we look at rankings, I personally agree with Raj that you cannot set those goals of rankings that last year my university was at this and now I want to. Of course, everybody aspires to climb up, and unless you have an aspiration, you obviously don't do good things within the institution. But I think the aims and objectives of your institution have to be well defined. That you have to define where you want to go. Now, whether you want to be the best and be benchmarked the best, Indian university, or benchmarked the best amongst the world, or you decide that yes, I as a university want to take my university to this level, and I think other things just follow. And there are several such wonderful examples in India where we have seen how institutions have grown in a short span of time to attract some of the best students and best faculty members. One of the good example of a country and specifically a university that I would like to give here is Singapore, and specifically Nanyang Technological University. I think when Bertil Anderson, the president, took over, Nanyang Technological University was really not ranked anywhere, very, very lowly, or, maybe ranked in as a good university in Asia. But now if you look at their figures, they are ranked amongst the top universities in the world. Now, why did this happen? And that's where I said excellence means bringing about good talent. And what Bertil did was to first remove those probably 200 people. I mean, he could do that. Some of us don't enjoy that liberty, and surely not the public universities, but he could manage to do that. He removed all those mediocre and less than mediocre faculty members and told them that because you've not performed, of course, he gave them a chance for 1 year and did that. But what he did most importantly is to bring in young, new, people, talented people who really wanted to teach and do research, and he brought them from all over the world. So it was not just diversity of students, but I think that diversity of faculty who came into Nanyang Technological University and brought in that whole ecosystem of excellence. And that's when NTU started climbing up, amongst the top in 100, top in 50, and then top 30. So I think ranking is all about what the leader wants to do with his own university. And, when he does that, automatically rankings climb up. Accreditation, obviously, that's something that each one of us it's like a benchmark of quality or a stamp of quality that you want, in your own country, in your own ecosystem.
Okay, thank you very much. Before I come to Dr. Pankaj, I just want Dr. Raj to extend a point that he made, the online education. Now, what is happening is that with the COVID situation, we move around, we see only online education everywhere. We all are forced to shift from face-to-face interactions to online education because of the COVID situation, And this also has a lot to do with crossing the boundaries, not only of the institutions within the country, but also of crossing the boundaries of the countries, institutions abroad. How this online education is influencing internationalization efforts within the institution and also your institution with other institutions.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Varghese. I expect that the growth and evolution of online education is going to be quite significant. In fact, we are, of course, very late in this effort already. The earlier avatar of the pejorativeness associated with the distance learning and the more recent avatar of, different types of, I don't want to name many things, but different types of, promotion that has happened with regard to online learning. This is not what online education is expected to be. If you look at, for example, the Arizona State University in the United States, one of the leading world-class universities, they have 50,000 plus students who are pursuing online education from around the world, and a good number from India. In fact, one of the challenges that we are always facing in India, and I think all of us know this very well, is the constant tussle between the regulatory body's aspiration to stop, let's say, dubious people and miscreants to undermine regulations and not maintain standards on the one hand, and the other institutions which are trying to pursue excellence in all its forms and manifestations, whether the education is offered in online or physical or residential or non-residential or asynchronous or synchronous. So so I'm only hoping that the national education policy, the spirit in which the Prime Minister of India has spoken when it comes to opening up online education to over 200 plus universities, all these things are ultimately going to lead to a dramatic reimagination and liberalization of the online degree program offerings. I sincerely hope that we are moving in the direction. And I think it's also important for us to recognize that the asynchronous model of education is going to actually democratize and create more inclusion so long as we are prepared to invest in physical infrastructure in the form of internet capabilities, electricity penetration, and all of that. And the other thing which we don't talk much about is that a lot of learners in online education are going to be coming out from the professions, those for whom continuing education becomes very significant. And so these two aspects of online education, I believe, has the potential to reimagine education. We need to look at innovative forms of pedagogy. We need to recognize new forms of training and capacity building program. The new generation of organizations such as Coursera and edX and Khan Academy and of course Upgrad in India, all these things are going to redefine education, and it is important for universities and higher education institutions to develop partnership and collaboration to promote online education.
Thank you very much. May I invite Dr. Pankaj Mittal?
Thank you.
Please unmute. Unmute here. Okay.
Thank you, Professor Varghese. First of all, compliments for holding the session in a wonderful manner. And thanks to the panelists for doing it so well. I just wanted to share with you like what Dr. Vidya was saying, that for internationalization, we do need to make special efforts. And when you were talking about the number of students who are coming to India and who are going out of India, it's basically 10 to 100 ratio. If 10 are coming to India, then 100 are going out of India. And every university has a dream of internationalization in terms of, say, projects, joint research, students, faculty, anything. But many of them, they don't know how to do internationalization. In fact, out of 1,000 universities, not more than 50 are involved in internationalization, and rest, although they are wanting to do internationalization, don't know how to do it. Therefore, we at AIU, we thought, Dr. Vidya was also there along with Vicky, we thought that let us make a Indian network of international educators. Like NAFSA is there is no Indian network of international educators. So we are working on making that network in which the universities which are wanting to do internationalization, they will be there. and there will be a lot of hand holding. I mean, there will be a mentorship. The ones who are very good in internationalization, they will tell the others that how to do internationalization, how to go about it. And there are, in this network, there will be people from outside the country also, within the country also, universities also, associations also, faculty also, and students also. So we are trying to establish a big network, Indian network of international educators, in which the primary people will be the directors of international offices of universities. And you must have seen in the National Policy on Education that it has specifically mentioned that universities which want to have internationalization should have a international office. We do not have a office for promoting internationalization in the universities. So that also we need, and maybe once that network is established, then we will come out with a national policy on internationalization of higher education, because we do not have specific national policy on internationalization of higher education. And once we have it, then it will facilitate the universities to go in for internationalization. I think that would be an important step in the promoting internationalization.
Thank you. These are good tips to how to internationalize at the institution level. Dr. Raj, I would like to come to you, both of you, first to you and then to Dr. Vidya. You know, the new policy envisages that the institution mobility, which was not permitted in India, and as you know that, you know, institutions who are not permitted to come and start independent campus, offer courses and award degrees in India. And although there was a bill related to that was in the parliament, but it got lapsed, you know. So now there is a new situation that is coming. How this change in the attitude in terms of the policy and regulatory mechanisms will affect internationalization efforts of the existing institutions, which are doing rather seemingly very well in terms of internationalization.
Thank you very much, Dr. Varghese. You know, Dr. Varghese, I am actually very convinced that there was a moment in time, almost a decade ago, there was an appetite for leading universities in the United States, in Europe, maybe in the UK, in Australia, who were ready to, you know, actually come to India and develop a brick and mortar type physical exclusive campus situations. I do believe that that moment is gone and it is not going to come back. Today, more than ever, what is going to be likely is there is going to be deeper, stronger, and more substantive partnerships with Indian institutions, at least the top ones. For example, if I were to, you know, take a guess, I will be very surprised if any university which is ranked top 200 in the world will be in a position to come and set up a brick and mortar physical exclusive campus in India. That is not going to happen, and that opportunity is long gone. What is likely to happen is universities are going to look at new forms of partnerships with Indian institutions, and that is the way to go. In fact, as you know very well, the way institutions operate and where internationally they have gone, whether it is NYU going to Abu Dhabi and China, or for that matter, Monash going to Monash in Australia, going to Malaysia, and parts
African countries.
Yeah. It's a different imagination altogether. This is extraordinary red carpet welcome, phenomenal resources, free land, all kinds of things. I mean, you know, in Shanghai itself, NYU is operating in a different model altogether, completely isolated itself with other universities in China. So in some ways, I want to say that this is not going to happen, and that moment is long gone. And it's actually in India's best interest as well, because we need to now build the future of Indian higher education. It's important for us in India to not depend upon, you know, foreign universities to come and in India to save us and to benchmark our own standards. We need to reimagine, as Dr. Mittal and Dr. Singh have titled the conference, we need to reimagine Indian universities. And this reimagination means we need to provide leadership. And I believe very strongly that India has the potential to become the higher education hub for the whole of Africa, South Asia, and Southeast Asia in a very significant manner. The fact that we are a vibrant democracy, the fact that we have a broader rule of law system, the fact that we believe in diversity and inclusion, the fact that we have a governance model that can provide an enabling ecosystem, the fact that we have an intellectual powerhouse, the fact that we have over 850 million young people who are less than 35 years of age with the life expectancy of over 71 to 72, we have the potential to assume a global leadership role with regard to higher education, in which higher education institutions can be established and we can actually provide education to the world at large. Internationalization has to become inverse for us, whereby we should be attract the brightest of individuals from around the world to come as faculty members, to become as students and staff, and we need to be able to also offer educational experiences that are benchmarked globally. That is the new type of internationalization that we need to focus, in which partnership with the best of the institutions around the world will become the fulcrum around which such evolution will happen.
That means, Dr. Raj, if I understand you correctly, you are focusing more on collaborations with the best universities rather than shifting the location of the universities from their own locations to India.
Absolutely.
Dr. Vidya, I would like to get your opinion that, when you suppose this, what Raj is projecting may not be the situation if foreign universities are coming. There will be a competition for students. What I mean to say is that well-to-do students, English-speaking students, to these universities compared with the universities like yours, which is doing otherwise very well. How do you see this combination of forces that will be in operation when such a scenario takes place, if the education policy unfolds itself,
So Professor Varghese, actually, I echo the same feelings as Raj, and I think we've said this on several platforms together. Raj, you must remember that, if at all foreign universities, first of all, the top 100 foreign universities will not come to India. Why would they? Why would Harvard want to set up a campus in India, where an Indian university itself finds it so difficult to set up a campus here? If I have to open an off-campus center in another state, the kind of hassles that I have to, or any of the private institutions has to go through is something that is best not spoken about. So why would foreign universities come, and that to the top 100? I think the reason why the Indian government is looking at top class institutions to come to India is to curb the Indian students going abroad. I think what they feel is that Indian students will not go abroad and they will stay back and study in this, within their country. That is one reason. And the second reason is that probably they believe that if they get these top class institutions to India, then the neighboring countries or the students that aspire to go to a Harvard or a Stanford would then come and study here. Now, I really don't think this is going to happen at all, because first you need, as Raj very rightly said, what did Singapore do? What did Malaysia do? What did China do? Let's take I've been studying Singapore very closely. They've attracted the best of institutions from across the world, but look at the way the government laid the red carpet. Land, resources, everything. And that's how INSEAD and, several other good schools are, have set up their campuses, but that's not going to happen in India at all. So I don't think there is any fear that some big university will come and snatch away the students that came to our universities. That's not going to happen. Point number one. Point number two is, yes, good institutions all across the world do look at India as a market. Right? And now with the COVID situation, when mobility is curbed, when students will not be able to travel there, and they always have a commercial angle in mind and we don't. So that's when they will look at collaborations with the top class Indian institutions. And that's where internationalization in its true sense is going to happen. Because when students don't get to travel abroad and they decide to stay within our country, then American universities definitely will look at partnerships with Indian universities, and good American universities, good European universities will look at partnerships, here. And I think that's for the best benefit of Indian students. Here you will have best of collaborations happening. You will have faculty coming in. You will get to probably move on a semester abroad program to one of the best institutions, which is a collaborative partner with a Symbiosis or a OP Jindal or a Manipal or BITS Pilani. So, these things will definitely help Indian students and will help Indian faculty. So I see a change that is going to happen, but definitely don't see any kind of, and what happens to remittances? I think we've all studied the earlier bill, Raj, and which very categorically stated that you can't take back the money, which foreign university is going to come here and kind of pour the surpluses or profits or whatever they call it, being generated back in this country. So that's definitely not going to happen. I don't even think top 300 universities will come here, leave alone the top 100.
Thank you. We are completing our times, Raj.
Okay.
Very short comment.
10 seconds, Dr. Varghese. I just want to add that the national education policy does envisage this type of partnership when they talk in terms of, international universities coming in, because we have gone past that vision in which large number of physical universities coming into India. We need to now focus on how Indian universities can empower themselves and we can assume a leadership role. The fact that undergraduate education in the form of flexibility and 4-year program, all these things are done with a view to reimagining our own universities rather than getting foreign universities physically in India.
Thank you very much. We are crossing our time, so I do not want to continue the discussions beyond the point. And I have promised to Dr. Vidya that she'll be relieved by 4:30. That was an understanding that we had. Friends, we had an excellent discussion, and we touched upon various aspects. As a concluding statement, I would like to say that one of the issues in internationalization, why it is getting so much of currency, one of the reason is that foreign degrees are valued very high. It has a premium in the labor markets in India than Indian degrees in India. Similarly, the native or domestic degrees have higher value in USA and UK than a degree from Nigeria or from India, So that means domestic degrees, higher value of domestic degrees in the Western countries and the value of Western degrees in developing countries. This creates a different dynamic so far as internationalization is concerned. Since it is becoming market processes, people try to make assessments, people try to make returns that one is getting by investing in internationalization. This is more so because in the 1950s and 60s, most of the students who are traveling abroad used to travel as a part of the fellowship from the government or from the different agencies. But today, the major share of the students who are moving out of India abroad for studies, they are funded by their own households. So this makes a lot of difference in terms of the returns calculations, and that becomes an important dimension in terms of the mobility part of the internationalization. It was really enriching experience to listen to two great leaders leading two important universities, which are really leading the issues related to leading institutions in internationalization. And when we visit these institutions, sir, it's really, madam, it's really a treat to see so many faces from so many color and from so many regions of the world, and that gives us, Dr. Vidya very rightly pointed out, the diversity issue, and diversity becomes an asset, and diversity becomes one of the essential qualities to become an excellent, a route to excellent. The route to excellent does not exclude diversity. It is an inclusive concept of excellence that we are talking about. Thank you very much. Thank you, AU. Thank you, Ritu. And thank you, Dr. Pankaj Mittal, not only for giving us a chance, but also participating in the meeting and participating in the discussions. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you so much, Professor Varghese, and Dr. Sahasbuddhi has already joined. We welcome you, sir, here. Dr. Vinay Sahasbuddhi ji, we welcome you to this valedictory session. And I request all the participants to join us for the valedictory session. We are just about to begin. Dr. Priya, can we continue with the session with the same link?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So I welcome you all to this valedictory session of this 2 days National Conference of Vice Chancellors being organized by Association of Indian Universities on Reimagining Indian Universities, being hosted by National Law University, Delhi. It is said that a good beginning is half done. Nobel laureate Kailash Satyarthi ji, with his excellent Foundation Day lecture, and Honorable Union Education Minister Shri Ramesh Pokhriyal Nishank ji. With his wonderful addresses, they have inaugurated the events. Galaxy of panelists over a period of 2 days deliberated on the well-defined themes of the 6 technical sessions spread over a period of 2 days. But every good thing has to come to an end, and this is here. I welcome all of you to this valedictory session of this conference. And now I would request Professor Tej Pratapji, President AIU, to welcome everybody for this session. And briefly, I'll just tell about Professor Tej Pratap, who is GB Pant University of Agriculture and Technology, Pantnagar's Vice Chancellor. And in his long span of 12 years of Vice Chancellorship, he has served as CSK Himachal Pradesh Agriculture University, Palampur for 2 terms, Sher-e-Kashmir University of Agricultural Sciences and Technology, Srinagar, and APG Shimla University for 1 term each. And who is known as a mountain man of agriculture education, Professor Tej Pratap is internationally known for his extensive research in hill and mountain agriculture. He has authored 24 books and 45 research papers in various national and international journals. So over to you, Professor Tej Pratapji, for your welcome note of this valedictory address.
Thank you very much, Professor Ritu Gupta. Well, all of you colleagues, Honorable Vinay Sasarbudeji, I'm sure he's with us now. And those of you who are sitting here, my colleague, Professor Salunke, past president, and Rajkumarji, I can see you right there, and a wonderful lecture you delivered, and my own colleague, Pankaj Mittal, and the host, Shri Dr. Ranbir Singh ji, and all of you colleagues from National Law University. Well, if I reflect back on 2 days, it's a bad idea to say that vice chancellors were put to training. But if I put like that, last 2 days for all those my colleague vice chancellors who attended this meeting, it's been a wonderful on-the-job training about reimagining your own roles, what roles you can play in terms of changing universities. The whole idea of putting up a topic like reimagining Indian universities. Before the meeting, the ideas were what could be imagined, but those of us who were actually listening to the experts on who deliberated on different aspects, I'm sure they have definitely benefited. Almost 9 sessions spanning over that from Kailash Satyarthi ji, giving the societal viewpoint, and then Kasturi Ranganji talking about the just delivered, released national education policy, Honorable Minister ji, and all of you colleagues who actually shared your thoughts. 3-4 things come to my mind very clearly. Although it's very clear kind of a thought process for many of us who were sitting listening, what is there in this education policy. Second, the kind of things that will need to be done on the ground within the institutions itself to see how do we improve the whole environment, higher education environment, be it globalization, be it governance, be it faculty improvement, and the students, the kind of students we need tomorrow, what kind of education they need. It's been very educative, those who would listen. But it's also equally important, and that 4 things we deliberated. What is the planning and strategy of the government? What should be done inside our strengths, weaknesses, and the kind of opportunities that we have. These 2 days gave us very good insight to all of us on that. And definitely a glimpse of the responsibilities of institutions, kind of caution factor that after all, higher education has to be seen not in isolation, but part of a larger role that we will be playing in the benefit of society. How do you create a good society? What kind of outcomes will come out of the university? The products of the institutions of today are in question. Rajkumarji, I would put it like that, that the products of tomorrow, we have been debating what kind of students who come out would need to be trained. We are saying they should not be simply Ghota Mar guys, but the learners kind of things. They should not be the ones seeking for placements. I would explicitly tell my colleagues, Vice Chancellor, that a take-home message also is, I've been saying it for the last few years, that the period of placements and rankings based on the placements and pay packages, that definitely probably is gone. And many of us should be aware of this thing. And the time is changing where we need to create students that are really creative and they don't seek jobs right in the university campus. If we are still continuing that, if that is the ranking parameter, we start challenging that. I like this session. Similarly, the whole idea of globalization that many of us harbor in our mind, that mindset should also be changed. So these 2 days, we have questioned several past mindsets, hypotheses, thoughts, processes, and kind of things that we were in our mind. Well, it should be like that. It should not be like that. A lot of inconvenient ideas, a lot of thoughts that put us in inconveniences, probably not digestible to many. Many would like to fight even. Academicians are very good not accepting things easily, first protesting, then silencing, and only then they agree. It takes quite a bit of time. By that time, even to sell NAP probably will take much more longer than we are thinking of, because this is an educated fraternity, a larger, stronger group with very strong mindset. And to change that, we would need many more webinars like this one. I will only say that I'm personally, as president of Association of Indian University, very happy that we joined hands with National Law University, and this 2 days event was organized, and there has been a lot of cross-fertilization of ideas, knowledge sharing, and that's definitely going to contribute further on that. What is expected after this one is also an outcome, but if it is for the Vice Chancellor, it has to be for all those stakeholders in the university. They should also know similar kind of things. Actually, this is also one of the lesser understood and appreciated thing, that we never communicate and share this whole thought process of change. If they are the stakeholders, they should also know what is at stake. And this probably is a challenge with all of us Vice Chancellors who were participants and listeners to this meeting. With these ideas, I'll thank all the speakers who contributed and my colleague Vice Chancellors. Can you imagine Vice Chancellor sitting for 2 days and listening patiently? Those of us who have been sitting and listening, they will be enriched. I'm sure it will contribute immensely in thought process and for actions also. Thank you very much, Need. I will not take much of the time and pass over to the next speaker.
Yeah, thank you so much, Professor Pratap. And now I would invite Dr. Pankaj Mittal, Secretary General AIU, for her introductory remarks.
Thank you, Ritu. Honorable President of ICCR, Dr. Vinay Sahasrabuddheji, Honorable President of AIU, Professor Tej Pratapji, past President of AIU, Professor M.M. Salunkeji, Vice Chancellor of the host university, that is National Law University, Professor Ranbir Singhji, Vice Chancellor of the O.P. Jindal Global University, Professor Rajkumarji, and Vice Chancellors of all the member universities of AIU, speakers in various sessions, ladies and gentlemen. I extend a very warm welcome to all of you to the valedictory session of the 2-day National Conference of Vice Chancellors on the theme Reimagining Indian Universities. The 2-day conference saw the leading experts of the country mull over various issues relating to higher education, especially in the context of national education policy. We were privileged to have the Nobel laureate Shri Kailash Satyarthi ji for delivering the first AIU Foundation Day lecture. It was a matter of great honor and privilege for us to have Honorable Union Minister of Education, Dr. Ramesh Pokhriyal Nishank ji, as the chief guest of the 2-day National Conference, and Padma Vibhushan Dr. K. Kasturi Rangan ji for delivering a special lecture on national policy on education. In the valedictory session, we have the privilege of having with us Dr. Vinay Sahasrabuddheji, who has agreed to deliver the valedictory address. He is the chairman of ICCR, he is a member of Rajya Sabha, and presently also the chairman of the Parliamentary Standing Committee on Higher Education. Dr. Vinay Sahasrabuddheji would also be releasing a COVID-19 response toolkit for Indian higher education institutions, which will give us a step-by-step guide for reopening the higher education institutions whenever the situation so permits, whether in the online mode or in the physical mode. So if the universities want to reopen, or whenever the situation is okay, then how to reopen, what the steps should be taken to reopen, that we have prepared a sort of a toolkit, AIU in association with OP Jindal Global Universities. Professor Rajkumar, Vice Chancellor, would be telling you more about the kit in his introductory remarks. And apart from that, we'll be having Professor Salunke, who will be summing up the discussions for the whole 2-day sessions. And Professor Ranbir Singh ji will be giving the closing remarks. And I once again welcome all of you to the valedictory session. Over to Ritu.
Yeah, thank you so much, Dr. Pankaj Mittal, who is not only the Secretary General, but she has brought in with her the experience she has gained through all the 6 years of her Vice Chancellorship and the kind of positions she has held over a period of, I think, 11, 12 years at UGC. So, Dr. Mittal, it has been your constant inspiration and support with which we have been able to organize this 2 days event so successfully. And now this is the time when we invite for summing up of this valedictory session by Professor M.M. Salunke, Professor Dr. Manikrao Madhavrao Salunke ji. We welcome you here for this conference, who is Vice Chancellor of Bharati Vidyapeeth, deemed to be University Pune. Professor Salunke is the immediate past President of Association of Indian Universities. Earlier, he has served as the Vice Chancellor of Shivaji University, Kolhapur, Maharashtra, and Vice Chancellor of the Central University of Rajasthan, as well as Vice Chancellor of Yashwantrao Chavan, Maharashtra, Open University, Nasik. He is a Fellow of Royal Society of Chemistry, UK, Fellow of Indian Chemical Society, Maharashtra Academy of Science, Bioorganic Society of India, and International Society for Nucleosides, Nucleotides, and Nucleic Acids. He is also a member of American Chemical Society. He is a recipient of Best Teacher Award of the Government of Maharashtra. So I would request Professor Salunke to give the summing up remarks. Over to Professor Salunke. Professor Salunke, are you able to connect to us? Professor Salunke, please unmute yourself. Sir, we can't hear you. You need to unmute yourself. Professor Salunke, please unmute yourself.
Ma'am, there is some technical issue over there.
Okay. Meanwhile, I think we can call him up and talk to him. So before I invite Professor Salunke now this is the time that Professor C. Rajkumar, founding Vice Chancellor of OP Jindal Global University, Sonipat, who is going to introduce this toolkit. And I'll just introduce Professor Kumar briefly, who has contributed.
Ritu, Dr. Salunke is now unmuted.
Yeah. Welcome, Professor Salunke, and over to you for summing up address.
Very good evening to you all. Honorable Member of Parliament and President of ICSR, Dr. Dinesh Swarup, President of Association of Indian Universities, Professor Tej Pratap ji, Vice Chancellor of National Law University, Professor Dr. Ranbir Singh ji, General Secretary of Association Indian Universities, Dr. Pankaj Mittal ji, Dr. Professor Rajkumar, the Vice Chancellor of OP Jindal University, all fellow Vice Chancellors, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, I would like to thank Professor Tej Pratap ji, President AIU, and Pankaj Mittal ji, Secretary General, organizing this National Conference on Reimagining Indian University. I thank Dr. Ranbir Singh ji, Vice Chancellor of National Law University, for hosting this national conference through online mode. In fact, as the then President, the annual general meeting along with the Vice Chancellor meet and the Foundation Day of Association of Indian Universities was planned to be held at National Law University, Delhi, in the month of March 2020, so that all regulators, experts, and top researchers persons would be invited. Unfortunately, due to the COVID pandemic, the program could not held. Professor Tej Pratap ji welcomed all the delegates, and he set the tone to commence the conference, and Dr. Pankaj Mittalji has given the brief information and achievements of AIU. I am pleased that the conference is of high level, as for the first time, the Foundation Day address was delivered by Nobel laureate Sri Kailash Satyarthiji and set a tone for the conference, that is equity and social inclusion. Even after 70 years of independence, there are still some communities where not graduate, single graduate is not from that particular community. Next. Sri Kailash Satyarthiji mentioned that teachers are known as gurus, who are the true contributors of knowledge. The crisis has set limitation, as we cannot decide and act collectively. Problems cannot be solved in isolation, rather collectively. Teachers are gurus. They are like friends and guides, and that culture is slowly reducing due to the advent of technology. The Guru Parampara is true culture, and that will help us to come out of the crisis, build the resilience, and bounce back to move stronger. He recommended on the 3 E in education. 1 E is employability, 2nd E empowerment, and 3rd is equity. This is the need of our and new national education policy talks about it. In inaugural session, Dr. Ranbir Singh Ji, Vice Chancellor, Law University, and the convener of National Conference welcomed all the delegates and expressed that this was the optimum time to deliver the best quality education. Change is something that will persist forever, and education is the most powerful weapon to make the change. He mentioned that tomorrow belongs to those who prepare for it today. In introductory remarks, Dr. Pankaj Mittalji, Secretary General AIU, informed that AIU has prepared new web portal that will enhance faster mechanism for effective communication between member universities and other relevant requirements such as equivalence, etc. The collaboration portal will facilitate information regarding the current collaboration of Indian universities with other institutions. In this particular session, Professor Anil Sasrabuddheji, Chairman AICT, mentioned that university must make all efforts to make the students into good citizens by inculcating values. To reimagine universities, we need to move ahead with these values. Only then we can successful and we can achieve what is rightly said by Honorable Prime Minister of India, Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, which is the development for all with the trust of all. Professor K.K. Agrawal, Chairman NBA, mentioned that the world is changing and the Indian education system needs to adapt. However, we need to surge ahead with our own value system. We need to dream big, but with our feet firm on the ground. Professor D.P. Singh Ji, Chairman UGC, informed that knowledge is critical for excellence in any task. Though collective wisdom, we can be the best in the world. Ancient wisdom and traditional wisdom should be shared among the students and need to be augmented further. Our traditional culture values will help in making best citizens in the world. Professor Tej Pratapji, President AIU, informed about the importance of counseling that needs to be undertaken for students to understand their problem and help the face challenges with resilience. It is an honor that Honorable Union Minister of Education, Dr. Ramesh Pokhriyal Nishank, inaugurated the conference and released edited volume of Reimagining Indian Universities and monograph on protecting academic interest of the students during COVID-19, sharing the best practices. He also launched AIU portal. Honorable Minister of Education mentioned that this era is an era of knowledge. These moments are very important to us to take new steps towards the achieving excellence. If we put all our best, we can definitely achieve the slogan put forward by Honorable Prime Minister Ji, Jai Jawan, Jai Kisan, Jai Vignan, and Jai Anusadhana. The first technical session was chaired by Bhushan Patwardhanji, who mentioned that total number of publications is increasing, however, the quality of research is going down. And the views substantiated by Professor Kishan Lal, who cited some good examples how we should practical application of research, not just conduct basic research. Professor Sitara mentioned it is very important to have multidisciplinary approach in research. Professor Vaidya Subramaniam mentioned about the adoption of value chain approach in research, which involves primary support activities. The second technical session of governance and reforms was chaired by Shekhar Dutt, former governor of Chhattisgarh, mentioned that GR can be increased only if infrastructure investments are made and institutes needs to be at par. Naveen Mittal, the Commissioner of Collegiate Education Telangana, emphasized on the need of MIS, Higher Education Information System, at national level for reducing cost. Professor R.K. Mishra put forward a good theoretical background for problem and explained that the importance of autonomy and good leadership. Professor Nageshwar Rao, the Vice Chancellor of IGNOU, mentioned that the current acts and statutes and regulations needs to take into consideration present needs of learners. On second special day lecture was given by Padma Vibhushan Dr. K. Kasturirangan, who mentioned that this is the time for transformation and drastic changes. Transforming and creating a new dynamic education system is fundamental for the progress of any country. It is imperative that this transformation reflects in our classroom. The philanthropic private sector must be encouraged and will play a larger role in coming years to help education. There is nothing in this country that is not possible. The policy needs to be implemented by looking into the challenges and its applications at institutional level. The next technical session on developing employability and entrepreneurship was chaired by Juthika Patankar, Additional Secretary. The skill development and entrepreneurship mentioned that higher education should encourage creativity and a fertile ground for entrepreneurship. The Professor Bhattacharya, VC BITS Pilani, informed in detail how they build practical skills and spell out practical model for preparing entrepreneurs at Pilani. Professor Raj Nehru, Vice Chancellor, Vikramshila Skill University, mentioned that improvement in the primary education will lead to better quality students and will lead to improve in higher education. Colonel Dr. G. Thiruvasagam, Vice President AIU and VC AMET University, presented theoretical and entrepreneurship in the curricula. Professor Raina, Vice Chancellor, Lakshmipat University, emphasized the interdisciplinary approach must be encouraged and ecosystem must be developed. The next technical session towards the global best teaching and learning process was chaired by Professor Dinesh Singh, Vice Chancellor, KR Mangalam University. He mentioned that it is important to discover the truth which can be achieved through many pathways. The Professor Rajnish Jain, Secretary UGC, mentioned that focus should be on critical learning and scholarship. Anoop Singh, the Vice Chancellor, Jagran Lake University, shared experience on education system in Australia. The Anubha Singh, Vice Chancellor, Alliance University, Bangalore, mentioned about the importance of global and innovative practice in academia. The next technical session on improving access and equity was chaired by Professor Sandeep Senchisi, former President AIU and Vice Chancellor SRM, Institute of Science and Technology, to articulate the aspect of access and equity, which is part of national education policy. Professor P.V. Sharma, former President AIU and Vice Chancellor AMET, mentioned about importance of providing success through digital means. Professor Kavita Sharma, former President South Asian University, New Delhi, mentioned about maintaining the balance with focus on mental health. Professor Furqan Karam, former Secretary General AIU, focused on affirmative actions towards the marginalized community. Dr. Rajiv Erodikar, Dean Symbiosis International University, mentioned about promoting health in university. The last session on excellence and international and global ranking was chaired by Professor N.V. Varghese, Vice Chancellor NUPA. He spoke about the cross-border and in-house internationalization. Professor Rajkumar, Vice Chancellor O.P. Jindal University, Dr. Gulshan Sharma, Director General ICSI, and Professor Vidya Redder, Chancellor Symbiosis International, deemed to be university, mentioned about the diversity in classroom for better global exposure and the global practices that needs to be adopted to gain excellence. The panelists shared their own experiences. I would like to thank Professor Tej Pratap ji and Dr. Pankaj Mittal ji to give the opportunity to sum up the conference. It is a great experience. Thank you all. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Professor Salunke. And very beautifully, you have summed up whatever those who have missed any of the sessions. So you have explained that beautifully. So thank you so much once again. And now this is the time that I invite Professor Raj, who is going to introduce that toolkit. And before I talk about the toolkit, I'll just briefly tell about Professor Rajkumar. He is the founding Vice Chancellor of Jindal Global University, Sonipat. And Professor Rajkumar has contributed articles in newspapers and magazines published from Hong Kong, India, and UK. And during COVID-19, we have seen wide coverage by Jindal Global University on various aspects, and so many online webinars and events have been organized by them. And now I would request...
Okay, no problem. Thank you.
I would request Professor Rajkumar to introduce the participants with this COVID-19 response toolkit for Indian higher education institutions and tell us about this.
All right. Thank you so much, Ritu, for a very generous introduction. Since we're already slightly running late and I don't want to detain our Honorable Member of Parliament, let me quickly thank you to AIU as well as the National Law University Delhi, Professor Ranbir Singh and Dr. Mittal. I also want to thank the President of AIU, Professor Tej Pratap, Professor Salunke, and all other distinguished Vice Chancellors as well as others who are present here. I would like to particularly extend a warm welcome to Dr. Vinay Sahasrabudhe, Honorable Member of Parliament, Rajya Sabha, and President of the ICCR for his presence. And I particularly appreciate the fact that being an academic, he will feel a lot of, let's say, fraternal feelings to be part of this group in being part of a very important conference that actually work towards reimagining Indian universities. So what AIU and OP Jindal Global University has done in the last few weeks is to really think in terms of how do we address the future. As all of us know, the entire world of universities have been fundamentally challenged. Most of our thinking and thought process has always been based upon what we do physically on campus. Universities are so anathematic to the idea of social distancing. We are always tuned to being together, being in the classroom, being in the physical spaces, being mentored by teachers, being part of campuses, including hostels. So the idea of social distancing in any form or manifestation is anathematic to the idea of a university itself. So today we are facing the global pandemic. UNESCO has estimated that a large number, millions of people around the world are deprived of an opportunity to be educated. Even in our own country, the fact remains that online education continues to be a privilege to a few institutions. So it is in this light AIU and JGU has come up with this report. I don't have obviously time to talk about the whole report, but what I've done is I have shared the copy of the report in the chat box itself. So for those of you who are interested, you can download the PDF, which is out there, and we'll of course send it widely. I will quickly summarize what the report has done. The report is essentially focused on the COVID-19 response toolkit for Indian higher education institutions, with a stronger focus on institutional resilience for academic planning and continuity. It has a very detailed chapter which focuses on the step-by-step way by which we can respond to this crisis. This has been created after a careful examination of the Indian higher education landscape, including factors such as the number of HEIS, the number of institutions operating in open mode, the gross enrollment ratio, enrollment in undergraduate programs, diversity of students, including the disadvantaged students. The report has also taken into account the various challenges of online and physical classrooms in times of COVID-19. Based on this framework, the toolkit is a 6-part document. It's 80 pages in length, which comprises coverage of document usage guidelines, analysis of the Indian higher education landscape, understanding of the challenges in continuity planning, academic continuity of classrooms, academic continuity of research, non-academic continuity, and a proposed way forward. The report has proposed 4 ways of classroom continuity: physical, online, broadcast, including radio and television, and hybrid. It has, of course, taken into account the Government of India's own initiatives in promoting Swayam platforms, Prime Minister's e-Vidya program, and many other efforts the government has taken, not only during the COVID crisis, but even beyond. The hybrid model that we have proposed has accounted for different case scenarios where a mixed approach may be required. For each format, the approach has been carefully structured to address the 5 key pillars of continuity planning when it comes to academics. First, teaching and learning. Second, assessment. Third, non-classroom activities. 4, infrastructure and protocols together. These 4 together constitute the aspect of the continuity planning that we have talked about, including examinations, which we have called assessment. This has been customized for each format that the higher education institution may choose to consider for continuity. Further to this toolkit also has been laid down a structured approach for continuity of 2 other key areas of any higher education institution, which is research and non-academic activities. The non-academic initiatives include 5 important support functions that universities are engaged in, which include placements, internships, internationalization, semester commencement, and new batch orientation, all 5 of which are critical components. The document concludes with a 2-pronged approach to define the way forward. One, which focuses on the state or the central government or regulatory bodies which govern higher education institutions to support the continuity. And second is the role of the higher education institution itself with regard to it taking specific steps to be followed to initiate and mobilize an academic continuity plan. The toolkit is meant to serve as a guiding document and is a compilation of plans and recommendations that may be utilized as reference points while planning the way forward for Indian higher education institutions in times of the COVID-19 global pandemic, with a view to contributing to the building of institutional resilience for academic planning and continuity. While this document outlines the points for consideration during the planning of academic continuity based on certain assumptions, it's important to ensure that the WHO advisories, the ICMR guidelines, the central and state government regulations, the Ministry of Education, Government of India guidelines and regulations, and the guidelines and regulations of the University Grants Commission and other regulatory bodies are duly adhered to at all times in full compliance, and that they supersede any recommendation made in this document. I want to particularly thank my colleagues at the International Institute for Higher Education Research and Capacity Building, and in particular, 2 of my colleagues, Abhinav as well as Deepak, and also several of my other colleagues, including Anamika and Nandita, for having helped us in this endeavor. I deeply appreciate the support rendered by the Association of Indian Universities, including colleagues at AIU, but also the leadership of Dr. Mittal that helped us think through the process that might just become a very important document that then the government can also consider as it thinks about the future of Indian higher education institutions, both during and beyond COVID. With those words, I would like to once again thank AIU and NLU for giving me this opportunity to present this report in its brief form. Of course, the report is also available in PDF, and the link also will be provided very shortly. Thank you very much. Ritu, you need to unmute yourself.
This is the time. Sorry for the technical glitch. Now I would request Dr. Vinay Sahasrabudhe, Honorable Member of Parliament, Rajya Sabha and President ICCR, to click the button and release the COVID-19 response toolkit for Indian higher education institutions, institutional resilience for academic planning and continuity, developed jointly by AIU and OP Jindal Global University. Dr. Priya, please help. Thank you so much. And now I take this opportunity to talk about Dr. Vinay Sahasrabudhe's achievements. Dr. Sahasrabudhe is the chairman of the Standing Committee on Higher Education. He is a member of Parliament Rajya Sabha since July 2016 and is presently the president of Indian Council for Cultural Relations. Dr. Vinay Sahasrabudhe is currently also the vice president at Rambhav Prabodhini, a unique institution of which he was a director general for over 2 decades. One of the many hats that Dr. Sahasrabudhe adorns is that of the vice president of the Indian Social Responsibility Network. A researcher in democracy and good governance, Dr. Sahasrabudhe holds a doctorate in political science from University of Mumbai. He is also a regular columnist and writer with over half a dozen books in English, Marathi, and Hindi to his credit. Since 2014, Dr. Sahasrabudhe is the National Vice President of the Bharatiya Janata Party. Sir, आपका स्वागत है हमारे इस प्रोग्राम में the valedictory session. And now I would request Dr. Vinay Sahasrabudhe ji to deliver the first AIU Foundation Day valedictory address. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, all those who are present over here, members of the academic community. Basically, Professor Tej Pratap, President of the Association of Indian Universities, Dr. Pankaj Mittal, who is the Secretary General of the Association of Indian Universities, Vice Chancellor of the Jindal Global University, Professor C. Rajkumar, who created this wonderful handbook kind of about the COVID response. Other dignitaries present over here, very eminent educationists, vice chancellors, people who have put in their entire life, I would say, in the sector of knowledge and education. Of course, Dr. Vidya Yeravadekar and Dr. Salunke, several others. It's a very humbling experience to be here amongst all of you. And I'm happy that the entire day, the entire academic leadership of the country, if I may say so, was discussing the emerging scenario and reimagining the idea of Indian universities, which itself is a very reassuring fact that all of you are giving so much importance to the futuristic vision of university education. I'm also happy that the Jindal Global University and the Association of Indian Universities have together come out with this COVID response toolkit. In a way, it's a very topical kind of publication, and the attempt to be very relevant to the changing times is also very, very commendable. When I consider when I thought about the subject of reimagining Indian universities, naturally, my thought process compelled me to review as to from where we had started. Because India was known as a knowledge society several centuries before, and it was Fahian and Yuan Tsang and Al-Biruni who had visited India. And when they visited India, I don't know whether they visited Ajanta and Ellora or whether they visited other places of tourist interest, but they definitely visited Takshashila and Nalanda, and they wrote extensively about that. So the identity of Indian society and India as a country, that of knowledge society and a knowledge nation, I believe, was an established identity, and people knew us because of our rich tradition in the sector of knowledge, essentially. And therefore, if we have to reimagine the Indian universities as what the subject suggests us, I think, like they say, we have to appreciate the fact that human civilizational journey to the future. And therefore, we will have to look back and then review as to how, in the changing times, we can, really speaking, add some value to the knowledge, to the world of knowledge and education of tomorrow. And in that context, I would like to present some 5 important points which come to my mind as a student of education. Firstly, I think the attempt will have to be to ensure that the glory of our past is linked to the brightness of our future. I mean, simply relishing in the glory of the past is not a wise strategy or a wise way of looking at the things. But we have to essentially draw from our past and then ensure that we move to the future on the basis of the experience that we have gained. And in that context, I believe, and when we refer to Nalanda, Takshashila, and why only Nalanda, Takshashila, we can refer to the ashrama-based schooling and institutional system in a way, which was there during the times of Ramayana and Mahabharata. When, for example, Rama and Krishna decided to go to the place of their teacher, their guru, their mentor, to understand the ways and means of gaining knowledge and education, it was not because there was any space crunch in the palaces which otherwise were their homes. It was because of the fact that Indian knowledge system or Indian thought of education is essentially about teaching and learning by illustrations. And therefore, this is something very, very unique about India, which I believe we can find in rarely other educational philosophies, educational philosophies of other cultures or other civilizational traditions or other countries for that matter. And therefore, this teacher-taught relationship, which I believe is the key, which we have to draw from the past and try to explore the ways and means when we are in the times of mass education today as to how we can continue with this tradition, continue with this rich heritage and build upon that further to suit to the times to come. So in that sense, I would insist that we have to think about as to how do we link the glory of the past and convert it or take it to the brightness of the future. I also believe, whenever we think about education, the objective of education, the pursuit of knowledge, the pursuit of employment, and several decades, I think we have been debating reports after reports. It started with Dr. Radhakrishnan committee, then the Kothari Commission, and then Acharya Ramamurthy Commission, and so on and so forth. And still we find that perhaps we are there where we were. And therefore, if we really have to make a transformation, I believe, and that is something which is very welcome, which is a welcome feature of the new policy of education, which in a way, and I would describe it as a de-Macaulayization of education. It is a watershed moment for that matter, and we are breaking with the past, which is of the couple of centuries before, and we are trying to move, having freed ourselves from the chains of Macaulay-oriented or Macaulay-promoted idea of education, and moving further towards achieving the real objective of education. And to that end, I believe the new education policy is certainly a very distinct approach, a very revolutionary approach, if I may say so. Now, coming to the core of education, I believe that the Indian or the Oriental or the Eastern values need to be matching with the new value system which has emerged post-industrial revolution, majorly in the Western world, which is in India or in the Oriental value system. We have been emphasizing greatly, and rightly so, on values like commitment, values like integrity, values like honesty, values like painstakingly conducted efforts. And these values are supremely important, but they need to be perhaps wedded to the new value system, which is all about presentation, which is all about management, which is all about result orientation, productivity. All these things are perhaps issues or values without which we cannot move ahead in the modern world. And therefore, this alliance of two value systems, if I may describe it that way, it's something which should herald our journey into the brightness of the future, drawing from the glory of the past. The second point, which I believe we need to take into consideration, is about how do we convert or how do we ensure that the new and emerging technologies, including augmented reality, virtual reality, blockchain, and so on and so forth, artificial intelligence, as what they say, and the values of professionalism are in a way taken to the new generation, global new generation for that matter, with an essential human touch. Because I believe when we are talking about artificial intelligence, we cannot be unmindful of the scarcity of natural emotions. I mean, while intelligence can be artificial, need to be artificial, it has its own value. But unfortunately, it is impacting, I'm afraid, on our emotional quotient as well. And a whole lot of artificiality has entered in our day-to-day lives, and our institutional life, our interactions even in the knowledge sector are not free from that. And therefore, the more we insist upon a human touch with a professional approach, or a professional approach with a human touch, I believe that is the way forward. And to that end also, I believe India certainly can offer something which is very, very critical in the changing world. I also believe that the experience-based, domestically acquired traditional knowledge that we have need to be converted into a structured body of knowledge. Because that is something which the world is looking for. Our traditional ways, I mean, many times it becomes a fashion to be ridiculing our traditions and our rich heritage. Well, those who want to indulge in that, let them do. But I think our traditions, our ways of conducting our social or family affairs, for that matter, have some value. The way we celebrate our festivals, the way we relate with the nature, for that matter, or even human relationships, for that matter, about which in the entire world there is a deep crisis of, some kind of relationship breakdown is being seen everywhere. And in this particular context, I believe that Indian traditions definitely can offer something about which the world is not just curious, but perhaps would be happy to welcome, would be happy to learn from, provided we are in a position to present it as a structured body of knowledge. Let us take the example of our idea of an individual relating himself or herself with the society. I mean, we are not ultra individualistic, we are not ultra socialistic. We believe that an individual is related to the society at large, just like a part of our body is related to the entire body. This is how we define the relationship, which is why in our country, in our tradition, every other relationship has a special name. We don't have everybody as a cousin. We have a maternal cousin, we have a paternal cousin, and different names are there. We don't have all uncles. We have a maternal uncle, and we name it differently. We have a paternal uncle. Why? Because we value individuality. At the same time, we value collectivism. And this balance between individuality and collectivism is something which is very unique to Indian culture and Indian idea of relationship as well. And therefore, these are the things which I believe we first of all need to value them and then take to the world, because I believe they are going to be relevant in the days to come. Even insofar as our idea of spiritual democracy, as what I call, because India, and when we talk about democracy, political science fraternity world over, unfortunately doesn't rate our democracy very high. I don't know why, but that has been my experience. But in fact, we need to tell them that our democracy is not something which has been gifted to us by the Britishers. It is there in our blood, because the cardinal principle of our philosophical view is Ekam Sat Vipra Bahuda Vadanti. And what is this? Ekam Sat Vipra Bahuda Vadanti is the statement of our spiritual democracy. We never allowed any particular way of worship to be monopolistic, to be hegemonic. And therefore, we worship all gods and we value all ways of worship, because we firmly believe in Ekam Sat Vipra Bahuda Vadanti. Now, this idea of spiritual democracy in a world which is fighting over identity issues and several issues concerning culture and civilization, I think we can offer spiritual democracy as a branch of knowledge, as a discipline of knowledge for that matter, in a structured form of knowledge system or body of knowledge for that matter. If we do that, I'm sure today the world is going to value it greatly. Lastly, I would touch upon 2 points. When it comes to universities, after all, even the futuristic idea of university, I believe, is not free from challenges of institution building. And today in our country, whether private universities, public universities, state universities, central universities, all universities are facing a challenge of institution building. We have high raised buildings, skyscraping towers at times, but unfortunately, I'm sorry to say, when it comes to leading such institutions, we find that many institutions are facing this crisis. At several institutions, if I may very bluntly use the term, I find Lilliputians leading those institutions. I mean, one will have to be magnanimous. One will have to be leading from the front, taking the entire responsibility, taking complete ownership. A vice chancellor showing, pointing out the flaws of the management putting all the responsibility on the shoulders of the vice chancellor, and both of them again calling names to the government or the controlling bodies. I think we have to put an end to all this. And the Brahma, Vishnu, Mahesh of a university leadership are basically the vice chancellor, the registrar, and at times the chancellor as well. So all these three people need to be coming together and need to be providing a collective leadership with a resolute with some kind of a resolute commitment towards the idea of institution building. The issues about work culture, about motivation, all these issues are also very, very critical. In fact, I have been proposing this to many of my friends in the academia, that why universities who are known for experimentation are not talking about starting courses like a management course in university administration, a management course in college administration. We don't have good administrators. I mean, an administrator is certainly not just a office superintendent. They are important, but we want managers to take care of institutions. And therefore, we need to have these branches, these disciplines also evolved, even schools for that matter. Their managements are in shambles. I mean, ironically, I have seen universities who have very well-known, universally acclaimed business schools affiliated to those universities, but the management of those universities is very, very poor, unfortunately. So I believe this kind of dichotomy needs to be put an end. And to that end also, I appeal that those who are thinking about the futuristic idea of university need to take these administrative issues, apparently mundane issues, also into consideration. Lastly, greater participation of students and parents is also something very, very required when we talk about the future university. Students need to have some say, and not just say allowing them to hold elections and then they get elected and become presidents or secretaries of student council. That is okay. But why can't we think about asking students also to prepare textbooks, also to help in conducting examinations? And when we talk about examinations, I have been referring to this issue that the backlog on the front of examination reforms, it's so huge. Today we are grappling with the situation where perhaps conducting an examination is seen as a challenge. But had we implemented the question bank system, for example, where you give a bank of 100 questions on right at the beginning of the academic year, and every student will have to face any 12 questions about which there will be a draw of a lottery kind of. In every classroom, there will be different questions. That would have saved us from all the situations of leaking of question papers, or when there is a geography paper, history question paper is distributed. I mean, all kinds of very sordid stories we keep on hearing. I mean, 70 years and we have not been able to even manage our examinations. I think we need to revisit all these issues in the changing situation. Lastly, I would say that sky is the limit when we talk about futuristic system of university education. But there are 3-4 subjects I would like the university leaders assembled over here to apply their mind and think about. One is, we are the largest democracy of the world. Why can't we have a university of democracy? I mean, we can. we should be telling the world, the emerging democracies, as to how democracy and democratic governance could really be conducted. We have a huge amount of experience. We need to convert that experience into a body of knowledge. We can do that. We can also talk about the way we try to relate ourselves. Our philosophy tells us, how do we relate with the mother nature? Can we not have a university of sustainable development or the sciences relating to sustainable development? When the entire world is talking about sustainable development goals, where is the knowledge creation around? Perhaps we can provide. We also have a very rich tradition of our artisans, the diversity. All these things again could be converted into a body of knowledge. Can't we have a university of folk culture? We certainly can have. World will definitely, I mean, there are cultures which are on the verge of extinction. How to help them sustain, how to help them further evolve. We can provide some insights. I believe we can do that. Lastly, can we not have a university of happiness? Because maybe many of you might have heard about a very famous book. I mean, recently it has been published, which is about the Japanese concept of ikigai, where all the 4 aspects of human life, basically your passion, your profession, your vocation, and your profession, all these 4 factors come together, and then you are able to achieve as what they call as ikigai. It is all about happiness. It is all about a sense of mission. It is all about a sense of accomplishment in every way. I mean, you are earning decently, but you are also getting some satisfaction. You are working for the society also, and you also have some kind of a professional skill set with you. All these things, I believe, could be converted into a body of knowledge. And with that, and add to this the kind of relationship philosophy that we have, and every other thing which is something we can draw from our cultural values, our civilizational values, and offer to the world of tomorrow a university of happiness. With these few ideas, I come to the closure of my presentation. Thank you for bearing with me. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you so much, sir, for delivering this wonderful valedictory address. You say few things, but I think there have been bucket full of ideas, and that too positive ideas. राहें आसान हो जाती हैं और कठिनाइयों के हल मिल जाते हैं जब हमारी सोच सकारात्मक हो, चलने का जज्बा हो और आप जैसे मार्गदर्शक साथ हों. I am very sure, sir, that your today's valedictory address will go a long way in reimagining Indian universities. Few of the ideas that you talked about, I really liked and I must appreciate. And I am very sure, because I'm seeing the chat box and the participants, the participating vice chancellors are writing in the text box also, the kind of professional approach with human touch that you just talked about. I think that's really missing sometimes. We see in the curriculum that is missing. You have talked about that ikigai and the happiness. Yes, of course, we see during this COVID-19 pandemic also, we have seen that everybody has, there are certain issues pertaining to mental health. So I think these kinds of things, if we include somewhere in the university ideas of reimagining Indian universities, I think they are going to surely help. And of course, I like that your concept of Brahma, Vishnu, Mahesh also, and the idea of institution building and the concerns that you have shown for folk arts and our artisans, that shows the kind of the kindness of your heart and how much grounded you are, despite the fact that so many achievements are there and you have been donning so many hats. But still, aapka hardik dhanyavad, sir, for the kindful address. And now this is the time I invite our own Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. Ranveer Singh Ji, Honorable Vice Chancellor of NLU Delhi, for his closing remarks. And a Vice Chancellor for 2 decades, a known academician, administrator who has founded 2 top-ranking law universities in the country, not only NLU, but National Nalsar, Hyderabad also. So Professor Ranveer Singh needs no introduction. However, I take this opportunity to tell this august gathering that Professor Singh has also been the AIU's and Shastri Indo-Canadian Institute SICKI's president. He is also the recipient of Illuminus of Distinction in 2007, conferred upon him by Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, the then Honorable President of India, Professor N.R. Madhava Menon Best Law Teacher Award in 2011, and Ambassador for Peace Award for promoting peace and harmony by Universal Peace Federation 2019. I would request humbly that Professor Dr. Ranbir Singh, he's here with us and he has been connecting with us for past 2 days to share his closing remarks. Over to Professor Ranbir Singh.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Serge Budde, for your wonderful ideas. I also welcome Professor Tej Prakash and Dr. Pankaj Mittal, who has done a wonderful job collaborating with NLU Delhi to organize this conference. We have also Dr. Rajkumar, my dear friend from Global Gender Universities. I will not take much time because we are at the end of the program, because everybody would be now tired by the time we have been sitting since morning. I would start with the wonderful Foundation Day lecture by Shri Kailash Satyarthi, Nobel Peace Laureate, when he said the vision of the university should be to contribute to the society through the pursuit of education. He meant that the university must reimagine themselves, and they should care for the uncared, reach to the unreached, help the unhelped, fed the unfed, educate the uneducated. The university should be able to discover, preserve, and disseminate knowledge to the next generation of global citizens, and to promote a culture of broad inquiry throughout the beyond the university community. The core values of the university should be to inculcate promoting freedom of thought and expression and freedom of discrimination, facilitate the widest possible student access to the university, promote strong support of individual researchers as well as the research groups, and close interrelationship between teaching, scholarship, and research. Create opportunities for innovative partnership with business, charitable foundations, and healthcare. We should look into areas of contribution with the university which can make a society through the pursuit, dissemination, and application of knowledge. Motivate the teachers, as they are the ones who stimulate and maintain high levels of engagement in the class. Regular intake of good faculty development programs, so that the teachers are equipped with sound knowledge in their respective disciplines. The teachers should know the art and science of teaching and would be engaged most of the time in teaching, doing research, counseling, and working for common goals. Staff training, continuous professional development programs are a must for every institution. The contemporary teaching and learning strategies, classroom management, the research methodologies, technology integration and interaction should be primary content of professional training. And more than that, networking with professional and peer groups, learning communities, writing articles for journals, portfolio development, etc., should be promoted and increased. This is what the National Education Policy has also laid down. This is the landscape which is beautifully done by the recently launched National Education Policy, where the students are the principal clients of the educational system, and only then the organizations are all about. The students will be regularly groomed since they are an asset to the university. An ideal university would welcome students from different socio-cultural backgrounds. Learning is a complex process, of course, everybody knows that. And if applied properly, can contribute to improving instruction of the subject matter in the class. Students should be trained in a way that they can show their potentials to the future leaders of the country and reflective skills. The university should maintain an open school climate, which means that the student-teacher relation that are professional, collegial, and friendly, and committed to the education of students. In conclusion, I will not take, as I said, much time. The progress of any university requires cooperation from all the stakeholders. Strategic plans should be developed outlining the short-term, medium-term, and long-term goals based on the university vision and the mission objectives, plan of the action, etc. We should endeavor to create an environment so that every stakeholder can share the same vision, objectives, and overcome all the obstacles with a strong commitment and desire to reach the desired goals. I'm reminded of the lines of Robert Frost when he said, "Woods are lovely, dark and deep. We have miles to go before we sleep, miles to go before we sleep." A wonderful landscape, as I said, has been laid before us by the new national education policy. But the challenge before us is how we redesign our institutions. So the big agenda before the nation is how to evolve a system which is responsive and accountable. And we also need to assure every man in the street in this country that the universities are concerned about them and they are there ready to solve their problems. And we need to inaugurate a human tomorrow and which will be full of authentic social justice against counterfeit justice. And we need to also take care of our constitutional directives provided in our preamble, in our fundamental rights, and the directive principles of the state policy. These words, I also express my heartfelt thanks to all the speakers in the inaugural, in different sessions, in the valedictory, and Ritu Gupta, Aparajita Bhatt, our registrar, everybody who contributed, and all the supporting staff who contributed greatly to this conference. And a very, very special thank to Dr. Pankaj Mittal for giving us this opportunity to have this conference, and the entire staff of AIU. Thank you very much, all of you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your closing remarks. And I think the kind of guidance and constant support, and you have been there throughout with us when we were, carrying out all these exercises. And I would like to share this, that when it was to happen in March, actually, before this COVID-19 thing had happened, NLU, Delhi, and AIU had, I think, done all 90% of the preparations, but just because of this COVID-19, all those efforts went into vain. But it's only because of the tireless efforts of Professor Ranveer Singh and Dr. Pankaj Mittal that again we could host this wonderful conference. Thank you so much, sir. And now this is the time for me to invite the person behind this show, Dr. Pankaj Mittal, Secretary General AIU, who has again worked day and night to make it a real success. So over to you, Dr. Pankaj Mittal, for your vote of thanks.
Okay. Thank you, Ritu. I deem it a privilege to give a formal vote of thanks on the culmination of the 2 days AIU National Conference of Vice Chancellors on the theme Reimagining Indian Universities. The conference in these 2 days has deliberated on various issues relating to the theme and has suggested a way forward for implementing these suggestions that would augur well with the national policy on education. We were privileged to have Union Minister for Education, Dr. Ramesh Pokhriyal Nishank ji, as the chief guest of the 2-day conference. We are grateful and thankful to Dr. Ramesh Pokhriyal Nishank for agreeing to be the chief guest and for encouraging us to do better in future. We thank him for his kind words and being very, very supportive. We are grateful to Dr. Vinay Sahasrabudhe, Honorable Member of Parliament, Rajya Sabha, President ICCR, and Chairman Parliamentary Standing Committee on Education for delivering the valedictory address. His suggestions like linking glory of past to the brightness of future, or adopting a professional approach with human touch that is depending on artificial intelligence but not on artificial emotions, importance of relationships, work culture, leadership crisis, and a participatory approach forces us to look at a new way of reimagining Indian universities. His idea of creating a university of democracy, a university of sustainable development, a university of folk arts, and a university of happiness are worth exploring. Thank you, sir, for sharing your thoughts with us. We are grateful to the Nobel laureate Shri Kailash Satyarthi ji for delivering the first AIU Foundation Day lecture. His 100 million for 100 million campaign for mobilizing 100 million youth for shaping a better future for 100 million children can be a pace setter in achieving justice for the children. We are grateful to Dr. Kasturi Ranganji, not only for giving a very powerful lecture to our audience, but also for drafting a very innovative, forward-looking, student-centric national policy on education that has the potential to create a new India. We are grateful to Professor D.P. Singh, Chairman UGC, Professor Anil Sahib, IICT, and Professor K.K. Agarwal, Chairman NBA, for addressing the audience. I'm especially grateful to Professor Tej Pratap, President AIU, who has traveled all the way from Pantnagar to Delhi to ensure good connectivity, for addressing the Vice Chancellors in the AIU, and for being there throughout the day, full 2 days, each and every session he has attended. So thankful and grateful to you, sir. I'm especially indebted to Professor Ranbir Singh, Vice Chancellor, National Law University, for making foolproof arrangements for the conference in the virtual mode too. We knew that he will make very good arrangements in the physical form, but in the virtual form also he has made foolproof arrangements thanks to this. I know he had made a lot of preparations for the physical conference, which was supposed to be held in March, but had to be postponed. But thank you for making such wonderful arrangements. I'm also grateful to Shri Shekhar Duttji, former governor of Chhattisgarh, who was there for chairing just one session, but I have been seeing him throughout the 2 days conference. Every session he has been attending, and he has been actively participating in every session. Thank you, sir, for being there with us for all the 2 days. I'm grateful to the past presidents of AIU who are with us, especially Professor Salunkhe, the immediate past president, Professor Sandeep Sancheti, and Professor P.V. Sharma for joining us yesterday and today. I'm grateful to the chairpersons and speakers of various technical sessions for an engaging conversation. I'm grateful to Professor Rajkumar, Vice Chancellor, Jindal Global University, for making the COVID response toolkit in a record possible time. He and his staff really worked hard to produce the kit and get it released by Shri Vinay Sahasrabuddheji today. And the kit has come up very, very beautifully. So any of you who wants to reopen the institutions, whenever you are advised to, you must go through this response kit, which will give you a checklist of what all you should see before opening the institutions. I'm also grateful to the J.P. Singh Jurel, Professor J.P. Singh Jurel, Director InflibNet, and Dr. Abhishek, Scientist C at InflibNet, for developing the AIU portal in an expeditious manner. I'm grateful to all the Vice Chancellors who attended the meet with a lot of enthusiasm and gave wonderful ideas during the open house. Without you, this meet could not have been possible. I'm also grateful to all my colleagues in AIU and faculty of NLU and the staff of NLU, especially Dr. Ramadevi Pani and Satyapal Singh from AIU, and Dr. Priya Rai and Mr. Anil Menon from NLU for working very hard, including Dr. Akash and Dr. Aparajita Bhatt and Dr. Ritu Gupta deserve a special mention for their excellent comparing of the program. I also thank the staff in AIU and NLU for rendering technical support for live streaming and hosting the conference, especially the Shivam from AIU and Akash from the National Law University. In the end, we express our gratefulness to one and all. Hope to see you in the next AIU National Conference on the theme, Realizing Sustainable Development Goals Through Higher Education Institutions. This we are proposing as a theme for the next year's conference, realizing, because we believe that all the 17 sustainable development goals can be realized through higher education institutions. The theme of the next year conference will be Realizing Sustainable Development Goals Through Higher Education Institutions, to be held in March 21, and keeping our fingers crossed, hopefully let us pray that we are able to meet physically for the next conference. Thank you very much. Jai Hind. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prathna, for this. And thanks to all the participants for attending and being there throughout this valedictory session. In case if there has been any glitch or any technical problem or any error, or we have forgotten to acknowledge anybody, so we own that mistake, and those issues will try to sort out in the next. And as Dr. Pankaj has said, she has already thought of this wonderful theme for the next event. So hopefully, as she has felt, and all of us must be feeling, that we'll be able to meet physically. So from here, from National Law University, Delhi, I, Ritu Gupta, with my colleague, Dr. Aparajita Bhatt, thank you, all of you, for making this conference successful. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
See you again, hopefully soon.
Yeah.
Thank you.
We are ending the session, ma'am.
Okay.
To end the program, please.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you.